Part II, Chapter 2 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh BENSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some new lessons. The 6 years that followed Sir Nicholas' return and Hubert's departure for the north had passed uneventfully at Great Keynes. The old knight had been profoundly shocked that any Catholic, especially an agent so valuable as Mr. Stewart, should have found his house a death trap, and although he continued receiving his friends and succouring them, he did so with more real caution and less ostentation of it. His religious zeal and discretion were further increased by the secret return to the old religion of several of his villagers during the period, and a very fair congregation attended mass so often as it was said in the cloister wing of the hall. The new rector, like his predecessor, was content to let the squire alone, and unlike him had no wife to make trouble. Then suddenly, in the summer of '77, catastrophes began, headed by the unexpected return of Hubert, impatient of waiting, and with new plans in his mind. Isabel had been out with Mistress Margaret walking in the dusk one August evening after supper on the raised terrace beneath the yews. They had been listening to the loud snoring of young owls in the ivy on the chimney stack opposite, and had watched the fierce bird slide silently out of the gloom, white against the blackness, and disappear down among the meadows. Once Isabel had seen him pause, too, on one of his return journeys, suspicious of the dim figures beneath, silhouetted on a branch against the luminous green western sky, with the outline of a mouse with its hanging tail plain in his crooked claws, before he glided to his nest again. As Isabel waited, she heard the bang of the garden door, but gave it no thought, and a moment after Mistress Margaret asked her to fetch a couple of wraps from the house for them both, as the air had a touch of chill in it. She came down the lichened steps, crossed the lawn, and passed into the unlighted hall. As she entered, the door opposite opened, and for a moment she saw the silhouette of a man's figure against the bright passage beyond. Her heart suddenly leaped and stood still. "Anthony," she whispered in a hush of suspense. There was a vibration and a step beside her. "Isabel," said Hubert's voice, and then his arms closed round her for the first time in her life. She struggled and panted a moment as she felt his breath on her face, and he released her. She recoiled to the door and stood there silent and panting. "Oh, Isabel," he whispered, and again, "Isabel." She put out her hand and grasped the doorpost behind her. "Oh, Hubert, why have you come?" He came a step nearer, and she could see the faint whiteness of his face in the western glimmer. "I cannot wait," he said. "I have been nearly beside myself. I have left the north, and I cannot wait so long." "Well?" she said, and he heard the note of entreaty and anxiety in her voice. "I have my plans," he answered. "I will tell you to-morrow. Where is my aunt?" Isabel heard a step on the gravel outside. "She is coming," she said sharply. Hubert melted into the dark, and she saw the opposite door open and let him out. The next day Hubert announced his plans to Sir Nicholas, and a conflict followed. "I cannot go on, sir," he said. "I cannot wait for ever. I am treated like a servant too, and you know how miserably I am paid. I have obeyed you for 6 years, sir, and now I have thrown up the post, and told my lord to his face that I can bear with him no longer." Sir Nicholas' face, as he sat in his upright chair opposite the boy, grew flushed with passion. "It is your accursed temper, sir," he said violently. "I know you of old. Wait? For what? For the Protestant girl? I told you to put that from your mind, sir." Hubert did not propose as yet to let his father into all his plans. "I have not spoken her name, sir, I think. I say I cannot wait for my fortune. I may be impatient, sir, I do not deny it." "Then how do you propose to better it?" sneered his father. "In November," said Hubert steadily, looking his father in the eyes, "I sail with Mr. Drake." Sir Nicholas' face grew terrific. He rose and struck the table twice with his clenched fist. "Then, by God, sir, Mr. Drake may have you now." Hubert's face grew white with anger, but he had his temper under control. "Then I wish you good day, sir," and he left the room. When the boy had left the house again for London, as he did the same afternoon, Lady Maxwell tried to soothe the old man. It was impossible even for her to approach him before. "Sweetheart," she said tranquilly, as he sat and glowered at his plate when supper was over and the men had left the room, "sweetheart, we must have Hubert down here again. He must not sail with Mr. Drake." The old man's face flared up again in anger. "He may follow his own devices," he cried. "I care not what he does. He has given up the post that I asked for him, and he comes striding and ruffling home with his hat cocked and—" his voice became inarticulate. "He is only a boy, sweetheart, with a boy's hot blood. You would sooner have him like that than a milksop. Besides, he is our boy." The old man growled. His wife went on: "And now that James cannot have the estate, he must have it, as you know, and carry on the old name." "He has disgraced it," burst out the angry old man, "and he is going now with that damned Protestant to harry Catholics. By the grace of God I love my country, and would serve her Grace with my heart's blood, but that my boy should go with Drake—" and again his voice failed. It was a couple of days before she could obtain her husband's leave to write a conciliatory letter, giving leave to Hubert to go with Drake, if he had made any positive engagement, because, as she represented it to Sir Nicholas, there was nothing actually wrong or disloyal to the faith in it, but entreating him with much pathos not to leave his old parents so bitterly. "Oh, my dear son," the end of the letter ran, "your father is old, and God, in whose hand are our days, alone knows how long he will live. And I too, my son, am old. So come back to us, and be our dear child again. You must not think too hardly of your father's words to you. He is quick and hot, as you are too. But indeed we love you dearly. Your room here is ready for you, and Piers wants a firm hand now over him, as your father is so old. So come back, my darling, and make our old hearts glad again." But the weeks passed by, and no answer came, and the old people's hearts grew sick with suspense. And then at last in September the courier brought a letter, written from Plymouth, which told the mother that it was too late, that he had in fact engaged himself to Mr. Drake in August, before he had come to Great Keynes at all, and that in honour he must keep his engagement. He asked pardon of his father for his hastiness, but it seemed a cold and half-hearted sorrow, and the letter ended by announcing that the little fleet would sail in November, and that at present they were busy fitting the ships and engaging the men, and that there would be no opportunity for him to return to wish them good-bye before he sailed. It was plain that the lad was angry still. Sir Nicholas did not say much, but a silence fell on the house. Lady Maxwell sent for Isabel, and they had a long interview. The old lady was astonished at the girl's quietness and resignation. Yes, she said, she loved Hubert with all her heart. She had loved him for a long while. No, she was not angry, only startled. What would she do about the difference in religion? Could she marry him while one was a Catholic and the other a Protestant? No, they would never be happy like that, and she did not know what she would do. She supposed she would wait and see. Yes, she would wait and see. That was all that could be done. And then had come a silent burst of tears, and the girl had sunk down on her knees and hidden her face in the old lady's lap, and the wrinkled, jewelled old hand passed quietly over the girl's black hair. But no more had been said, and Isabel presently got up and went home to the Dower House. The autumn went by, and November came, and there was no further word from Hubert. Then towards the end of November a report reached them from Anthony at Lambeth that the fleet had sailed, but had put back into Falmouth after a terrible storm in the Channel, and hope just raised its head. Then one evening after supper Sir Nicholas complained of fever and restlessness, and went early to bed. In the night he was delirious. Mistress Margaret hastened up at midnight from the Dower House, and a groom galloped off to Lindfield before morning to fetch the doctor, and another to fetch Mr. Barnes the priest from Cuckfield. Sir Nicholas was bled to reduce the fever of the pneumonia that had attacked him. All day long he was sinking. About 11 o'clock that night he fell asleep apparently, and Lady Maxwell, who had watched incessantly, was persuaded to lie down. But at 3 o'clock in the morning on the 1st of December, Mistress Margaret awakened her, and together they knelt by the bedside of the old man. The priest, who had anointed him on the previous evening, knelt behind, repeating the prayers for the dying. Sir Nicholas lay on his back, supported by pillows, under the gloom of the black old four-posted bed. A wood fire glowed on the hearth, and the air was fragrant with the scent of the burning cedar logs. A crucifix was in the old man's hands, but his eyes were bright with fever, and his fingers every now and then relaxed, and then tightened their hold again on the cool silver of the figure of the crucified Saviour. His lips were moving tremulously, and his ruddy old face was pale now. The priest's voice went on steadily. The struggle was beginning. Proficiscere anima Christiana de hoc mundo. Go forth, Christian soul, from this world, in the name of God the Father Almighty, who created thee, in the name of Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, who suffered for thee, in the name of the Holy Ghost, who was shed forth upon thee, in the name of angels and archangels, in the name of thrones and dominions, in the name of principalities and powers. Suddenly the old man, whose head had been slowly turning from side to side, ceased his movement, and his open mouth closed. He was looking steadily at his wife, and a look of recognition came back to his eyes. "Sweetheart," he said, and smiled, and died. Isabel did not see much of Mistress Margaret for the next few days. She was constantly with her sister, and when she came to the Dower House now and then, said little to the girl. There were curious rumours in the village. Strangers came and went continually, and there was a vast congregation at the funeral, when the body of the old knight was laid to rest in the Maxwell chapel. The following day the air of mystery deepened, and young Mrs. Melton whispered to Isabel, with many glances and becks, that she and her man had seen lights through the chapel windows at 3 o'clock that morning. Isabel went into the chapel presently to visit the grave, and there was a new smear of black on the east wall, as if a taper had been set too near. The courier who had been dispatched to announce to Hubert that his father had died, and left him master of the hall and estate, with certain conditions, returned at the end of the month with the news that the fleet had sailed again on the 13th, and that Hubert was gone with it. So Lady Maxwell, now more silent and retired than ever, for the present retained her old position, and Mr. Piers took charge of the estate. Although Isabel outwardly was very little changed in the last 6 years, great movements had been taking place in her soul, and if Hubert had only known the state of the case, possibly he would not have gone so hastily with Mr. Drake. The close companionship of such an one as Mistress Margaret was doing its almost inevitable work, And the girl had been learning that behind the brilliant and even crude surface of the Catholic practice there lay still and beautiful depths of devotion which she had scarcely dreamed of. The old nun's life was a revelation to Isabel. She heard from her bed in the black winter mornings her footsteps in the next room, and soon learnt that Mistress Margaret spent at least 2 hours in prayer before she appeared at all. 2 or 3 times in the day she knew that she retired again for the same purpose, and again an hour after she was in bed there were the same gentle movements next door. She began to discover too that for the Catholic, as well as for the Puritan, the person of the Saviour was the very heart of religion, that her own devotion to Christ was a very languid flame by the side of the ardent, inarticulate passion of this soul who believed herself his wedded spouse, and that the worship of the saints and the Blessed Mother, instead of distracting the love of the Christian soul, rather seemed to augment it. The King of Love stood, as she fancied sometimes, to Catholic eyes in a glow of ineffable splendour, and the faces of his adoring court reflected the ruddy glory on all sides, thus refracting the light of their central sun, instead of, as she had thought, obscuring it. Other difficulties too began to seem oddly unreal and intangible, when she had looked at them in the light of Mistress Margaret's clear old eyes and candid face. It was a real event in her inner life when she first began to understand what the Rosary meant to Catholics. Mistress Corbet had told her what was the actual use of the beads, and how the mysteries of Christ's life and death were to be pondered over as the various prayers were said; but it had hitherto seemed to Isabel as if this method were an elaborate and superstitious substitute for reading the inspired record of the New Testament. She had been sitting out in the little walled garden in front of the Dower House one morning on an early summer day after her father's death, and Mistress Margaret had come out in her black dress and stood for a moment looking at her irresolutely, framed in the dark doorway. Then she had come slowly across the grass, and Isabel had seen for the first time in her fingers a string of ivory beads. Mistress Margaret sat down on a garden chair a little way from her, and let her hands sink into her lap, still holding the beads. Isabel said nothing, but went on reading. Presently she looked up again, and the old lady's eyes were half closed, and her lips just moving, and the beads passing slowly through her fingers. She looked almost like a child dreaming, in spite of her wrinkles and her snowy hair. The pale light of a serene soul lay on her face. This did not look like the mechanical performance that Isabel had always associated with the idea of beads. So the minutes passed away. Every time that Isabel looked up, there was the little white face with the long lashes lying on the cheek, and the crown of snowy hair and lace, and the luminous look of a soul in conscious communion with the unseen. When the old lady had finished, she twisted the beads about her fingers and opened her eyes. Isabel had an impulse to speak. "Mistress Margaret," she said, "may I ask you something?" "Of course, my darling," the old lady said. "I have never seen you use those before. I cannot understand them." "What is it," asked the old lady, "that you don't understand? How can prayers said over and over again like that be any good?" Mistress Margaret was silent for a moment. "I saw young Mrs. Martin last week," she said, "with her little girl in her lap. Amy had her arms round her mother's neck, and was being rocked to and fro, and every time she rocked she said, 'Oh, mother.'" "But then," said Isabel after a moment's silence, "she was only a child." "'Except ye become like little children,'" quoted Mistress Margaret softly. "You see, my Isabel, we are nothing more than children with God and his Blessed Mother, to say Hail Mary, Hail Mary, is the best way of telling her how much we love her. And then this string of beads is like Our Lady's girdle, and her children love to finger it and whisper to her. And then we say our Pater Nosters too, and all the while we are talking she is showing us pictures of her dear child, and we look at all the great things he did for us, one by one, and then we turn the page and begin again." "I see," said Isabel, and after a moment or two's silence Mistress Margaret got up and went into the house. The girl sat still with her hands clasped round her knee. How strange and different this religion was to the fiery gospel she had heard last year at Northampton from the harsh, stern preacher, at whose voice a veil seemed to rend and show a red hot heaven behind. How tender and simple this was, like a blue summer sky with drifting clouds. If only it was true. If only there were a great Mother whose girdle was of beads strung together, which dangled into every Christian's hands, whose face bent down over every Christian's bed, and whose mighty and tender arms, that had held her Son and God, were still stretched out beneath her other children; and Isabel, whose soul yearned for a mother, sighed as she reminded herself that there was but one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus. And so the time went by like an outgoing tide, silent and steady. The old nun did not talk much to the girl about dogmatic religion, for she was in a difficult position. She was timid certainly of betraying her faith by silence, but she was also timid of betraying her trust by speech. Sometimes she felt she had gone too far, sometimes not far enough; but on the whole her practice was never to suggest questions, but only to answer them when Isabel asked, and to occupy herself with affirmative rather than with destructive criticism. More than this she hesitated to do out of honour for the dead; less than this she dared not do out of love for God and Isabel. But there were 3 or 4 conversations that she felt were worth waiting for, and the look on Isabel's face afterwards, and the sudden questions she would ask sometimes after a fit of silence, made her friend's heart quicken towards her, and her prayers more fervent. The two were sitting together one December day in Isabel's upstairs room, and the girl, who had just come in from a solitary walk, was half kneeling on the window seat and drumming her fingers softly on the panes as she looked out at the red western sky. "I used to think," she said, "that Catholics had no spiritual life; but now it seems to me that in comparison we Puritans have none. You know so much about the soul, as to what is from God and what from the evil one, and we have to grope for ourselves; and yet our Saviour said that his sheep should know his voice. I do not understand it." And she turned towards Mistress Margaret, who had laid down her work and was listening. "Dear child," she said, "if you mean our priests and spiritual writers, it is because they study it. We believe in the science of the soul, and we consult our spiritual guides for our soul's health, as the leech for our body's health. But why must you ask the priest, if the Lord speaks to all alike? He speaks through the priest, my dear, as he does through the physician." "But why should the priest know better than the people?" pursued Isabel, intent on her point. "Because he tells us what the Church says," said the other, smiling. "It is his business. He need not be any better or cleverer in other respects. The baker may be a thief or a foolish fellow, but his bread is good." "But how do you know," went on Isabel, who thought Mistress Margaret a little slow to see her point, How do you know that the Church is right?" The old nun considered a moment, and then lifted her embroidery again. "Why do you think," she asked, beginning to sew, "that each single soul that asks God's guidance is right?" "Because the Holy Ghost is promised to such," said Isabel, wondering. "Then is it not likely," went on the other, still stitching, "that the millions of souls who form Holy Church are right, when they all agree together?" Isabel moved a little impatiently. "You see," went on Mistress Margaret, "that is what we Catholics believe our Saviour meant when he said that the gates of hell should not prevail against his Church." But Isabel was not content. She broke in: "But why are not the Scriptures sufficient? They are God's word." The other put down her embroidery again, and smiled up into the girl's puzzled eyes. "Well, my child," she said, "do they seem sufficient, when you look at Christendom now? If they are so clear, how is it that you have the Lutherans, and the Anabaptists, and the Family of Love, and the Calvinists, and the Church of England, all saying they hold to the Scriptures alone?" "Nay, nay, the Scriptures are the grammar, and the Church is the dame that teaches out of it; and she knows so well much that is not in the grammar, and we name that tradition. But where there is no dame to teach, the children soon fall a fighting about the book and the meaning of it." Isabel looked at Mistress Margaret a moment, and then turned back again to the window in silence. At another time they had a word or two about Peter's prerogatives. "Surely," said Isabel suddenly, as they walked together in the garden, "Christ is the one foundation of the Church. St. Paul tells us so expressly." "Yes, my dear," said the nun, "but then Christ our Lord said, 'Thou art Peter, and on this rock I will build my Church.' So he who is the only good shepherd said to Peter, 'Feed my sheep.' And he that is clavis David, and that openeth and none shutteth, said to him, 'I will give thee the keys; and whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven.' That is why we call Peter the vicar of Christ." Isabel raised her eyebrows. "Surely, surely," she began. "Yes, my child," said Mistress Margaret, "I know it is new and strange to you; but it was not to your grandfather or his forbears. To them, as to me, it is the plain meaning of the words. We Catholics are a simple folk; we hold that what our Saviour said simply, he meant simply, as we do in the sacred mystery of his body and blood. To us, you know," she went on, smiling, with a hand on the girl's arm, "it seems as if you Protestants twisted the word of God against all justice." Isabel smiled back at her, but she was puzzled. The point of view was new to her. And yet in the garden a few months later, as they sat out together on the lawn, the girl opened the same subject. "Mistress Margaret," she said, "I have been thinking a great deal, and it seems very plain when you talk; but you know our great divines could answer you, though I cannot. My father was no Papist, and Dr. Grindal and the bishops are all wise men. How do you answer that?" The nun looked silently down at the grass a moment or two. "It is the old tale," she said at last, looking up. "We cannot believe that the babes and sucklings are as likely to be right in such matters as the wise and prudent; even more likely, if our Saviour's words are to be believed. Dear child, do you not see that our Lord came to save all men, and call all men into his Church; and that therefore he must have marked his Church in such a manner that the most ignorant may perceive it as easily as the most learned? Learning is very well, and it is the gift of God, but salvation and grace cannot depend upon it. It needs an architect to understand why Paul's church is strong and beautiful, and what makes it so. But any child or foolish fellow can see that it is so." "I do not understand," said Isabel, wrinkling her forehead. "Why, this, that you are as likely to know the Catholic Church when you see it, as Dr. Grindal or Dr. Freake, or your dear father himself. Only a divine can explain about it and understand it. But you and I are as fit to see it and walk into it as any of them." "But then why are they not all Catholics?" asked Isabel, still bewildered. "Ah," said the nun softly, "God alone knows, who reads hearts and calls whom He will. But learning, at least, has not to do with it." Conversations of this kind that took place now and then between the two were sufficient to show Mistress Margaret, like tiny bubbles on the surface of a clear stream, the swift movement of this limpid soul that she loved so well. But on the other hand, all the girl's past life and most sacred and dear associations were in conflict with this movement. The memory of her quiet, wise father rose and reproached her sometimes. Anthony's enthusiastic talk, when he came down from Lambeth, on the glorious destinies of the Church of England, and her gallant protests against the corruptions of the West, and of her future unique position in Christendom as the national church of the most progressive country, all this caused her to shrink back terrified from the bourne to which she was drifting, and from the breach that must follow with her brother. But above all else that caused her pain was the shocking suspicion that her love for Hubert perhaps was influencing her, and that she was living in gross self-deception as to the sincerity of her motives. This culminated at last in a scene that seriously startled the old nun. It took place one summer night after Hubert's departure in Mr. Drake's expedition. Mistress Margaret had seen Isabel to her room, and an hour later had finished her night office and was thinking of preparing herself to bed, when there was a hurried tap at the door, and Isabel came quickly in, her face pale and miserable, her great grey eyes full of trouble and distraction, and her hair on her shoulders. "My dear child," said the nun, "what is it?" Isabel closed the door and stood looking at her with her lips parted. "How can I know, Mistress Margaret," she said, in the voice of a sleep walker, "whether this is the voice of God or of my own wicked self? No, no," she went on, as the other came towards her, frightened. "Let me tell you, I must speak." "Yes, my child, you shall; but come and sit down first." And she drew her to a chair and set her in it, and threw a wrap over her knees and feet, and sat down beside her and took one of her hands and held it between her own. "Now then, Isabel, what is it?" "I have been thinking over it all so long," began the girl in the same tremulous voice, with her eyes fixed on the nun's face, "and to-night in bed I could not bear it any longer. You see, I love Hubert, and I used to think I loved our Saviour too, but now I do not know. It seems as if He was leading me to the Catholic Church. All is so much more plain and easy there, it seems. It seems to make sense in the Catholic Church, and all the rest of us are wandering in the dark. But if I become a Catholic, you see, I can marry Hubert then, and I cannot help thinking of that, and wanting to marry him. But then perhaps that is the reason that I think I see it all so plainly, just because I want to see it plainly. And what am I to do? Why will not our Lord show me my own heart, and what is His will?" Mistress Margaret shook her head gently. "Dear child," she said, "our Saviour loves you and wishes to make you happy. Do you not think that perhaps He is helping you and making it easy in this way, by drawing you to His Church through Hubert? Why should not both be his will, that you should become a Catholic and marry Hubert as well?" "Yes," said Isabel, "but how can I tell?" "There is only one thing to be done," went on the old lady. "Be quite simple and quiet. Whenever your soul begins to be disturbed and anxious, put yourself in his hands, and refuse to decide for yourself. It is so easy, so easy." "But why should I be so anxious and disturbed, if it were not our Lord speaking and warning me?" "In the Catholic Church," said Mistress Margaret, "we know well about all those movements of the soul, and we call them scruples. You must resist them, dear child, like temptations. We are told that if a soul is in grace and desires to serve God, then whenever our Lord speaks, it is to bring sweetness with him; and when it is the evil one, he brings disturbance. And that is why I am sure that these questionings are not from God. You feel stifled, is it not so, when you try to pray, and all seems empty of God? The waves and storms are going over you. But lie still and be content, and refuse to be disturbed, and you will soon be at peace again and see the light clearly." Mistress Margaret found herself speaking simply in short words and sentences, as to a child. She had seen that for a long while past the clouds had been gathering over Isabel, and that her soul was at present completely overcast, and unable to perceive or decide anything clearly; and so she gave her this simple advice, and did her utmost to soothe her, knowing that such a clean soul would not be kept long in the dark. She knelt down with Isabel presently and prayed aloud with her, in a quiet even voice. A patch of moonlight lay on the floor, and something of its white serenity seemed to be in the old nun's tones, as she entreated the merciful Lord to bid peace again to this anxious soul, and to let her see light again through the dark. And when she had taken Isabel back again to her own room at last, and had seen her safely into bed, and kissed her good night, already the girl's face was quieter as it lay on the pillow, and the lines were smoothed out of her forehead. "God bless you," said Mistress Margaret. End of chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hubert's return. After the sailing of Mr. Drake's expedition, the friends of the adventurers had to wait in patience for several months before news arrived. Then the Elizabeth, under the command of Mr. Winter, which had been separated from Mr. Drake's Pelican in a gale off the southwest coast of America, returned to England, bringing the news of Mr. Doughty's execution for desertion. But of the Pelican herself there was no further news, until complaints arrived from the Viceroy of New Spain of Mr. Drake's ravages up the west coast. Then silence again fell for 18 months. Anthony had followed the fortunes of the Pelican, in which Hubert had sailed, with a great deal of interest, and it was with real relief that after the burst of joy in London at the news of her safe return to Plymouth with an incalculable amount of plunder, he had word from Lady Maxwell that she hoped he would come down at once to Great Keynes and help to welcome Hubert home. He was not able to go at once, for his duties detained him; but a couple of days after the Hall had welcomed its new master, Anthony was at the Dower House again with Isabel. He found her extraordinarily bright and vivacious, and was delighted at the change, for he had been troubled the last time he had seen her, a few months before, at her silence and listlessness. But her face was radiant now, as she threw herself into his arms at the door, and told him that they were all to go to supper that night at the Hall, and that Hubert had been keeping his best stories on purpose for his return. She showed him, when they got up to his room at last, little things Hubert had given her, carved nuts, a Spanish coin or two, and an ingot of gold, but of which she would say nothing, but only laugh and nod her head. Hubert, too, when he saw him that evening, seemed full of the same sort of half suppressed happiness that shone out now and again suddenly. There he sat for hours after supper that night, broader and more sunburnt than ever, with his brilliant eyes glancing round as he talked, and his sinewy man's hand in the delicate creamy ruff, making little explanatory movements, and drawing a map once or twice in spilled wine on the polished oak. The three ladies sat forward and watched him breathlessly, or leaned back and sighed as each tale ended; and Anthony found himself too carried away with enthusiasm again and again, as he looked at this gallant sea dog in his gold chain and satin and jewels, and listened to his stories. "It was bitter cold," said Hubert in his strong voice, telling them of Mr. Doughty's death, "on the morning itself, and snow lay on the decks when we rose. Mr. Fletcher had prepared a table in the poop cabin, with a white cloth and bread and wine; and at 9 o'clock we were all assembled that we might see into the cabin. And Mr. Fletcher said the communion service, and Mr. Drake and Mr. Doughty received the sacrament there at his hands. Some of Mr. Doughty's men had all they could do to keep back their tears, for you know, mother, they were good friends. And then, when it was done, we made 2 lines down the deck to where the block stood by the main mast, and the 2 came down together, and they kissed one another there. And Mr. Doughty spoke to the men and bade them pray for the Queen's grace with him, and they did. And then he and Mr. Drake put off their doublets, and Mr. Doughty knelt at the block and said another prayer or 2, and then laid his head down, and he was shivering a little with the cold. And then when he gave the sign, Mr. Drake—" and Hubert brought the edge of his hand down sharply, and the glasses rang, and the ladies drew quick hissing breaths, and Lady Maxwell put her hand on her son's arm as he looked round on all their faces. Then he told them of the expedition up the west coast, and of the towns they sacked, and the opulent names rolled oddly off his tongue, and seemed to bring a whiff of southern scent into this panelled English room: Valparaiso, Tarapaca, and Arica; and of the capture of the Cacafuego off Quibdó, and of the enormous treasure they took, the great golden crucifix with emeralds the size of pigeons' eggs, and the chests of pearls, and the 26 tons of silver, and the wedges of pure gold from the Peruvian galleon, and of the golden falcon from the Chinese trader that they captured south of Guatulco. And he described the search up the coast for the passage eastwards that never existed, and of Drake's superb resolve to return westwards instead, by the Moluccas, and how they stayed at Terngate south of Celebes, and coasted along Java seeking a passage, and found it in the Sunda Strait, and broke out from the treacherous islands into the open sea, crossed to Africa, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, came up the west coast, touching at Sierra Leone, and so home again along the Spanish and French coasts to Plymouth Sound and the pealing of Plymouth bells. And he broke out into something very like eloquence when he spoke of Drake. "Never was such a captain," he cried, "with his little stiff beard and his obstinate eyes. I have seen him stand on the poop, when the arrows were like hail on the deck, with one finger in the ring round his neck, so," and Hubert thrust a tanned finger into a link of his chain and lifted his chin, "just making little signs to the steersman with his hand behind his back to bring the ship nearer to the Spaniard. As cool, I tell you, as cool as if he were playing Marals. Oh, and then when we boarded, out came his finger from his ring, and there was none that struck so true and fierce, and all in silence too, without an oath or a cry or a word. except maybe to give an order. But he was very sharp with all that angered him. When we sighted the Madre de Dios, I ran into his cabin to tell him of it, without saluting, so full was my head of the chase. And he looked at me like ice, and then roared at me to know where my manners were, and bade me go out and enter again properly, before he would hear my news. And then I heard him rating the man that stood at his door for letting me pass in that state. At his dinner, too, which he took alone, there were always trumpets to blow, as when her Grace dines. When he laughed, it seemed as if he did it with a grave face. There was a piece of grand fooling when we got out from among those weary Indian islands, where the great crabs be, and flies that burn in the dark, as I told you. Mr. Fletcher the minister played the coward one night when we ran aground, and bade us think of our sins and our immortal souls, instead of urging us to be smart about the ship. And he did it too, not as Mr. Drake might do, but in such a melancholy voice, as if we were all at our last hour. So when we were free of our trouble and out on the main again, we were all called by the drum to the forecastle, and there Mr. Drake sat on a sea chest, as solemn as a judge, so that not a man durst laugh, with a pair of pantoufles in his hand, and Mr. Fletcher was brought before him, trying to smile as if it was a jest for him too, between two guards, and there he was arraigned, and the witnesses were called, and Tom Moore said how he was tapped on the shoulder by Mr. Fletcher as he was getting a pick from the hold, and how he was as white as a ghost, and bade him think on Mr. Doughty, how there was no mercy for him when he needed it, and so there would be none for us. And then other witnesses came, and then Mr. Fletcher tried to make his defence, saying how it was the part of a minister to bid men think on their souls. But 'twas no good. Mr. Drake declared him guilty, and sentenced him to be kept in irons till he repented of that his cowardice. And then, which was the cream of the joke, since the prisoner was a minister, Mr. Drake declared him excommunicate, and cut off from the Church of God, and given over to the devil, and he was put in irons too for a while, so 'twas not all a joke.
"And what is Mr. Drake doing now?" asked Lady Maxwell.
"Oh, Drake is in London," said Hubert. "Oh yes, and you must all come to Deptford, when her Grace is going to be there. Anthony, lad, you'll come?" Anthony said he would certainly do his best, and Isabel put out her hand to her brother and beamed at him, and then turned to look at Hubert again.
"And what are you to do next?"
asked Mistress Margaret. "Well," he said, "I am to go to Plymouth again presently, to help to get the treasure out of the ships, and I must be there too for the spring and summer, for Drake wants me to help him with his new expedition."
"But you're not going with him again, my son?"
said his mother quickly. Hubert put out his hand to her. "No, no," he said. "I've written to tell him I cannot. I must take my father's place here. He will understand." And he gave one swift glance at Isabel, and her eyes fell. Anthony was obliged to return to Lambeth after a day or two, and he carried with him a heart full of admiration and enthusiasm for his friend. He had wondered once or twice, too, as his eyes fell on Isabel, whether there was anything in what Mistress Corbet had said, but he dared not speak to her, and still less to Hubert, unless his confidence was first sought. The visit to Deptford, which took place a week or two later, gave an additional spurt to Anthony's nationalism. London was all on fire at the return of the buccaneers, and as Anthony rode down the south bank of the river from Lambeth to join the others at the inn, the 3 miles of river beyond London Bridge were an inspiriting sight in the bright winter sunshine, crowded with craft of all kinds, bright with bunting, that were making their way down to the naval Triumph. The road, too, was thick with vehicles and pedestrians. It was still early when he met his party at the inn, and Hubert took them immediately to see the Pelican that was drawn up in a little creek on the south bank. Mistress Margaret had not come, So the four went together all over the ship that had been for these years the perilous home of this sunburnt lad they all loved so well. Hubert pointed out Drake's own cabin at the poop, with its stern windows, where the last sacrament of the two friends had been celebrated, and where Drake himself had eaten in royal fashion to the sound of trumpets, and slept with all-night sentries at his door. He showed them too his own cabin, where he had lived with 3 more officers, and the upper poop deck, where Drake would sit hour after hour with his spy-glass, ranging the horizons for treasure ships. And he showed them too the high forecastle and the men's quarters, and Isabel fingered delicately the touch holes of the very guns that had roared and snapped so fiercely at the Dons. And they peered down into the dark empty hold where the treasure chests had lain, and up at the 3 masts and the rigging that had borne so long the swift wings of the Pelican. And they heard the hiss and rattle of the ropes as Hubert ordered a man to run up a flag to show them how it was done. And they smelled the strange tarry briny smell of a sea-going ship. "You are not tired?" Anthony said to his sister as they walked back to the inn from which they were to see the spectacle. She shook her head happily, and Anthony, looking at her, once more questioned himself whether Mistress Corbet were right or not. When they had settled down at last to their window, the crowds were gathering thicker every moment about the entrance to the ship, which lay in the creek perhaps 100 yards from the inn, and on the road along which the Queen was to come from Greenwich. Anthony felt his whole heart go out in sympathy to these joyous shouting folk beneath, who were here to celebrate the gallant pluck of a little bearded man and his followers, who for the moment stood for England, and in whose presence just now the Queen herself must take second place. Even the quacks and salesmen who were busy in their booths all round used patriotism to push their bargains. "Spanish ointment, Spanish ointment," bellowed a red-faced herbalist in a doctor's gown just below the window. "The Dons know what's best for wounds and knocks after Frankie Drake's visit." And the crowd laughed and bought up his boxes. And another drove a roaring business in green glass beads, reported to be the exact size of the emeralds taken from the Cacafuego. And others sold little models of the Pelican, warranted to frighten away Dons and all other kinds of devils from the house that possessed one. Isabel laughed with pleasure, and sent Anthony down to buy one for her. But perhaps more than all else the sight of the seamen themselves stirred his heart. Most of them, officers as well as men, were dressed with absurd extravagance, for the prize money, even after the deduction of the Queen's lion's share, had been immense. But beneath their plumed and jewel-buckled caps, brown faces looked out, alert and capable, with tight lips and bright puckered eyes, with something of the terrier in their expression. There they swaggered along with a slight roll in their walk, by ones or twos, through the crowd that formed lanes to let them pass, and surged along in their wake, shouting after them and clapping them on the back. Anthony watched them eagerly as they made their way from all directions to where the Pelican lay, for it was close on noon. Then from far away came the boom of the Tower guns, and then the nearer crash of those that guarded the dockyard, and last the deafening roar of the Pelican broadside. And then the smoke rose and drifted in a heavy veil in the keen frosty air over the cheering crowds. When it lifted again, there was the flash of gold and colour from the Greenwich road, and the high braying of the trumpets pierced the roaring welcome of the people. But the watchers at the windows could see no more over the heads of the crowd than the plumes of the royal carriage, as the Queen dismounted, and a momentary glimpse of her figure and the group round her as she passed on to the deck of the Pelican, and went immediately below to the banquet, while the parish church bells pealed a welcome. Lady Maxwell insisted that Isabel should now dine, as there would be no more to be seen till the Queen should come up on deck again. Of the actual ceremony of the knighting of Mr. Drake they had a very fair view, though the figures were little and far away. The first intimation they had that the banquet was over was the sight of the scarlet-clad yeomen emerging one by one up the little hatchway that led below. The halberdiers lined the decks already, with their weapons flashing in long curved lines, and by the time that the trumpets began to sound to show that the Queen was on her way from below, the decks were one dense mass of colour and steel, with a lane left to the foot of the poop stairs by which she would ascend. Then at last the two figures appeared, the Queen radiant in cloth of gold, and Mr. Drake alert and brisk in his court suit and sword. There was silence from the crowd as the adventurer knelt before the Queen, and Anthony held his breath with excitement as he caught the flash of the slender sword that an officer had put into the Queen's hand. And then an inconceivable noise broke out as Sir Francis Drake stood up. The crowd was one open mouth shouting. The church bells burst into peals overhead, and answered by the roll of drums from the deck and the blare of trumpets, and then the whole din sank into nothingness for a moment under the heart-shaking crash of the ship's broadside, echoed instantly by the deeper roar of the dockyard guns, and answered after a moment or two from far away by the dull boom from the tower. And Anthony leaned yet further from the window and added his voice to the tumult. As he rode back alone to Lambeth, after parting with the others at London Bridge, for they intended to go down home again that night, he was glowing with national zeal. He had seen not only royalty and magnificence, but an apotheosis of character that day. There, in the little trim figure with the curly hair kneeling before the Queen, was England at its best, England that sent 2 ships against an empire; and it was the Church that claimed Sir Francis Drake as a son, and indeed a devoted one, in a sense, that Anthony himself was serving here at Lambeth, and for which he felt a real and fervent enthusiasm. He was surprised a couple of days later to receive a note in Lady Maxwell's handwriting, brought up by a special messenger from the Hall. "There is a friend of mine," she wrote, "to come to Lambeth House presently, he tells me, to be kept a day or two in ward before he is sent to Wisbeach. He is a Catholic, named Mr. Henry Buxton, who showed me great love during the sorrow of my dear husband's death. And I write to you to show kindness to him, and to get him a good bed, and all that may comfort him. For I know not whether Lambeth prison is easy or hard, but I hope perhaps that since my Lord Archbishop is a prisoner himself, he has pity on such as are so too, and so my pains be in vain. However, if you will see Mr. Buxton at least, and have some talk with him, and show him this letter, it will cheer him perhaps to see a friend's face." Anthony, of course, made inquiries at once, and found that Mr. Buxton was to arrive on the following afternoon. It was the custom to send prisoners occasionally to Lambeth, more particularly those more distinguished, or who it was hoped could be persuaded to friendly conference. Mr. Buxton, however, was thought to be incorrigible, and was only sent there because there was some delay in the preparations for his reception at Wisbeach, which since the previous year had been used as an overflow prison for Papists. On the evening of the next day, which was Friday, Anthony went straight out from the Hall after supper to the Gateway Prison, and found Mr. Buxton at a fish supper in the little prison in the outer part of the eastern tower. He introduced himself, but found it necessary to show Lady Maxwell's letter before the prisoner was satisfied as to his identity. "You must pardon me, Mr. Norris," he said, when he had read the letter and asked a question or two, "but we poor Papists are bound to be shy. Why, in this very room," he went on, pointing to the inner corner away from the door, and smiling, "for aught I know a man sits now to hear us." Anthony was considerably astonished to see this stranger point so confidently to the hiding hole, where indeed the warder used to sit sometimes behind a brick partition to listen to the talk of the prisoners, and showed his surprise. "Ah, Mr. Norris," the other said, "we Papists are bound to be well informed, or else where were our lives? But come, sir, let us sit down." Anthony apologised for interrupting him at his supper, and offered to come again; but Mr. Buxton begged him not to leave, as he had nearly finished. So Anthony sat down and observed the prison and the prisoner. It was fairly well provided with necessaries. A good straw bed lay in one corner on trestles, and washing utensils stood at the further wall, and there was an oil lamp that hung high up from an iron pin. The prisoner's luggage lay still half unpacked on the floor, and a row of pegs held a hat and a cloak. Mr. Buxton himself was a dark-haired man with a short beard and merry bright eyes, and was dressed soberly as a gentleman, and behaved himself with courtesy and assurance. But it was a queer place, with this flickering lamp, thought Anthony, for a gentleman to be eating his supper in. When Mr. Buxton had finished his dish of roach and a tankard of ale, he looked up at Anthony, smiling. "My lord knows the ways of Catholics, then?" he said, pointing to the bones on his plate. Anthony explained that the Protestants observed the Friday abstinence too. "Ah, yes," said the other, "I was forgetting the Queen's late injunctions. Let us see, how did it run? 'The same is not required for any liking of Papish superstitions or ceremonies,' is it? 'Hitherto used, which utterly are to be detested of all Christian folk.' No, the last word or two is a gloss. 'But only to maintain the mariners in this land, and to set men a-fishing.' That is the sense of it, is it not, sir? You fast, that is, not for heavenly reasons, which were a foolish and Papish thing to do, but for earthly reasons, which is a reasonable and Protestant thing to do." Anthony might have taken this assault a little amiss, if he had not seen a laughing light in his companion's eyes, and remembered too that imprisonment is apt to breed a little bitterness. So he smiled back at him. They soon fell to talking of Lady Maxwell and Great Keynes, where it seemed that Mr. Buxton had stayed more than once. "I knew Sir Nicholas well," he said. "God rest his soul. It seems to me he is one of those whose life continually gave the lie to men who say that a Catholic can be no true Englishman. There never beat a more loyal heart than his." Anthony agreed, but asked if it were not true that Catholics were in difficulties sometimes as to the proper authority to be obeyed, the Pope or the Prince. "It is true," said the other, "or it might be. Yet the principle is clear. Date Caesare quae sunt Caesaris. The difficulty lies but in the application of the maxim." "But with us," said Anthony, "Church of England folk, there hardly can be ever any such difficulty, for the Prince of the State is the governor of the Church as well." "I take your point," said Mr. Buxton. "You mean that a national church is better, for that spiritual and temporal authorities are then at one." "Just so," said Anthony, beginning to warm to his favourite theme. "The Church is the nation regarded as religious. When England wars on land, it is through her army, which is herself under arms. When on sea, she embarks in the navy; and in the warfare with spiritual powers, it is through her Church. And surely in this way the Church must always be the Church of the people. The Englishman and the Spaniard are like cat and dog. They like not the same food, nor the same kind of coat. I hear that their buildings are not like ours; their language, nay, their faces and minds are not like ours. Then why should be their prayers and their religion? I quarrel with no foreigner's faith. It is God who made us so." Anthony stopped breathless with his unusual eloquence. but it was the subject that lay nearest to his heart at present, and he found no lack of words. The prisoner had watched him with twinkling eyes, nodding his head as if in agreement, and when he had finished his little speech, nodded again in meditative silence. "It is complete," he answered, "complete; and as a theory would be convincing. And I envy you, Master Norris, for you stand on the top of the wave. That is what England holds. But, my dear sir, Christ our Lord refused such a kingdom as that. 'My kingdom,' he said, 'is not of this world; is not, that is, ruled by the world's divisions and systems.' You have described Babel, every nation with its own language; but it was to undo Babel and to build one spiritual city that our Saviour came down, and sent the Holy Ghost to make the Church at Pentecost, out of Arabians and Medes and Elamites, to break down the partition walls, as the Apostle tells us, that there be neither Jew nor Greek, barbarian nor Scythian, and to establish one vast kingdom, which for that very reason we name Catholic; to destroy differences between nation and nation, by lifting each to be of the people of God; to pull down Babel, the city of confusion, and build Jerusalem, the city of peace." "Dear God!" cried Mr. Buxton, rising in his excitement and standing over Anthony, who looked at him astonished and bewildered. "You and your England would parcel out the kingdom of heaven into national churches, as you name them, among all the kingdoms of the world; and yet you call yourselves the servants of Him who came to do just the opposite; yes, and who will do it in spite of you, and make the kingdoms of this world instead the kingdom of our Lord and of His Christ. Why, if each nation is to have her church, why not each county and each town? Yes, and each separate soul too, for all are different? Nay, nay, Master Norris, you are blinded by the prince of this world. He is shewing you even now from a high mountain the kingdoms of this world and the glory of them. Lift your eyes, dear lad, to the hills, from whence cometh your help, those hills higher than the mountain where you stand, and see the new Jerusalem and the glory of her, coming down from God to dwell with men." Mr. Buxton stood, his eyes blazing, plainly carried away wholly by enthusiasm; and Anthony, in spite of himself, could not be angry. He moistened his lips once or twice. "Oh, well, sir, of course I hold with what you say in one sense; but it is not come yet, and never will, till our Lord comes back to make all plain." "Not come yet?" cried the other, "not come yet? Why, what is the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church but that? There you have one visible kingdom, gathered out of every nation and tongue and people, as the Apostle said. I have a little estate in France, Master Norris, where I go sometimes; and there are folk in their wooden shoes, talking a different human tongue to me, but, thank God, the same divine one, of contrition and adoration and prayer. There we have the same Mass, the same priesthood, the same blessed sacrament, and the same faith, as in my own little oratory at Stanfield. Go to Spain, Africa, Rome, India, wherever Christ is preached, there is the Church, as it is here, the city of peace. And as for you and your Church, with whom do you hold communion?" This stung Anthony, and he answered impulsively. "In Geneva and Frankfort at least there are folk who speak the same divine tongue, as you call it, as we do. They and we are agreed in matters of faith." "Indeed," said Mr. Buxton sharply, "then what becomes of your nationalism, and the varied temperaments that you told me God had made?" Anthony bit his lip; he had overshot his mark. But the other swept on, and as he talked began to step up and down the little room in a kind of rhapsody. "Is it possible," he cried, "that men should be so blind as to prefer the little divided companies they name national churches, all confusion and denial, to that glorious kingdom that Christ bought with his own dear blood, and has built upon Peter, against which the gates of hell shall not prevail? Yes, I know it is a flattering and a pleasant thought that this little nation should have her own church, and it is humbling and bitter that England should be called to submit to a foreign potentate in the affairs of faith. Nay, cry they like the Jews of old, not Christ but Barabbas. We will not have this man to reign over us. And yet this is God's will, and not that. Mark me, Mr. Norris, what you hope will never come to be. The liar will not keep his word. You shall not have that national church that you desire. As you have dealt, so will it be dealt to you. As you have rejected, so will you be rejected. England herself will cast you off. Your religious folk will break into 100 divisions. Even now your Puritans mock at your prelates. So soon. And if they do thus now, what will they do hereafter? But you have cast away authority, and authority shall forsake you. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. Forgive me, Mr. Norris," he added after a pause, "if I have been discourteous and have forgotten my manners. But I would, as the Apostle said, that you were altogether as I am, except these bonds." Chapter 4 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A countermarch. Isabel was sitting out alone in the Italian garden at the Hall, one afternoon in the summer following the visit to Deptford. Hubert was down at Plymouth, assisting in the preparations for the expedition that Drake hoped to conduct against Spain. The two countries were technically at peace, but the object with which he was going out, with the moral and financial support of the Queen, was a corporate demonstration against Spain of French, Portuguese, and English ships under the main command of Don Antonio, the Portuguese Pretender. It was proposed to occupy Terceira in the Azores, and Drake and Hawkins entertained the highest hopes of laying their hands on further plunder. She was leaning back in her seat, with her hands behind her head, thinking over her relations with Hubert. When he had been at home at the end of the previous year, he had apparently taken it for granted that the marriage would be celebrated. He had given her the gold nugget that she had showed Anthony, telling her he had brought it home for the wedding ring, and she understood that he was to come for his final answer as soon as his work at Plymouth was over. But not a word of explanation had passed between them on the religious difficulty. He had silenced her emphatically and kindly once when she had approached it, and she gathered from his manner that he suspected the direction in which her mind was turning, and was generously unwilling for her to commit herself an inch further than she saw. Else whence came his assurance? And for herself things were indeed becoming plain. She wondered why she had hesitated so long, why she was still hesitating. The cup was brimming above the edge; it needed but a faint touch of stimulus to precipitate all. And so Isabel lay back and pondered, with a touch of happy impatience at the workings of her own soul, for she dared not act without the final touch of conviction. Mistress Margaret had taught her that the swiftest flight of the soul was when there was least movement, when the soul knew how to throw itself with that supreme effort of cessation into the hands of God that He might bear it along; when, after informing the intellect and seeking by prayer for God's bounty, the humble client of heaven waited with uplifted eyes and ready heart until God should answer. And so she waited, knowing that the gift was at hand, yet not daring to snatch it. But in the meanwhile her imagination at least might act without restraint, so she sent it out like a bird from the ark to bring her the earnest of peace. There in the cloister wing somewhere lay the chapel where she and Hubert would kneel together. Somewhere beneath that grey roof, that was the terrace where she would walk one day as one who has a right there. Which of these windows would be hers? Not Lady Maxwell's, of course. She must keep that. Ah, how good God was! The tall door onto the terrace opened, and Mistress Margaret peered out with a letter in her hand. Isabel called to her, and the old nun came down the steps into the garden. Why did she walk so falteringly? The girl wondered, as if she could not see. What was it? What was it? Isabel rose to her feet, startled, as the nun with bent head came up the path. "What is it, Mistress Margaret?" The other tried to smile at her, but her lips were trembling too much, and the girl saw that her eyes were brimming with tears. She put the letter into her hand. Isabel lifted it in an agony of suspense, and saw her name in Hubert's handwriting. "What is it?" she said again, white to the lips. The old lady, as she turned away, glanced at her, and Isabel saw that her face was all twitching with the effort to keep back her tears. The girl had never seen her like that before, even at Sir Nicholas' death. Was there anything, she wondered as she looked, worse than death? But she was too dazed by the sight to speak, and Mistress Margaret went slowly back to the house unquestioned. Isabel turned the letter over once or twice, and then sat down and opened it. It was all in Hubert's sprawling handwriting, and was dated from Plymouth. It gave her news, first about the squadron, saying how Don Antonio had left London for Plymouth and was expected daily, and then followed this paragraph: "And now, dearest Isabel, I have such good news to give you. I have turned Protestant, and there's no reason why we should not be married as soon as I return. I know this will make you happy, to think that our religions are no longer different. I have thought of this so long, but would not tell you before for fear of disappointing you. Sir Francis Drake's religion seems to me the best. It is the religion of all the sea dogs, as they name us, and of the Queen's Grace, and it will be soon of all England. And more than that, it is the religion of my dearest mistress in love. I do not, of course, know very much of it as yet, but good Mr. Collins here has shown me the superstitions of Popery, and I hope now to be justified by faith without works, as the Gospel teaches. I fear that my mother and aunt will be much distressed by this news. I have written, too, to tell them of it. You must comfort them, dear love, and perhaps some day they too will see as we do." Then followed a few messages and loving phrases, and the letter ended. Isabel laid it down beside her on the low stone wall, and looked round her with eyes that saw nothing. There was the grey old house before her, and the terrace, and the cloister wing to the left, and the hot sunshine lay on it all, and drew out scents and colours from the flower beds, and joy from the insects that danced in the trembling air, and it all meant nothing to her, like a picture when the page is turned over. 5 minutes ago she was regarding her life, and seeing how the grace of God was slowly sorting out its elements from chaos to order. The road was unwinding itself before her eyes as she trod on it day by day. Now a hand had swept all back into disorder, and the path was hidden by the ruins. Then gradually one thought detached itself and burned before her, vivid and startling, and in all its terrible reality slipped between her and the visible world on which she was staring. It was this: to embrace the Catholic faith meant the renouncing of Hubert. As a Protestant she might conceivably have married a Catholic. As a Catholic it was inconceivable that she should marry an apostate. Then she read the letter through again carefully and slowly, and was astonished at the unreality of Hubert's words about Romish superstition and gospel simplicity. She tried hard to silence her thoughts, but two reasons for Hubert's change of religion rose up and insisted on making themselves felt. It was that he might be more in unity with the buccaneers whom he admired; second, that there might be no obstacle to their marriage. And what then, she asked, was the quality of the heart he had given her? Then in a flash of intuition she perceived that a struggle lay before her, compared with which all her previous spiritual conflicts were as child's play, and that there was no avoiding it. The vision passed, and she rose and went indoors to find the desolate mother whose boy had lost the faith. A month or two of misery went by. For Lady Maxwell they passed with recurring gusts of heart-broken sorrow, and of agonies of prayer for her apostate son. Mistress Margaret was at the Hall all day, soothing, encouraging, even distracting her sister by all the means in her power. The mother wrote one passionate wail to her son, appealing to all that she thought he held dear, even yet to return to the faith for which his father had suffered and in which he had died. But a short answer only returned, saying it was impossible to make his defence in a letter, and expressing pious hopes that she too one day would be as he was. The same courier brought a letter to Isabel, in which he expressed his wonder that she had not answered his former one. And as for Isabel, she had to pass through this valley of darkness alone. Anthony was in London, and even if he had been with her, could not have helped her under these circumstances. Her father was dead; she thanked God for that now; and Mistress Margaret seemed absorbed in her sister's grief. And so the girl fought with devils alone. The arguments for Catholicism burned pitilessly clear now. Every line and feature in them stood out distinct and hard. Catholicism, it appeared to her, alone had the marks of the bride: visible unity, visible Catholicity, visible apostolicity, visible sanctity. There they were, the seals of the Most High God. She flung herself back furiously into the Protestantism from which she had been emerging. There burned in the dark before her the marks of the beast: visible disunion, visible nationalism, visible Erastianism, visible gulfs where holiness should be. That system in which now she could never find rest again glared at her in all its unconvincing incoherence, its lack of spirituality, its adulterous union with the civil power. Instead of the pure wedlock of the spouse of Christ, she wondered once more how she dared to have hesitated so long, or dared to hesitate still. On the theological side, intellectual arguments of this kind started out, strong and irrefutable. Her emotional drawings towards Catholicism for the present retired. Feelings might have been disregarded or discredited by a strong effort of the will. These apparently cold phenomena that presented themselves to her intellect could not be thus dealt with. Yet, strangely enough, even now she would not throw herself resolutely into Catholicism. The fierce stimulus, instead of precipitating the crisis, petrified it. More than once she started up from her knees in her own dark room, resolved to awaken the nun and tell her she would wait no longer, but would turn Catholic at once, and have finished with the misery of suspense. But even as she moved to the door, her will found itself against an impenetrable wall. And then, on the other side, all her human nature cried out for Hubert. Hubert, Hubert. There he stood by her in fancy, day and night, that chivalrous, courteous lad who had been loyal to her so long, had waited so patiently, had run to her with such dear impatience, who was so wholesome, so strong, so humble to her, so quick to understand her wants, so eager to fulfil them, so bound to her by associations, so fit a mate for the very differences between them. And now these two claims were no longer compatible. In his very love for her he had ended that possibility. All those old dreams, the little scenes she had rehearsed of their first mass, their first communion together, their walks in the twilight, their rides over the hills, the new ties that were to draw the old ladies at the Hall and herself so close together, all this was changed. Some of those dreams were now for ever impossible; others only possible on terms that she trembled even to think of. Perhaps it was worst of all to reflect that she was in some measure responsible for his change of religion. She fancied that it was through her slowness to respond to light, her delaying to confide in him, that he had been driven through impatience to take this step. And so week after week went by, and she dared not answer his letter. The old ladies, too, were sorely puzzled at her. It was impossible for them to know how far her religion was changing. She had kept up the same reserve towards them lately as towards Hubert, chiefly because she feared to disappoint them; and so, after an attempt to tell each other a little of their mutual sympathy, the three women were silent on the subject of the lad who was so much to them all. She began to show her state a little in her movements and appearance. She was languid, soon tired and dispirited. She would go for short lonely walks, and fall asleep in her chair worn out when she came in. Her grey eyes looked longer and darker; her eyelids and the corners of her mouth began to droop a little. Then in October he came home. Isabel had been out a long afternoon walk by herself through the reddening woods. They had never, since the first awakening of the consciousness of beauty in her, meant so little to her as now. It appeared as if that keen unity of a life common to her and all living things had been broken or obscured, and that she walked in an isolation all the more terrible in that she was surrounded by the dumb presence of what she loved. Last year the quick chattering cry of the blackbird, the evening mists over the meadows, the stir of the fading life of the woods, the rustling scamper of the rabbit over the dead leaves, the solemn call of the homing rooks, all this, only last year, went to make up the sweet natural atmosphere in which her spirit moved and breathed at ease. Now she was excommunicate from that pleasant friendship, banned by nature and forgotten by the God who made it and was eminent within it. Her relations to the Saviour, who only such a short time ago had been the person round whom all the joys of life had centred, from whom they radiated, and to whom she referred them all, these relations had begun to be obscured by her love for Hubert, and now had vanished altogether. She had regarded her earthly and her heavenly lover as two persons, each of whom had certain claims upon her heart, and each of whom she had hoped to satisfy in different ways, instead of identifying the two and serving each, not apart from but in the other. And now it seemed to her that she was making experience of a divine jealousy that would suffer her to be satisfied neither with God nor man. Her soul was exhausted by internal conflict, by the swift alternations of attraction and repulsion between the poles of her supernatural and natural life, so that when it turned wearily from self to what lay outside, it was not even capable as before of making that supreme effort of cessation of effort which was necessary to its peace. It seemed to her that she was self-poised in emptiness, and could neither touch heaven or earth, crucified so high that she could not rest on earth, so low that she could not reach to heaven. She came in weary and dispirited as the candles were being lighted in her sitting room upstairs, but she saw the gleam of them from the garden with no sense of a welcoming brightness. She passed from the garden into the door of the hall, which was still dark, as the fire had nearly burned itself out. As she entered, the door opposite opened, and once more she saw the silhouette of a man's figure against the lighted passage beyond, and again she stopped frightened, and whispered, "Anthony." There was a momentary pause as the door closed and all was dark again, and then she heard Hubert's voice say her name, and felt herself wrapped once more in his arms. For a moment she clung to him with furious longing. Ah, this is a tangible thing, she felt, this clasp. The faint cleanly smell of his rough frieze dress refreshed her like wine, and she kissed his sleeve passionately, and the wide gulf between them yawned again, and her spirit sickened at the sight of it. "Oh, Hubert, Hubert!" she said. She felt herself half carried to a high chair beside the fireplace and set down there. Then he rearranged the logs on the hearth so that the flames began to leap again, showing his strong hands and keen clear-cut face. Then he turned on his knees, seized her two hands in his own and lifted them to his lips, then laid them down again on her knee, still holding them, and so remained. "Oh, Isabel," he said, "why did you not write?" She was silent as one who stares fascinated down a precipice. "It is all over," he went on in a moment, "with the expedition. The Queen's Grace has finally refused us leave to go, and I have come back to you, Isabel." How strong and pleasant he looked in this leaping firelight, how real! And she was hesitating between this warm human reality and the chilly possibilities of an invisible truth. Her hands tightened instinctively within his, and then relaxed. "I have been so wretched," she said piteously. "Ah, my dear!" and he threw an arm round her neck and drew her face down to his. "But that is over now." She sat back again, and then an access of purpose poured into her and braced her will to an effort. "No, no," she began, "I must tell you. I was afraid to write. Hubert, I must wait a little longer. I do not know what I believe." He looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean, dearest?" "I have been so much puzzled lately, thinking so much, and I am sorry you have become a Protestant. It makes all so hard." "My dear, this is I do not understand." "I have been thinking," went on Isabel bravely, "whether perhaps the Catholic Church is not right after all." Hubert loosed her hands and stood up. She crouched into the shadow of the interior of the high chair, and looked up at him terrified. His cheek twitched a little. "Isabel, this is foolishness. I know what the Catholic faith is. It is not true. I have been through it all." He was speaking nervously and abruptly. She said nothing. Then he suddenly dropped on his knees himself. "My dearest, I understand. You were doing this for me. I quite understand. It is what I too " and then he stopped. "I know," she cried piteously. "It is just what I have feared so terribly, that our love has been blinding us both. And yet what are we to do? What are we to do? Oh God, Hubert, help me." Then he began to speak in a low emphatic voice, holding her hands, delicately stroking one of them now and again, and playing with her fingers. She watched his curly head in the firelight as he talked, and his keen face as he looked up. "It is all plain to me," he said caressingly. "You have been living here with my aunt, a dear old saint, and she has been talking and telling you all about the Catholic religion, and making it seem all true and good. And you, my dear child, have been thinking of me sometimes, and loving me a little. Is it not so?
and longing that religion should not separate us. And so you began to wish it was true, and then to hope it was, and at last you have begun to think it is. But it is not your true sweet self that believes it. Ah, you know in your heart of hearts, as I have known so long, that it is not true, that it is made up by priests and nuns. And it is very beautiful, I know, my dearest, but it is only a lovely tale, and you must not spoil all for the sake of a tale. And I have been gradually led to the light. It was your," and his voice faltered, "your prayers that helped me to it. I have longed to understand what it was that made you so sweet and so happy, and now I know. It is your own simple pure religion, and it is so much more sensible, so much more likely to be true than the Catholic religion. It is all in the Bible, you see, so plain, as Mr. Collins has showed me. And so, my dear love, I have come to believe it too, and you must put all these fancies out of your head, these dreams, though I love you, and he kissed her hand again, for wishing to believe them for my sake, and we will be married before Christmas, and we will have our own fairy tale, but it shall be a true one."
This was terrible to Isabel. It seemed as if her own haunting thought that she was sacrificing a dream to reality had become incarnate in her lover, and was speaking through his lips. And yet in its very incarnation it seemed to reveal its weakness rather than its strength. As a dark suggestion the thought was mighty; embodied in actual language it seemed to shrink a little. But then, on the other hand, and so the interior conflict began to rage again. She made a movement as if to stand up, but he pressed her back into the chair.
"No, my dearest, you shall be a prisoner until you give your parole."
Twice Isabel made an effort to speak, but no sound came. It seemed as if the raging strife of thoughts deafened and paralysed her.
"Now, Isabel," said Hubert.
I cannot, she cried desperately. "You must give me time. It is too sudden, your returning like this. You must give me time. I do not know what I believe. Oh, dear God, help me."
"Isabel, promise, before Christmas. I thought it was all to be so happy when I came in through the garden just now. My mother will hardly speak to me, and I came to you, Isabel, as I always did. I felt so sure you would be good to me, and tell me that you would always love me, now that I had given up my religion for love of you. And now," and Hubert's voice ended in a sob. Her heart seemed rent across, and she drew a sobbing sigh. Hubert heard it, and caught at her hands again as he knelt. "Isabel, promise." Then there came that gust of purpose into her heart again. She made a determined effort and stood up, and Hubert rose and stood opposite her. "You must not ask me," she said bravely. "It would be wicked to decide yet. I cannot see anything clearly. I do not know what I believe, nor where I stand. You must give me time." There was a dead silence. His face was so much in shadow that she could not tell what he was thinking. He was standing perfectly still. "Then that is all the answer you will give me?"
he said in a perfectly even voice. Isabel bowed her head.
Then I wish you good night, Mistress Norris."
And he bowed to her, caught up his cap, and went out. She could not believe it for a moment, and caught her breath to cry out after him as the door closed. But she heard his step on the stone pavement outside, the crunch of the gravel, and he was gone. Then she went and leaned her head against the curved mantelshelf and stared into the logs that his hands had piled together. This, then,
she thought, was the work of religion, the end of all her aspirations and efforts, that God should mock them by bringing love into their life, and then when they caught at it and thanked him for it, it was whisked away again and left their hands empty. Was this the Father of love in whom she had been taught to believe, who treated his children like this? And so the bitter thoughts went on, and yet she knew in her heart that she was powerless, that she could not go to the door and call Hubert and promise what he asked. A great force had laid hold of her. It might be benevolent or not. At this moment she thought not, but it was irresistible, and she must bow her head and obey. And even as she thought that, the door opened again, and there was Hubert. He came in 2 quick steps across the room to her, and then stopped suddenly. "Mistress Isabel," he asked, "can you forgive me? I was a brute just now. I do not ask for your promise. I leave it all in your hands. Do with me what you will. But if you could tell me how long you think it will be before you know." He had touched the right note. Isabel's heart gave a leap of sorrow and sympathy. "Oh, Hubert," she said brokenly, "I am so sorry, but I promise I will tell you by Easter," and her tone was interrogative. "Yes, yes," said Hubert. He looked at her in silence, and she saw strange lines quivering at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes large and brilliant in the firelight. Then the two drew together, and he took her in his arms strongly and passionately. There was a scene that night between the mother and son. Mistress Margaret had gone back to the Dower House for supper, and Lady Maxwell and Hubert were supping in Sir Nicholas' old study that would soon be arranged for Hubert now that he had returned for good. They had been very silent during the meal, while the servants were in the room, talking only of little village affairs, and of the estate, and of the cancelling of the proposed expedition. Hubert had explained to his mother that it was generally believed that Elizabeth had never seriously intended the English ships to sail, but that she only wished to draw Spain's attention off herself by setting up complications between that country and France. And when she had succeeded in this by managing to get the French squadron safe at Terceira, she then withdrew her permission to Drake and Hawkins, and thus escaped from the quarrel altogether. But it was a poor makeshift for conversation. When the servants had withdrawn, a silence fell. Presently Hubert looked across the table between the silver branched candlesticks. "Mother, I know what you are thinking, but I cannot consent to go through all the arguments. I'm weary of them. Neither will I see Mr. Barnes to-morrow at Cuckfield or here. I am satisfied with my position." "My son," said Lady Maxwell with dignity, "I do not think I have spoken that priest's name, or indeed any." "Well," said Hubert impatiently, "at any rate I will not see him. But I wish to say a few words about this house. We must have our positions clear. My father left to your use, did he not, the whole of the cloister wing? I am delighted, dear mother, that he did so. You will be happy there, I know; and of course I need not say that I hope you will keep your old room overhead as well, and indeed use the whole house as you have always done. I shall be grateful if you will superintend it all as before, at least until a new mistress comes." "Thank you, my son." "I will speak of that in a moment," he went on, looking steadily at the tablecloth, "but there was a word I wished to say first. I am now a loyal subject of her Grace in all things, in religion as in all else, and I fear I cannot continue to entertain seminary priests as my father used to do. My conscience will not allow that. But of course, mother, I need not say that you are at perfect liberty to do what you will in the cloister wing. I shall ask no questions, and I shall set no traps or spies. But I must ask that the priests do not come into this part of the house, nor walk in the garden. Fortunately you have a lawn in a cloister, so that they need not lack fresh air or exercise."
"You need not fear, Hubert," said his mother. "I will not embarrass you. You shall be in no danger."
"I think you need not have said that, mother. I am not usually thought a coward."
Lady Maxwell flushed a little and began to finger her silver knife.
"However," Hubert went on, "I thought it best to say that. The chapel, you see, is in that wing, and you have that lawn, and I do not think I am treating you hardly."
"And is your brother James not to come?" asked his mother.
"I have thought much over that," said Hubert, "and although it is hard to say it, I think he had better not come to my part of the house; at least, not when I am here. I must know nothing of it. You must do what you think well when I am away, about him and others too. It is very difficult for me, mother. Please do not add to the difficulty."
"You need not fear," said Lady Maxwell steadily. "You shall not be troubled with any Catholics besides ourselves."
"Then that is arranged," said the lad. "And now there is a word more. What have you been doing to Isabel?"
And he looked sharply across the table. His mother's eyes met his fearlessly.
"I do not understand you," she said.
"Mother, you must know what I mean. You have seen her continually."
"I have told you, my son, that I do not know."
"Why," burst out Hubert, "she is half a Catholic."
"Thank God,"
said his mother.
"Ah, yes, you thank God, I know; but whom am I to thank for it?"
"I would that you could thank him too."
Hubert made a sharp sound of disgust.
"Ah, yes," he said scornfully, "I knew it. Non nobis Domine, and the rest."
"Hubert," said Lady Maxwell, "I do not think you mean to insult me in this house; but either that is an insult, or else I misunderstood you wholly and must ask your pardon for it."
"Well," he said in a harsh voice, "I will make myself plain. I believe that it is through the influence of you and Aunt Margaret that this has been brought about."
At the moment he spoke the door opened.
"Come in, Margaret," said her sister. "This concerns you."
The old nun came across to Hubert with her anxious sweet face, and put her old hand tenderly on his black satin sleeve, as he sat and wrenched at a nut between his fingers.
"Hubert, dear boy," she said, "what is all this? Will you tell me?"
Hubert rose a little ashamed of himself, and went to the door and closed it, and then drew out a chair for his aunt and put a wine glass for her.
"Sit down, aunt," he said, and pushed the decanter towards her.
"I have just left Isabel," she said. "She is very unhappy about something. You saw her this evening, dear lad?"
"Yes," said Hubert heavily, looking down at the table and taking up another nut.
"And it is of that I have been speaking. Who has made her unhappy?"
"I had hoped you would tell us that," said Mistress Margaret. "I came up to ask you." "My son has done me the honour,"
began Lady Maxwell, but Hubert broke in.
"I left Isabel here last Christmas happy and a Protestant. I have come back here now to find her unhappy and half a Catholic, if not more, and—"
"Oh, are you sure?"
asked Mistress Margaret, her eyes shining.
"Thank God if it be so."
"Sure?" said Hubert. "Why, she will not marry me; at least not yet."
"Oh, poor lad," she said tenderly, "to have lost both God and Isabel."
Hubert turned on her savagely, but the old nun's eyes were steady and serene.
"Poor lad,"
she said again. Hubert looked down again, his lip wrinkled up in a little sneer.
"As far as I am concerned," he said, "I can understand your not caring; but I am astonished at this response of yours to her father's confidence."
Lady Maxwell grew white to the lips.
"I have told you,"
she began,
but you do not seem to believe it, that I have had nothing to do, so far as I know, with her conversion, which," and she raised her voice bravely, "I pray God to accomplish. She has of course asked me questions now and then, and I have answered them. That is all." "And I," said Mistress Margaret, "plead guilty to the same charge, and to no other. You are not yourself, dear boy, at present, and indeed I do not wonder at it, and I pray God to help you; but you are not yourself, or you would not speak like this to your mother." Hubert rose to his feet. His face was white under the tan, and the ruffle round his wrist trembled as he leaned heavily with his fingers on the table. "I am only a plain Protestant now," he said bitterly, "and I have been with Protestants so long that I have forgotten Catholic ways. But—" "Stay, Hubert," said his mother, "do not finish that. You will be sorry for it presently if you do. Come, Margaret," and she moved towards the door. Her son went quickly past and opened it. "Nay, nay," said the nun, "do you be going, Mary. Let me stay with the lad, and we will come to you presently." Lady Maxwell bowed her head and passed out, and Hubert closed the door. Mistress Margaret looked down on the table. "You have given me a glass, dear boy, but no wine in it." Hubert took a couple of quick steps back and faced her.
"It's no use, it is no use," he burst out, and his voice was broken with emotion. "You cannot turn me like that. Oh, what have you done with my Isabel?" He put out his hand and seized her arm. "Give her back to me, Aunt Margaret, give her back to me." He dropped into his seat and hid his face on his arm, and there was a sob or two.
"Sit up and be a man, Hubert," broke in Mistress Margaret's voice, clear and cool.
He looked up in amazement, and with wet, indignant eyes. She was looking at him, smiling tenderly.
"And now for the second time, give me half a glass of wine, dear boy."
He poured it out, bewildered at her self-control.
"For a man that has been round the world," she said, "you are but a foolish child."
"What do you mean?"
"Have you never thought of a way of yet winning Isabel?" she asked.
"What do you mean?" he repeated.
"Why, come back to the church, dear lad, and make your mother and me happy again, and marry Isabel, and save your own soul."
"Aunt Margaret," he cried, "it is impossible. I have truly lost my faith in the Catholic religion, and you would not have me a hypocrite."
"Ah, ah," said the nun, "you cannot tell yet. Please God it may come back. Oh, dear boy, in your heart you know it is true."
"Before God, in my heart I know that it is not true."
"No, no, no,"
she said, but the light died out of her eyes, and she stretched a tremulous hand.
"Yes, Aunt Margaret, it is so. For years and years I have been doubting, but I kept on just because it seemed to me the best religion, and I would not be driven out of it by her Grace's laws, against my will, like a dog stoned from his kennel."
"But you are only a lad still,"
she said piteously. He laughed a little.
"But I have had the gift of reason and discretion nearly 20 years, a priest would tell me. Besides, Aunt Margaret, I could not be such a cur as to come back without believing. I could never look Isabel in the eyes again."
"Well, well," said the old lady, "let us wait and see. Do you intend to be here now for a while?"
"Not while Isabel is like this," he said. "I could not. I must go away for a while, and then come back and ask her again."
"When will she decide?"
"She told me by next Easter," said Hubert. "Oh, Aunt Margaret, pray for us both."
The light began to glimmer again in her eyes.
"There, dear boy," she said. "You see, you believe in prayer still."
"But, aunt," said Hubert, "why should I not? Protestants pray."
"Well, well," said the old nun again. "Now you must come to your mother, and be good to her." Chapter 5 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The coming of the Jesuits. The effect on Anthony of Mr. Buxton's conversation was very considerable. He had managed to keep his temper very well during the actual interview, but he broke out alone afterwards, at first with an angry contempt. The absurd arrogance of the man made him furious, the arrogance that had puffed away England and its ambitions and its vigour, palpable evidences of life and reality, and further of God's blessing, in favour of a miserable Latin nation which had the presumption to claim the possession of Peter's chair and of the person of the Vicar of Christ. Test it, said the young man to himself, by the ancient fathers and councils that Dr. Jewell quoted so learnedly, and the preposterous claim crumbled to dust. Test it yet again by the finger of Providence, and God himself proclaimed that the pretensions of the spiritual kingdom, of which the prisoner in the cell had bragged, are but a blasphemous fable, and Anthony reminded himself of the events of the previous year. 3 great assaults had been made by the Papists to win back England to the old religion. Dr. William Allen, the founder of Douay College, had already for the last 7 or 8 years been pouring seminary priests into England, and over 120 were at work among their countrymen, preparing the grand attack. This was made in 3 quarters at once. In Scotland it was chiefly political, and Anthony thought with a bitter contempt of the Count d'Aubigny, Esme Stuart, who was supposed to be an emissary of the Jesuits, how he had plotted with the ecclesiastics and nobles, and professed Protestantism to further his ends, and of all the stories of his duplicity and evil living, told round the guard-room fire. In Ireland the attempt was little else than ludicrous. Anthony laughed fiercely to himself as he pictured the landing of the treacherous fools at Dingle, of Sir James Fitzmaurice and his lady, very wretched and giddy after the voyage, and the barefooted friars, and Dr. Sanders, and the banner so solemnly consecrated, and of the sands of Smerwick, when all was over a year later, and the 600 bodies, men and women, who had preferred Mr. Buxton's spiritual kingdom to Elizabeth's kindly rule, stripped and laid out in rows like dead game, for Lord Grey de Wilton to reckon them by. But his heart sank a little as he remembered the 3rd method of attack, and of the coming of the Jesuits. By last July all London knew that they were here, and men's hearts were shaken with apprehension. They reminded one another of the April earthquake that had tolled the great Westminster bell, and thrown down stones from the churches. One of the Lambeth Guards, a native of Blunsdon in Wiltshire, had told Anthony himself that a pack of hell hounds had been heard there, in full cry, after a ghostly quarry. Phantom ships had been seen from Bodmin attacking a phantom castle that rode over the waves off the Cornish coast. An old woman of Blasedon had given birth to a huge-headed monster with the mouth of a mouse, 8 legs and a tail. And worse than all, it was whispered in the Somersetshire inns that 3 companies of black-robed men, 60 in number, had been seen coming and going overhead in the gloom. These 2 strange emissaries, Fathers Persons and Campion, how they appealed to the imagination, lurking under 100 disguises,
now of servants, now of gentlemen of means and position. It was known that they were still in England, going about, doing good, their friends said who knew them, stirring up the people, their enemies said who were searching for them. Anthony had seen with his own eyes some of the papers connected with their presence, that containing a statement of their objects in coming, namely, that they were spiritual, not political agents, seeking recruits for Christ and for none else. Campion's challenge and brag, offering to meet any English divine on equal terms in a public disputation. Besides, one or two of the controversial pamphlets, purporting to be printed at Douay, but really emanating from a private printing press in England, as the government experts had discovered from an examination of the watermarks of the paper employed. Yet, as the weeks went by and his first resentment cooled, Mr. Buxton's arguments more and more sank home, for they had touched the very point where Anthony had reckoned that his own strength lay. He had never before heard nationalism and Catholicism placed in such flat antithesis. In fact, he had never before really heard the statement of the Catholic position, and his fierce contempt gradually melted into respect. Both theories had a concrete air of reality about them. His own imaged itself under the symbols of England's power. The national church appealed to him so far as it represented the spiritual side of the English people, and Mr. Buxton's conception appealed to him from its very audacity. This great spiritual kingdom, striding on its way, trampling down the barriers of temperament and nationality, disregarding all earthly limitations and artificial restraints, imperiously dominating the world in spite of the world's struggles and resentment. This, after all, as he thought over it, was a new aspect of affairs. The coming of the Jesuits, too, emphasized the appeal. Here were two men, as the world itself confessed, of exceptional ability, for Campion had been a famous Oxford orator, and Persons a fellow of Balliol, choosing, under a free will obedience, first a life of exile, and then one of daily peril and apprehension, the very thought of which burdened the imagination with horror, hunted like vermin, sleeping and faring hard, their very names detested by the majority of their countrymen, with the shadow of the gallows moving with them, and the reek of the hangman's cauldron continually in their nostrils. And for what? For Mr. Buxton's spiritual kingdom. Well, Anthony thought to himself as the weeks went by and his new thoughts sank deeper, if it is all a superstitious dream, at least it is a noble one. What, too, was the answer, he asked himself, that England gave to Father Campion's challenge, and the defence that the government was preparing against the spiritual weapons of the Jesuits? New prisons at Framingham and Battersea, new penalties enacted by Parliament, and above all the unanswerable argument of the rack, and the gallows finally to close the discussion. And what of the army that was being set in array against the priests, and that was even now beginning to scour the country round Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and London? Anthony had to confess to himself that they were queer allies for the servants of Christ, for traitors, liars, and informers were among the most trusted government agents. In short, as the spring drew on, Anthony was not wholly happy. Again and again in his own room he studied a little manuscript translation of Father Campion's 10 Reasons, that had been taken from a popish prisoner, and that a friend had given him. And as he read its exultant rhetoric, he wondered whether the writer was indeed as insincere and treacherous as Mr. Scott declared. There seemed in the paper a reckless outspokenness, calculated rather to irritate than deceive. "I turn to the sacraments," he read. "None, none, not two, not one, O Holy Christ, have they left. Their very bread is poison. Their baptism, though it be true, yet in their judgment is nothing. It is not the saving water, it is not the channel of grace, it brings not Christ's merits to us, it is but a sign of salvation." And again the writer cried to Elizabeth to return to the ancient religion, and to be in truth what she was in name, the defender of the faith. "Kings shall be thy nursing fathers," thus Isaiah sang, "and queens thy nursing mothers. Listen, Elizabeth, most mighty Queen, to thee the great prophet sings. He teaches thee thy part. Join then thyself to these princes. O Elizabeth, a day shall come that shall show thee clearly which have loved thee better, the society of Jesus or Luther's brood." What arrogance, thought Anthony to himself, and what assurance too! Meanwhile, in the outer world things were not reassuring to the friends of the government. It was true that half a dozen priests had been captured and examined by torture, and that Sir George Peckham himself, who was known to have harboured Campion, had been committed to the Marshalsea. But yet the Jesuits' influence was steadily on the increase. More and more severe penalties had been lately enacted. It was now declared to be high treason to reconcile or be reconciled to the Church of Rome. Overwhelming losses in fortune as well as liberty were threatened against all who said or heard mass, or refused to attend the services of the establishment. But as was discovered from papers that fell from time to time into the hands of the government agents, the only answer of the priests was to inveigh more strenuously against even occasional conformity, declaring it to be the mortal sin of schism, if not of apostasy, to put in an appearance under any circumstances, except those of actual physical compulsion, at the worship in the parish churches. Worse than all, too, was the fact that this severe gospel began to prevail. Recusancy was reported to be on the increase in all parts of the country, and many of the old aristocracy began to return to the faith of their fathers. Lords Arundel, Oxford, Vaux, Henry Howard, and Sir Francis Southwell were all beginning to fall under the suspicion of the shrewdest government spies. The excitement at Lambeth ran higher day by day as summer drew on. The net was being gradually contracted in the home counties. Spies were reported to be everywhere, in inns, in the servants' quarters of gentlemen's houses, lounging at cross roads and on village greens. Campion's name was in every mouth. Now they were on his footsteps, it was said. Now he was taken. Now he was gone back to France. Now he was in London, now in Lancashire, and each rumour in turn corrected its predecessor. Anthony shared to the full in the excitement. The figure of the quarry, after which so many hawks were abroad, appealed to his imagination. He dreamed of him at night, once as a crafty-looking man with narrow eyes and stooping shoulders, that skulked and ran from shadow to shadow across a moonlit country; once as a ruddy-faced middle-aged gentleman riding down a crowded street; and several times as a kind of double of Mr. Stewart, whom he had never forgotten since he had watched him in the little room of Maxwell Hall, gallant and alert among his enemies. At last, one day in July, as it drew on towards evening, and as Anthony was looking over the stable accounts in his little office beyond the presence chamber, a buzz of talk and footsteps broke out in the court below, and a moment later the Archbishop's body servant ran in to say that his Grace wished to see Mr. Norris at once in the gallery that opened out of the guard room. "And I think it's about the Jesuits, sir," added the man, evidently excited. Anthony ran down at once and found his master pacing up and down, with a courier waiting near the steps at the lower end that led to Chichele's tower. The Archbishop stopped by a window emblazoned with Cardinal Pole's emblem, and beckoned to him. "See here, Master Norris," he said, "I have received news that Campion is at last taken. It may well be false, as so often before; but take horse, if you please, and ride into the city and find the truth for me. I will not send a groom; they believe the maddest tales. You are at liberty?" he added courteously. "Yes, your Grace, I will ride immediately." As he rode down the river bank towards London Bridge 10 minutes later, he could not help feeling some dismay as well as excitement at the news he was to verify. And yet what other end was possible? But what a doom for the brilliant Oxford orator, even though he had counted the cost. Streams of excited people were pouring across the bridge into the city. Campion's name was on every tongue, and Anthony, as he passed under the high gate, noticed a man point up at the grim spiked heads above it, and laugh to his companion. There seemed little doubt, from the unanimity of those whom he questioned, that the rumour was true, and some even said that the Jesuit was actually passing down Cheapside on his way to the Tower. When at last Anthony came to the thoroughfare, the crowd was as dense as for a royal progress. He checked his horse at the door of an inn yard, and asked an ostler that stood there what it was all about. "It is Campion the Jesuit, sir," said the man. "He has been taken at Lyford, and is passing here presently." The man had hardly finished speaking when a yell came from the end of the street, and groans and hoots ran down the crowd. Anthony turned in his saddle and saw a great stir and movement, and then horses and men's heads moving slowly down over the seething surface of the crowd, as if swimming in a rough sea. He could make little out as the company came towards him, but the faces of the officers and pursuivants who rode in the front rank, 4 or 5 abreast, then followed the faces of 3 or 4 others also riding between guards, and Anthony looked eagerly at them. But they were simple faces enough, a little pale and quiet. One was like a farmer's, ruddy and bearded. Surely Campion could not be among those. Then more and more, riding 2 and 2, with a couple of armed guards with each pair. Some looked like countrymen or servants, some like gentlemen, and 1 or 2 might be priests. But the crowd seemed to pay them no attention beyond a glance or two. Ah, what was this coming behind? There was a space behind the last row of guards, and then came a separate troop riding all together, of half a dozen men at least, and one in the centre, with something white in his hat. The ferment round this group was tremendous. Men were leaping up and yelling like hounds round a carted stag. Clubs shot up menacingly, and a storm of ceaseless execration raged outside the compact square of guards, who sat alert and ready to beat off an attack. Once a horse kicked fiercely as a man sprang to his hindquarters, and there was a scream of pain and a burst of laughing. Anthony sat trembling with excitement as the first group had passed, and this second began to come opposite the entrance where he sat. This, then, was the man. The rider in the centre sat his horse somewhat stiffly, and Anthony saw that his elbows were bound behind his back, and his hands in front. The reins were drawn over his horse's head, and a pursuivant held them on either side. The man was dressed as a layman, in a plumed hat and a buff jerkin, such as soldiers or plain country gentlemen might use, and in the hat was a great paper with an inscription. Anthony spelt it out: Campion, the seditious Jesuit. Then he looked at the man's face. It was a comely, refined face, a little pale, but perfectly serene. His pointed dark brown beard and moustache were carefully trimmed, and his large passionate eyes looked cheerfully about him. Anthony stared at him, wholly fascinated. For above the romance that hung about the hunted priest, and the glamour of the dreaded society which he represented, there was a chivalrous, fearless look in his face that drew the heart of the young man almost irresistibly. At least he did not look like the skulking knave at whom all the world was sneering, and of whom Anthony had dreamed so vividly a few nights before. The storm of execration from the faces below, and the faces crowding at the windows, seemed to affect him not at all, and he looked from side to side as if they were cheering him rather than crying against him. Once his eyes met Anthony's and rested on them for a moment, and a strange thrill ran through him, and he shivered sharply. And yet he felt, too, a distinct and irresistible movement of attraction towards this felon who was riding towards his agony and passion, and he was conscious at the same time of that curious touch of wonder that he had felt years before towards the man whipped at the cart's tail, as to whether the solitary criminal were not in the right, and the clamorous accusers in the wrong. Campion in a moment had passed on and turned his head. In that moment, too, Anthony caught a sudden, clear, instantaneous impression of a group of faces in the window opposite. There were a couple of men in front, stout city personages, no doubt, with crimson faces and open mouths, cursing the traitorous papist and the crafty vagrant fox trapped at last. But between them, looking over their shoulders, was a woman's face in which Anthony saw the most intense struggle of emotions. The face was quite white, the lips parted, the eyes straining, and sorrow and compassion were in every line as she watched the cheerful priest among his warders. And yet there rested on it, too, a strange light as of triumph. It was the face of one who sees victory even at the hour of supremest failure. In an instant more the face had withdrawn itself into the darkness of the room. When the crowds had surged down the street in the direction of the Tower, yelling in derision as Campion saluted the lately defaced Cheapside cross, Anthony guided his horse out through the dispersing groups, realising as he did so, with a touch of astonishment at the coincidence, that he had been standing almost immediately under the window whence he and Isabel had leaned out so many years before. The sun was going down behind the Abbey as he rode up towards Lambeth, and the sky above and the river beneath were as molten gold. The Abbey itself, with Westminster Hall and the Houses of Parliament below, stood up like mystical palaces against the sunset, and it seemed to Anthony as he rode as if God himself were illustrating in glorious illumination the closing pages of that human life of which a glimpse had opened to him in Cheapside. It did not appear to him, as it had done in the days of his boyish love, as if heaven and earth were a stage for himself to walk and pose upon, but he felt intensely now the dominating power of the personality of the priest, and that he himself was no more than a spectator of this act of a tragedy, of which the priest was both hero and victim, and for which this evening glory formed so radiant a scene. The old intellectual arguments against the cause that the priest represented for the moment were drowned in this flood of splendour. When he arrived at Lambeth and had reached the Archbishop's presence, he told him the news briefly, and went to his room full of thought and perplexity. In a few days the story of Campion's arrest was known far and wide. It had been made possible by the folly of one Catholic and the treachery of another. And when Anthony heard it, he was stirred still more by the contrast between the Jesuit and his pursuers. The priest had returned to the moated grange at Lyford, after having already paid as long a visit there as was prudent, owing to the solicitations of a number of gentlemen who had ridden after him and his companion, and who wished to hear his eloquence. He had returned there again, said mass on the Sunday morning, and preached afterwards from a chair set before the altar, a sermon on the tears of the Saviour over apostate Jerusalem. But a false disciple had been present, who had come in search of one Paine; and this man, known afterwards by the Catholics as Judas Eliot, or Eliot Iscariot, had gathered a number of constables and placed them about the manor house, and before the sermon was over he went out quickly from the table of the Lord. The house was immediately surrounded, and the alarm was raised by a watcher placed in one of the turrets after Eliot's suspicious departure. The 3 priests present, Campion and 2 others, were hurried into a hiding hole over the stairs. The officers entered, searched and found nothing, and were actually retiring, when Eliot succeeded in persuading them to try again. They searched again till dark, and still found nothing. Mrs. Yate encouraged them to stay the night in the house, and entertained them with ale; and then, when all was quiet, insisted on hearing some parting words from her eloquent guest. He came out into the room where she had chosen to spend the night, until the officers were gone; and the rest of the Catholics, some Brigittine nuns and others, met there, through private passages, and listened to him for the last time. As the company was dispersing, one of the priests stumbled and fell, making a noise that roused the sentry outside. Again the house was searched, and again with no success. In despair they were leaving it, when Jenkins, Eliot's companion, who was coming downstairs with a servant of the house, beat with his stick on the wall, saying that they had not searched there. It was noticed that the servant showed signs of agitation, and men were fetched to the spot. The wall was beaten in, and the 3 priests were found together, having mutually shriven one another, and made themselves ready for death. Campion was taken out, and sent first to the Sheriff of Berkshire, and then on towards London on the following day. The summer days went by, and every day brought its fresh rumour about Campion. Sir Owen Hopton, Governor of the Tower, who at first had committed his prisoner to little ease, now began to treat him with more honour. He talked, too, mysteriously of secret interviews, and promises and understandings; and gradually it began to get about that Campion was yielding to kindness, that he had seen the Queen, that he was to recant at Paul's Cross, and even that he was to have the See of Canterbury. This last rumour caused great indignation at Lambeth, and Anthony was more pressed than ever to get what authentic news he could of the Jesuit. Then at the beginning of August came a burst of new tales. He had been racked, it was said, and had given up a number of names; and as the month went by, more and more details, authentic and otherwise, were published. Those favourably inclined to the Catholics were divided in opinion. Some feared that he had indeed yielded to an excess of agony; others, and these proved to be in the right when the truth came out, that he had only given up names which were already known to the authorities, though even for this he asked public pardon on the scaffold. Towards the end of August the Archbishop again sent expressly for Anthony, and bade him accompany his chaplain on the following day to the Tower, to be present at the public disputation that was to take place between English divines and the Jesuit. "Now he will have the chance he craved for," said Grindal. "He hath bragged that he would meet any and all in dispute, and now the Queen's clemency hath granted it him." On the following day, in the early morning sunshine, the minister and Anthony rode down together to the Tower, where they arrived a few minutes before 8 o'clock, and were passed through up the stairs into St. John's Chapel to the seats reserved for them. It was indeed true that the authorities had determined to give Campion his chance, but they had also determined to make it as small as possible. He was not even told that the discussion was to take place until the morning of its occasion, and he was allowed no opportunity for developing his own theological position. The entire conduct of the debate was in the hands of his adversaries. He might only parry, seldom riposte, and never attack. When Anthony found himself in his seat, he looked round the chapel. Almost immediately opposite him, on a raised platform against a pillar, stood two high seats occupied by Deans Noel and Day, who were to conduct the disputation, and who were now talking with their heads together, while a secretary was arranging a great heap of books on the table before them. On either side, east and west, stretched chairs for the divines that were to support them in debate should they need it, and the platform on which Anthony himself had a chair was filled with a crowd of clergy and courtiers laughing and chatting together. A little table, also heaped with books, with seats for the notaries, stood in the centre of the nave, and not far from it were a number of little wooden stools which the prisoners were to occupy. Plainly they were to be allowed no advisers and no books. Even the physical support of table and chairs was denied to them in spite of their weary racked bodies. The chapel, bright with the morning sunlight that streamed in through the east windows of the bare Norman sanctuary, hummed with the talk and laughter of those who had come to see the priest baiting and the vindication of the Protestant religion, though as Anthony looked round he saw here and there an anxious or a downcast face of some unknown friend of the Papists. He himself was far from easy in his mind. He had been studying Campion's 10 Reasons more earnestly than ever, and was amazed to find that the very authorities to which Dr. Jewel deferred, namely the Scriptures, interpreted by fathers and councils and illustrated by history, were exactly Campion's authorities too, and that the Jesuits' appeal to them was no less confident than the Protestants'. That fact had, of course, suggested the thought that if there were no further living authority in existence to decide between these two scholars, Christendom was in a poor position. When doctors differed, where was the layman to turn? To his own private judgment, said the Protestant; but then Campion's private judgment led him to submit to the Catholic claim. This then at present weighed heavily on Anthony's mind. Was there, or was there not, an authority on earth capable of declaring to him the revelation of God? For the first time he was beginning to feel a logical and spiritual necessity for an infallible external judge in matters of faith, and that the Catholic Church was the only system that professed to supply it. The question of the existence of such an authority was, with the doctrine of justification, one of those subjects continually in men's minds and conversations, and to Anthony, unlike others, it appeared more fundamental even than its companion. All else seemed secondary. Indulgences, the Mass, absolution, the worship of Mary and the saints, all these must stand or fall in God's authority made known to man. The one question for him was, where was that authority to be certainly found? There came the ringing tramp of footsteps, the buzz of talk ceased, and then broke out again as the prisoners, with all eyes bent upon them, surrounded by a strong guard of pikemen, were seen advancing up the chapel, from the northwest door towards the stools set ready for them. Anthony had no eyes but for Campion, who limped in front, supported on either side by a warder. He could scarcely believe at first that this was the same priest who had ridden so bravely down Cheapside. Now he was bent, and walked like an old broken man. His face was deathly pale, with shadows and lines about his eyes, and his head trembled a little. There were one or two exclamations of pity, for all knew what had caused the change, and Anthony heard an undertone moan of sorrow and anger from someone in a seat behind him. The prisoners sat down, and the guards went to their places. Campion took his seat in front, and turned immediately from side to side, running his dark eyes along the faces to see where were his adversaries. And once more Anthony met his eyes, and thrilled at it. Through the pallor and pain of his face the same chivalrous spirit looked out, and called for homage and love that years ago at Oxford had made young men, mockingly nicknamed after their leader, to desire his praise more passionately than anything on earth, and even to imitate his manners and dress and gait, for very loyalty and devotion. Anthony could not take his eyes off him. He watched the clear-cut profile of his face thrown fearlessly forward, waited in tense expectation to hear him speak, and paid no attention to the whisperings of the chaplain beside him. Presently the debate began. It was opened by Dean Nowell from his high seat, who assured Father Campion of the disinterested motives of himself and his reverend friends in holding this disputation. It was, after all, only what the priest had demanded, and they trusted by God's grace that they would do him good and help him to see the truth. There was no unfairness, said the Dean, who seemed to think that some apology was needed in taking him thus unprepared, since the subject of debate would be none other than Campion's own book. The Jesuit looked up, nodded his head, and smiled. "I thank you, Mr. Dean," he said in his deep resonant voice, and there fell a dead hush as he spoke. "I thank you for desiring to do me good, and to take up my challenge. But I must say that I would I had understood of your coming, that I might have made myself ready." Campion's voice thrilled strangely through Anthony, as the glance from his eyes had done. It was so assured, so strong and delicate an instrument, and so supremely at its owner's command, that it was hardly less persuasive than his personality and his learning that made themselves apparent during the day. And Anthony was not alone in his impressions of the Jesuit. Lord Arundel afterwards attributed his conversion to Campion's share in the discussions. Again and again during the day a murmur of applause followed some of the priest's clean-cut speeches and arguments, and a murmur of disapproval the fierce thrusts and taunts of his opponents. And by the end of the day's debate, so marked was the change of attitude of the crowd that had come to triumph over the Papist, and so manifest their sympathy with the prisoners, that it was thought advisable to exclude the public from the subsequent discussions. On this first day all manner of subjects were touched upon, such as the comparative leniency of Catholic and Protestant governments, the position of Luther with regard to the Epistle of St. James, and other matters comparatively unimportant, in the discussion of which a great deal of time was wasted. Campion entreated his opponents to leave such minor questions alone and to come to doctrinal matters, but they preferred to keep to details rather than to principles, and the priest had scarcely any opportunity to state his positive position at all. The only doctrinal matter seriously touched upon was that of justification by faith, and texts were flung to and fro without any great result. "We are justified by faith," cried one side. "Though I have all faith and have not charity, I am nothing," cried the other. The effect on Anthony of this day's debate arose rather from the victorious personality of the priest than from his arguments. His gaiety, too, was in strange contrast to the solemn puritanism of his enemies. For instance, he was on the point that councils might err in matters of fact, but that the Scriptures could not. "As for example," he said, his eyes twinkling out of his drawn face, "I am bound, under pain of damnation, to believe that Toby's dog had a tail, because it is written, 'He wagged it.'" The deans looked sternly at him, as the audience laughed. "Now, now," said one of them, "it becomes not to deal so triflingly with matters of weight." Campion dropped his eyes demurely, as if reproved. "Why then," he said, "if this example like you not, take another. I must believe that St. Paul had a cloak, because he willeth Timothy to bring it with him." Again the crowd laughed, and Anthony laughed too, with a strange sob in his throat at the gallant foolery which after all was as much to the point as a deal that the deans were saying. But the second day's debate, held in Hopton's Hall, was on more vital matters, and Anthony again and again found himself leaning forward breathlessly, as Doctors Good and Fulke on the one side and Campion on the other respectively attacked and defended the doctrine of the visible Church. For this, for Anthony, was one of the crucial points of the dispute between Catholicism and Protestantism. Anthony believed already that the Church was one, and if it was visible, surely, he thought to himself, it must be visibly one, and in that case it is evident where that Church is to be found. But if it is invisible, it may be invisibly one, and then as far as that matter is concerned, he may rest in the Church of England. If not, and then he recoiled from the gulf that opened. It must be an essential mark of the Church, said Campion, and such a quality as is inseparable. It must be visible, as fire is hot and water moist. Good answered that when Christ was taken and the apostles fled, then at least the Church was invisible, and if then, why not always? It was a Church inchoate, answered the priest, beginning, not perfect. But Good continued to insist that the true Church is known only to God, and therefore invisible. There are many wolves within, he said, and many sheep without. I know not who is elect, retorted Campion, but I know who is a Catholic. Only the elect are of the Church, said Good. I say that both good and evil are of the visible Church, answered the other. To be elect or true members of Christ is one thing, went on Good, and to be in the visible Church is another. As the talk went on, Anthony began to see where the confusion lay. The Protestants were anxious to prove that membership in a visible body did not ensure salvation, but then the Catholics never claimed that it did. The question was, did or did not Christ intend there to be a visible Church, membership in which should be the normal, though not the infallible, means of salvation? They presently got on to the a priori point as to whether a visible Church would seem to be a necessity. There is a perpetual commandment, said the priest, in Matthew 18, tell the Church. But that cannot be unless the Church is visible. Ergo, the visibility of the Church is continual. When there is an established Church, said Good, this remedy is to be sought for, but this cannot be always had. The disease is continual, answered Campion, ergo the remedy must be continual. Then he left the a priori ground and entered theirs. To whom should I have gone, he cried, before Luther's time? What prelates should I have made my complaint unto in those days? Where was your Church 900 years ago? Whose were John Huss, Jerome of Prague, the Waldenses? Were they yours? Then he turned scornfully to Fulke. Help him, Master Doctor. And Fulke repeated Good's assertion that valuable as the remedy is, it cannot always be had. Anthony sat back puzzled. Both sides seemed right. Persecution must often hinder the full privileges of Church membership and the exercise of discipline. Yet the question was, what was Christ's intention? Was it that the Church should be visible? It seemed that even the ministers allowed that now. And if so, why then the Catholics' claim that Christ's intention had never been wholly frustrated, but that a visible unity was to be found amongst themselves? Surely this was easier to believe than the Protestant theory that the Church, which had been visible for 15 centuries, was not really the Church at all, but that the true Church had been invisible, in spite of Christ's intention, during all that period, and was now to be found only in small separated bodies scattered here and there. How of the prevailing of the gates of hell, if that were allowed to be true? At 2:00 they reassembled for the afternoon conference. And now they got even closer to the heart of the matter, for the subject was to be whether the Church could err. Fulke asserted that it could and did, and made a syllogism: "Whatsoever error is incident to every member is incident to the whole; but it is incident to every member to err, ergo to the whole." "I deny both major and minor," said Campion quietly. "Every man may err, but not the whole gathered together; for the whole hath a promise, but so hath not every particular man." Fulke denied this stoutly, and beat on the table. "Every member hath the Spirit of Christ," he said, "which is the Spirit of truth, and therefore hath the same promise that the whole hath." "Why then," said Campion, smiling, "there should be no heretics." "Yes," answered Fulke, "heretics may be within the Church, but not of the Church." And so they found themselves back again where they started from. Anthony sat back on the oak bench and sighed, and glanced round at the interested faces of the theologians and the yawns of the amateurs, as the debate rolled on over the old ground, and touched on free will and grace and infant baptism, until the Lieutenant interposed. "Master Doctors," he said with a judicial air, "the question that was appointed before dinner was whether the invisible Church may err." To which Good retorted that the digressions were all Campion's fault. Then the debate took the form of contradictions. "Whatsoever congregation doth err in matters of faith," said Good, "is not the true Church, but the Church of Rome erreth in matters of faith, ergo it is not the true Church." "I deny your minor," said Campion. "The Church of Rome hath not erred." Then the same process was repeated over the Council of Trent, and the debate whirled off once more into details and irrelevancies about imputed righteousness and the denial of the cup to the laity. Again the audience grew restless. They had not come there, most of them, to listen to theological minutiae, but to see sport; and this interminable chopping of words that resulted in nothing bored them profoundly. A murmur of conversation began to buzz on all sides. Campion was in despair. "Thus shall we run into all questions," he cried hopelessly, "and then we shall have done this time 12 months." But Fulke would not let him be, but pressed on a question about the Council of Nice. "Now we shall have the matter of images," sighed Campion. "You are nimis acutus," retorted Fulke. "You will leap over the stile or ever you come to it. I mean not to speak of images." And so, with a few more irrelevancies, the debate ended. The third debate in September, on the 23rd, at which Anthony was again present, was on the subject of the real presence in the Blessed Sacrament. Fulke was in an evil temper, since it was common talk that Campion had had the best of the argument on the 18th. "The other day," he said, "when we had some hope of your conversion, we forbare you much, and suffered you to discourse; but now that we see you are an obstinate heretic, and seek to cover the light of the truth with multitude of words, we mean not to allow you such large discourses as we did." "You are very imperious to day," answered Campion serenely, "whatsoever the matter is. I am the Queen's prisoner, and none of yours." "Not a whit imperious," said Fulke angrily, "though I will exact of you to keep the right order of disputation." Then the argument began. It soon became plain to Anthony that it was possible to take the Scripture in two senses, literally and metaphorically. The sacrament either was literally Christ's body, or it was not. Who then was to decide? Father Campion said it meant the one, Dr. Fulke the other. Could it be possible that Christ should leave his people in doubt as to such a thing? Surely not, thought Anthony. Well then, where is the arbiter? Father Campion says, the Church. Dr. Fulke says, the Scripture. But that is a circular argument, for the question to be decided is, what does the Scripture mean? For it may mean at least two things, at least so it would seem. Here then he found himself face to face with the claims of the Church of Rome to be that arbiter, and his heart began to grow sick with apprehension as he saw how that Church supplied exactly what was demanded by the circumstances of the case, that is, an infallible living guide as to the meaning of God's revelation. The simplicity of her claim appalled him. He did not follow the argument closely, since it seemed to him but a secondary question now, though he heard one or two sentences. At one point Campion was explaining what the Church meant by substance. It was what transcended the senses. "Are you not Dr. Fulke?" he said, "and yet I see nothing but your colour and exterior form. The substance of Dr. Fulke cannot be seen." "I will not vouchsafe to reply upon this answer," snarled Fulke, whose temper had not been improved by the debate. "Too childish for a sophister." Then followed interminable syllogisms, of which Campion would not accept the premises, and no real progress was made. The Jesuit tried to explain the doctrine that the wicked may be said not to eat the body in the sacrament, because they receive not the virtue of it, though they receive the thing. But Fulke would not hear him. The distinction was new to Anthony with his Puritan training, and he sat pondering it while the debate passed on. The afternoon discussion, too, was to little purpose. More and more Anthony, and others with him, began to see that the heart of the matter was the authority of the Church, and that unless that was settled, all other debate was beside the point. And the importance of this was brought out for him more clearly than ever on the 27th of the month, when the fourth and last debate took place, and on the subject of the sufficiency of the Scriptures unto salvation. Mr. Charke, who had now succeeded as disputant, began with extempore prayer, in which as usual the priest refused to join, praying and crossing himself apart. Mr. Walker then opened the disputation with a pompous and insolent speech about one Campion, an unnatural man to his country, degenerated from an Englishman, an apostate in religion, a fugitive from this realm, unloyal to his prince. Campion sat with his eyes cast down until the minister had done. Then the discussion began. The priest pointed out that Protestants were not even decided as to what were Scriptures and what were not, since Luther rejected 3 epistles in the New Testament. Therefore, he argued, the Church is necessary as a guide, first of all to tell men what is Scripture. Walker evaded by saying he was not a Lutheran but a Christian, and then the talk turned on to apocryphal books, but it was not possible to evade long, and the Jesuit soon touched his opponent. "To leave a door to traditions," he said, "which the Holy Ghost may deliver to the true Church, is both manifest and seen, as in the baptism of infants, the Holy Ghost proceeding from Father to Son, and such other things mentioned, which are delivered by tradition. Prove these directly by the Scripture if you can." Charke answered by the analogy of circumcision which infants received, and by quoting Christ's words as to sending of the Comforter, and they were soon deep in detailed argument, But once more Anthony saw that it was all a question of the interpretation of Scripture, and therefore that it would seem that an authoritative interpreter was necessary, and where could such be found save in an infallible living voice? And once more a question of Campion's drove the point home. Was all Scripture written when the Apostles first taught? And Charke dared not answer yes. The afternoon's debate concerned justification by faith, and this, more than ever, seemed to Anthony a secondary matter, now that he was realizing what the claim of a living authority meant; and he sat back, only interested in watching the priest's face, so controlled, yet so transparent in its simplicity and steadfastness, as he listened to the minister's brutal taunts and insolence, and dealt his quiet skilful parries and ripostes to their incessant assaults. At last the Lieutenant struck the table with his hand, and intimated that the time was past, and after a long prayer by Mr. Walker, the prisoners were led back to their cells. As Anthony rode back alone in the evening sunlight, he was as one who was seeing a vision. There was indeed a vision before him, that had been taking shape gradually, detail by detail, during these last months, and ousting the old one, and which now, terribly emphasised by Campion's arguments, and illuminated by the fire of his personality, towered up imperious, consistent, dominating, and across her brow her title, the Catholic Church. Far above all the melting cloudland of theory she moved, a stupendous fact, living, in contrast with the dead past to which her enemies cried in vain, eloquent when other systems were dumb, authoritative when they hesitated, steady when they reeled and fell. About her throne dwelt her children from every race and age, secure in her protection and wise with her knowledge, when other men faltered and questioned and doubted. And as Anthony looked up and saw her for the first time, he recognized her as the mistress and mother of his soul; and although the blinding clouds of argument and theory and self-distrust rushed down on him again and filled his eyes with dust, yet he knew he had seen her face in very truth, and that the memory of that vision could never again wholly leave him. End of chapter 5.
Part 2, Chapter 6 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh BENSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some contrasts. In the Lambeth household, the autumn passed by uneventfully. The rigour of the Archbishop's confinement had been mitigated, and he had been allowed now and again to visit his palace at Croydon. But his inactivity still continued, as the sequestration was not removed. Elizabeth had refused to listen to the petition of convocation in '80 for his reinstatement. Anthony went down to the old palace once or twice with him, and was brought closer to him in many ways, and his affection and tenderness towards his master continually increased. Grindal was a pathetic figure at this time, with few friends, in poor health, out of favour with the Queen, who had disregarded his existence, and now his afflictions were rendered more heavy than ever by the blindness that was creeping over him. The Archbishop, too, in his loneliness and sorrow, was drawn closer to his young officer than ever before, and gradually got to rely upon him in many little ways. He would often walk with Anthony in the gardens at Lambeth, leaning upon his arm, talking to him of his beloved flowers and herbs, which he was now almost too blind to see, telling him queer facts about the properties of plants, and even attempting to teach him a little irrelevant botany now and then. They were walking up and down together soon after Campion's arrest one August morning, before prayers, in a little walled garden on the river that Grindal had laid out with great care in earlier years. "Ah," said the old man. "I am too blind to see my flowers now, Mr. Norris. But I love them none the less, and I know their places. Now there," he went on, pointing with his stick, "there, I think, grows my mastic or marum. Perhaps I smell it, however. What is that flower like, Mr. Norris?" Anthony looked at it and described its little white flowers and its leaves. "That is it," said the Archbishop. "I thought my memory served me. It is a kind of marjoram, and it has many virtues against cramps, convulsions, and venomous bites. So Galen tells us." Then he went on to talk of the simple old plants that he loved best, of the 2 kinds of basil that he always had in his garden, and how good it was, mixed in sack, against the headache, and the male pennyroyal, and how well it had served him once when he had great internal trouble. "Mr. Gerard was here a week or 2 ago, Mr. Norris, when you were down at Croydon for me. He is my Lord Burghley's man. He oversees his gardens at Wimbledon House, and in the country. He was telling me of a rascal he had seen at a fair, who burned henbane and made folks with the toothache breathe in the fumes, and then feigned to draw a worm forth from the aching tooth. But it was no worm at all, but a lute-string that he held ready in his hand. There are sad rascals abroad, Mr. Norris." The old man waxed eloquent when they came to the iris bed. "Ah, Mr. Norris, the flowers de luce are over by now, I fear. But what wonderful creatures of God they are, with their great handsome heads and their cool flags! I love to hear a bed of them rustle all together, and shake their spears and nod their banners, like an army in array. And then they are not only for show. Apuleius says that they are good against the gout. I asked Mr. Gerard whether my lord had tried them, but he said no, he would not. At the violet bed he was yet more emphatic. I think, Mr. Norris, I love these the best of all. They are lowly creatures, but how sweet, and like other lowly creatures, exalted by their Maker to do great things, as his handmaidens. The leaves are good against inflammations, and the flowers against ague, and hoarseness as well. And then there is oil of violets, as you know, and violet syrup, and sugar violet. Then they are good for blisters. Garlands of them were an ancient cure for the headache, as I think Dioscorides tells us. And they are the best of all cures for some children's ailments." And so they walked up and down together, the Archbishop talking quietly on, and helping, quite unknown to himself, by his tender, irrelevant old man's talk, to soothe the fever of unrest and anxiety that was beginning to torment Anthony so much now. His conversation, like the very flowers he loved to speak of, was good against inflammations. Anthony came to him one morning, thinking to please him, and brought him a root that he had bought from a travelling pedlar just outside the gateway. "This is a mandrake root, your Grace. I heard you speak of it the other day." The Archbishop took it, smiling, felt it carefully, peered at it a minute or 2. "No, my son," he said, "I fear you have met a knave. This is Briony root, carved like a mandrake into the shape of a man's legs. It is worthless, I fear, but I thank you for the kind thought, Mr. Norris." And he gave the root back to him. "And the stories we hear of the mandrake, I fear, are fables too. Some say that they only grow beneath gallows, from that which falls there; that the male grows from the corruption of a man's body, and the female from that of a woman's. But that is surely a lie, and a foul one too. And then folks say that to draw it up means death, and that the mandrake screams terribly as it comes up, and so they bid us tie a dog to it,
and then drive the dog from it, so as to draw it up so. I asked Mr. Baker, the chirurgeon in the household of my Lord Oxford, the other day about that, and he said that such tales be but doltish dreams and old wives' fables. But the true mandrake is a clean and wholesome plant. The true ointment populion should have the juice of the leaves in it, and the root, boiled and strained, causes drowsiness. It hath a predominant cold faculty, Galen saith. But its true home is not in England at all. It comes from Mount Garganus in Apulia. It was pathetic. Anthony thought sometimes that this old prelate should be living so far from the movements of the time, owing to no fault of his own. During these months the great tragedy of Campion's passion was proceeding a couple of miles away, but the Archbishop thought less of it than of the death of an old tree. The only thing from the outside world that seemed to ruffle him was the behaviour of the Puritans. Anthony was passing through Le Velvet Room one afternoon when he heard voices in the presence chamber beyond, and almost immediately heard the Archbishop, who had recognized his step, call his name. He went in and found him with a stranger in a dark, sober dress. "Take this gentleman to Mr. Scott," he said, "and ask him to give him some refreshment, for that he must be gone directly." When Anthony had taken the gentleman to the steward, he returned to the Archbishop for any further instructions about him. "No, Mr. Norris, my business is done with him. He comes from my Lord of Norwich, and must be returning this evening. If you are not occupied, Mr. Norris, will you give me your arm into the garden?" They went out by the vestry door into the little cloisters, and skirting the end of the creek that ran up by Chichele's water tower, began to pace up and down the part of the garden that looked over the river. "My lord has sent to know if I know aught of one Robert Browne, with whom he is having trouble. This Mr. Browne has lately come from Cambridge, and so my lord thought I might know something of him, but I do not. This gentleman has been saying some wild and foolish things, I fear, and desires that every church should be free of all others, and should appoint its own minister and rule its own affairs without interference, and that prophesyings should be without restraint. Now, you know, Mr. Norris, I have always tried to serve that party, and support them in their gospel religion, but this goes too far. Where were any governance at all, if this were to come about? Where were the rule of faith, the power of discipline? Nay, where were the unity for which our Saviour prayed? It liketh me not. Good Dr. Freake, as his messenger tells me, feels as I do about this, and desires to restrain Mr. Browne, but he is so hot he will not be restrained, and besides he is some kin to my Lord Burleigh, so I fear his mouth will be hard to stop." Anthony could not help thinking of Mr. Buxton's prediction that the Church of England had so repudiated authority that in turn her own would one day be repudiated. "A Papist prisoner, your Grace," he said to me the other day that this would be sure to come, that the whole principle of church authority had been destroyed in England, and that the Church of England would more and more be deserted by her children, for that there was no necessary centre of unity left now that Peter was denied. "It is what a Papist is bound to say," replied the Archbishop, "but it is easy to prophesy when fulfilment may be far away. Indeed, I think we shall have trouble with some of these zealous men, and the Queen's Grace was surely right in desiring some restraint to be put upon the exercises. But it is mere angry raving to say that the Church of England will lose the allegiance of her children." Anthony could not feel convinced that events bore out the Archbishop's assertion. Everywhere the Puritans were becoming more outrageously disloyal. There were everywhere signs of disaffection and revolt against the authorities of the establishment, even on the part of the most sincere and earnest men,
many of whom were looking forward to the day when the last rags of popery should be cast away, and formal Presbyterianism inaugurated in the Church of England. Episcopal ordination was more and more being regarded as a merely civil requirement, but conveying no ministerial commission. Recognition by the congregation, with the laying on of the hands of the presbyterate, was the only ordination they allowed as apostolic. Anthony said a word to the Archbishop about this. "You must not be too strict," said the old man. "Both views can be supported by the Scriptures, and although the Church of England at present recognizes only episcopal ordination within her own borders, she does not dare to deny, as the Papists fondly do, that other rites may not be as efficacious as her own. That, surely, Master Norris, is in accordance with the mind of Christ, that hath the spirit of liberty." Much as Anthony loved the old man and his gentle charity, this doctrinal position, as stated by the chief pastor of the Church of England, scarcely served to establish his troubled allegiance. During these autumn months, too, both between and after the disputations in the Tower, the image of Campion had been much in his thoughts. Everywhere, except among the irreconcilables, the Jesuit was being well spoken of. His eloquence, his humour, and his apparent sincerity were being greatly commented on in London and elsewhere. Anthony, as has been seen, was being deeply affected on both sides of his nature. The shrewd wit of the other was in conflict with his own intellectual convictions, and this magnetic personality was laying siege to his heart. And now the last scene of the tragedy, more affecting than all, was close at hand. Anthony was present first at the trial in Westminster Hall, which took place during November, and was more than ever moved by what he saw and heard there. The priest, as even his opponents confessed, had by now won a marvellously good report. To be such a man as his like was not to be found either for life, learning, or any other quality which might beautify a man. And now here he stood at the bar, paler than ever, so numbed with racking that he could not lift his hand to plead. That supple musician's hand of his, once so skilful on the lute, so that Mr. Sherwin had to lift it for him out of the furred cuff in which he had wrapped it, kissing it tenderly as he did so, in reverence for its sufferings. And he saw, too, the sleek face of Eliot in his red yeoman's coat, as he stood chatting at the back, like another Barabbas, whom the people preferred to the servant of the crucified. And above all he heard Campion's stirring defence, spoken in that same resonant, sweet voice, though it broke now and then through weakness, in spite of the unconquerable purpose and cheerfulness that showed in his great brown eyes, and round his delicate humorous mouth. It was indeed an astonishing combination of sincerity and eloquence, and even humour, that was brought to bear on the jury, and all in vain during those days. "If you want to dispute as though you were in the schools," cried one of the court, when he found himself out of his depth, "you are only proving yourself a fool." "I pray God," said Campion, while his eyes twinkled, "I pray God, make us both sages." And in spite of the tragedy of the day, a little hum of laughter ran around the audience. If a sheep were stolen, he argued again, in answer to the presupposition that since some Catholics were traitors, therefore these were, and a whole family called in question for the same, were it good manner of proceeding for the accusers to say, "Your great-grandfathers and fathers and sisters and kinfolk all loved mutton, ergo you have stolen the sheep." Again, in answer to the charge that he and his companions had conspired abroad, he said,
As for the accusation that we plotted treason at Rheims, reflect, my lords, how just this charge is. For, see, first, we never met there at all. Then, many of us have never been at Rheims at all. Finally, we were never in our lives all together, except at this hour and in prison." Anthony heard, too, Campion expose the attempt that was made to shift the charge from religion to treason. "There was offer made to us," he cried indignantly, "that if we would come to the church to hear sermons and the word preached, we should be set at large and at liberty, so Pascal and Nichols (two apostates), otherwise as culpable in all offences as we, upon coming to church were received to grace, and had their pardon granted. Whereas if they had been so happy as to have persevered to the end, they had been partakers of our calamities, so that our religion was cause of our imprisonment, and ex consequenti of our condemnation." The Queen's Counsel tried to make out that certain secrets that Campion, in an intercepted letter, had sworn not to reveal, must be treasonable, or he would not so greatly fear their publication. To this the priest made a stately defence of his office, and declaration of his staunchness. He showed how by his calling as a priest he was bound to secrecy in matters heard in confession, and that these secret matters were of this nature. "These were the hidden matters," he said, "these were the secrets, to the revealing whereof I cannot, nor will not be brought, come rack, come rope." And again, when Sergeant Anderson interpreted a phrase of Campion's, referring to the great day to which he looked forward, as meaning the day of a foreign papal invasion, the prisoner cried in a loud voice, "O Judas, Judas! No other day was in my mind, I protest, than that wherein it should please God to make a restitution of faith and religion, whereupon, as in every pulpit every Protestant doth, I pronounced a great day, not wherein any temporal potentate should minister, but wherein the terrible Judge should reveal all men's consciences, and try every man of each kind of religion. This is the day of change. This is the great day which I threatened, comfortable to the well-behaving, and terrible to all heretics. Any other day but this, God knows, I meant not." Then, after the other prisoners had pleaded, Campion delivered a final defence to the jury, with a solemnity that seemed to belong to a judge rather than a criminal. The babel of tongues that had continued most of the day was hushed to a profound silence in court as he stood and spoke, for the sincerity and simplicity of the priest were evident to all, and combined with his eloquence and his strange attractive personality, dominated all but those whose minds were already made up before entering the court. "What charge this day you sustain," began the priest in a steady low voice, with his searching eyes bent on the faces before him, "and what account you are to render at the dreadful day of judgment, whereof I could wish this also were a mirror. I trust there is not one of you but knoweth. I doubt not, but in like manner you forecast how dear the innocent is to God, and at what price he holdeth man's blood. Here we are accused and impleaded to the death." He began to raise his voice a little. "Here you do receive our lives into your custody. Here must be your device either to restore them or condemn them. We have no whither to appeal but to your consciences. We have no friends to make there but your heeds and discretions." Then he touched briefly on the evidence, showing how faulty and circumstantial it was,
and urged them to remember that a man's life, by the very constitution of the realm, must not be sacrificed to mere probabilities or presumptions. Then he showed the untrustworthiness of his accusers, how one had confessed himself a murderer, and how another was an atheist. Then he ended with a word or two of appeal. "God give you grace," he cried, "to weigh our causes aright, and have respect to your own consciences. And so I will keep the jury no longer. I commit the rest to God, and our convictions to your good discretions." When the jury had retired, and all the judges but one had left the bench until the jury should return, Anthony sat back in his place, his heart beating and his eyes looking restlessly, now on the prisoners, now on the door where the jury had gone out, and now on Judge Ayloff, whom he knew a little, and who sat only a few feet away from him on one side. He could hear the lawyers sitting below the judge talking among themselves, and presently one of them leaned over to him. "Good day, Mr. Norris," he said. "You have come to see an acquittal, I doubt not. No man can be in two minds after what we have heard. At least, concerning Mr. Campion, we all think so here, at any rate." The lawyer was going on to say a word or two more as to the priest's eloquence, when there was a sharp exclamation from the judge. Anthony looked up and saw Judge Ayloff staring at his hand, turning it over while he held his glove in the other, and Anthony saw to his surprise that the fingers were all blood-stained. One or two gentlemen near him turned and looked too, as the judge, still staring and growing a little pale, wiped the blood quickly away with the glove, but the fingers grew crimson again immediately. "'Body," said Ayloff half to himself. "'Tis strange. There is no wound." A moment later, looking up, he saw many of his neighbours glancing curiously at his hand and his pale face, and hastily thrust on his glove again, and immediately after the jury returned, and the judges filed in to take their places. Anthony's attention was drawn off again, and the buzz of talk in the court was followed again by a deep silence. The verdict of "guilty" was uttered, as had been prearranged, and the Queen's Counsel demanded sentence. "Campion and the rest," said Chief Justice Ray, "what can you say why you should not die?" Then Campion, still steady and resolute, made his last useless appeal. "It was not our death that ever we feared, but we knew that we were not lords of our own lives, and therefore for want of answer would not be guilty of our own deaths. The only thing that we have now to say is that if our religion do make us traitors, we are worthy to be condemned, but otherwise are and have been true subjects as ever the Queen had. In condemning us, you condemn all your own ancestors." And as he said this, his voice began to rise, and he glanced steadily and mournfully round at the staring faces about him. "All the ancient priests, bishops, and kings, all that was once the glory of England, the island of saints, and the most devoted child of the See of Peter." Then, as he went on, he flung out his wrenched hands, and his voice rang with indignant defiance. "For what have we taught," he cried, "however you may qualify it with the odious name of treason, that they did not uniformly teach? To be condemned with these old lights, not of England only, but of the world, by their degenerate descendants, is both gladness and glory to us." Then with a superb gesture he sent his voice pealing through the hall. "God lives, posterity will live. Their judgment is not so liable to corruption as that of those who are now about to sentence us to death." There was a burst of murmurous applause as he ended,
which stilled immediately as the Chief Justice began to deliver sentence. But when the horrible details of his execution had been enumerated, and the formula had ended, it was the prisoner's turn to applaud. "Te Deum laudamus!" cried Campion. "Te Deum confitemur!" "Haec est dies," shouted Sherwin, "quam fecit Dominus. Exultemus et laetemur in illa." And so, with the thanksgiving and joy of the condemned criminals, the mock trial ended. When Anthony rode down silently and alone in the rain that December morning a few days later to see the end, he found a vast, silent crowd assembled on Tower Hill and round the gateway, where the 4 horses were waiting, each pair harnessed to a hurdle laid flat on the ground. He would not go in, for he could scarcely trust himself to speak, so great was his horror of the crime that was to be committed. So he backed his horse against the wall and waited over an hour in silence, scarcely hearing the murmurs of impatience that rolled round the great crowd from time to time, absorbed in his own thoughts. Here was the climax of these days of misery and self-questioning that had passed since the trial in Westminster Hall. It was no use, he argued to himself, to pretend otherwise. These 3 men of God were to die for their religion, and religion, too, which was gradually detaching itself, to his view, from the mists and clouds that hid it, as the one great reality and truth of God's revelation to man. He had come, he knew, to see not an execution, but a martyrdom. There was a trampling from within, the bolts creaked and the gate rolled back, a company of halberdiers emerged, and in their midst the 3 priests in layman's dress. Behind followed a few men on horseback, with a little company of ministers, Bible in hand, and then a rabble of officers and pursuivants. Anthony edged his horse in among the others as the crowd fell back, and took up his place in the second rank of riders, between a gentleman of his acquaintance who made room for him on the one side, and Sir Francis Knowles on the other, and behind the Tower officials. Then once more he heard that ringing bass voice whose first sound silenced the murmurs of the surging, excited crowd. "God save you all, gentlemen! God bless you and make you all good Catholics!" Then, as the priest turned to kneel towards the east, he saw his face paler than ever now, after his long fast in preparation for death. The rain was still falling as Campion, in his frieze gown, knelt in the mud. There was silence as he prayed, and as he ended aloud by commending his soul to God. In manus tuas, Domine, commendo spiritum meum. The 3 were secured to the hurdles, Briant and Sherwin on the one, Campion on the other, all lying on their backs with their feet towards the horses' heels. The word to start was given by Sir Owen Hopton, who rode with Charke, the preacher of Gray's Inn, in the front rank. The lashed horses plunged forward, with the jolting hurdles spattering mud behind them, and the dismal pageant began to move forward through the crowd on that way of sorrows. There was a ceaseless roar and babble of voices as they went. Charke, in his minister's dress, able now to declaim without fear of reply, was hardly silent for a moment from mocking and rebuking the prisoners, and making pompous speeches to the people. "See here," he cried, "these roguing popish priests, laid by the heels, ay, by the heels, at last, in spite of their tricks and turns. See this fellow in his frieze gown, dead to the world as he brags, and know how he skulked and hid in his disguises till her Majesty's servants plucked him forth. We will disguise him, ere we have done with him, that his own mother should not know him. Ha, now, Campion, d'ye hear me?
And so the harsh voice rang out over the crowd that tramped alongside, and up to the faces that filled every window, while the ministers below kept up a ceaseless murmur of adjuration and entreaty and threatening, with the turning of leaves of their Bibles and bursts of prayer over the three heads that jolted and rocked at their feet over the cobblestones and through the mud. The friends of the prisoners walked as near to them as they dared, and their lips moved continually in prayer. Every now and then, as Anthony craned his head, he could see Campion's face, with closed eyes and moving lips that smiled again and again, all spattered and dripping with filth, and once he saw a gentleman walking beside him fearlessly stoop down and wipe the priest's face with a handkerchief. Presently they had passed up Cheapside and reached Newgate. In a niche in the archway itself stood a figure of the Mother of God looking compassionately down, and as Campion's hurdle passed beneath it, her servant wrenched himself a few inches up in his bonds and bowed to his glorious Queen, and then laid himself down quietly again, as a chorus of lament rose from the ministers over his superstition and obstinate idolatry that seemed as if it would last even to death. And Charke, too, who had become somewhat more silent, broke out again into revilings. The crowd at Tyburn was vast beyond all reckoning. Outside the gate it stretched on every side, under the elms. A few were even in the branches, along the sides of the stream. Everywhere was a sea of heads, out of which, on a little eminence like another Calvary, rose up the tall posts of the three-cornered gallows, on which the martyrs were to suffer. As the hurdles came slowly under the gate, the sun broke out for the first time, and as the horses that drew the hurdles came round towards the carts that stood near the gallows and the platform on which the quartering block stood, a murmur began that ran through the crowd from those nearest the martyrs. "But they are laughing! They are laughing!" The crowd gave a surge to and fro as the horses drew up, and Anthony reined his own beast back among the people, so that he was just opposite the beam on which the three new ropes were already hanging, and beneath which was standing a cart with the back taken out. In the cart waited a dreadful figure in a tight-fitting dress, sinewy arms bare to the shoulder, and a butcher's knife at his leather girdle. A little distance away stood the hateful cauldron, bubbling fiercely, with black smoke pouring from under it. The platform, with the block and quartering axe, stood beneath the gallows, and round this now stood the officers, with Norton the rack master, and Sir Owen Hopton, and the rest, and the three priests, with the soldiers forming a circle to keep the crowd back. The hangman stooped as Anthony looked, and a moment later Campion stood beside him on the cart, pale, mud-splashed, but with the same serene smile. His great brown eyes shone as they looked out over the wide heaving sea of heads, from which a deep heart-shaking murmur rose as the famous priest appeared. Anthony could see every detail of what went on. The hangman took the noose that hung from above, and slipped it over the prisoner's head, and drew it close round his neck, and then himself slipped down from the cart and stood with the others, still well above the heads of the crowd, but leaving the priest standing higher yet on the cart, silhouetted, rope and all, framed in the posts and crossbeam, from which two more ropes hung dangling against the driving clouds and blue sky over London city. Campion waited perfectly motionless for the murmur of innumerable voices to die down, and Anthony, fascinated and afraid beneath that overpowering serenity, watched him turn his head slowly from side to side with a majestical countenance, as his enemies confessed, as if he were on the point of speaking. Silence seemed to radiate out from him, spreading like a ripple outwards, until the furthest outskirts of that huge crowd was motionless and quiet, and then without apparent effort His voice began to peal out. Spectaculum facti sumus Deo, angelis et hominibus. These are the words of St. Paul, Englished thus: We are made a spectacle or sight unto God, unto his angels, and unto men. Verified this day in me, who am here a spectacle unto my Lord God, a spectacle unto his angels, and unto you men, satisfying myself to die as becometh a true Christian and Catholic man." He was interrupted by cries from the gentlemen beneath, and turned a little, looking down to see what they wished. "You are not here to preach to the people," said Sir Francis Knowles angrily, "but to confess yourself a traitor." Campion smiled and shook his head. "No, no," he said, and then looking up and raising his voice, "as to the treasons which have been laid to my charge, and for which I am come here to suffer, I desire you all to bear witness with me that I am thereof altogether innocent." There was a chorus of anger from the gentlemen, and one of them called up something that Anthony could not hear. Campion raised his eyebrows. "Well, my lord," he cried aloud, and his voice instantly silenced again the noisy buzz of talk, "I am a Catholic man and a priest. In that faith have I lived, and in that faith do I intend to die. If you esteem my religion treason, then am I guilty. As for other treason, I never committed any. God is my judge. But you have now what you desire. I beseech you to have patience, and suffer me to speak a word or two for discharge of my conscience." There was a furious burst of refusals from the officers. "Well," said Campion at last, looking straight out over the crowd, "it seems I may not speak. But this only will I say, that I am wholly innocent of all treason and conspiracy, as God is my judge. And I beseech you to credit me, for it is my last answer upon my death and soul. As for the jury, I do not blame them, for they were ignorant men and easily deceived. I forgive all who have compassed my death or wronged me in any whit, as I hope to be forgiven, and I ask the forgiveness of all those whose names I spoke upon the rack." Then he said a word or two more of explanation, such as he had said during his trial, for the sake of those Catholics whom this a concession of his had scandalized, telling them that he had had the promise of the council that no harm should come to those whose names he revealed, and then was silent again, closing his eyes, and Anthony, as he watched him, saw his lips moving once more in prayer. Then a harsh, loud voice from behind the cart began to proclaim that the Queen punished no man for religion, but only for treason. A fierce murmur of disagreement and protest began to rise from the crowd, and Anthony, turning, saw the faces of many near him frowning and pursing their lips, and there was a shout or two of denial here and there. The harsh voice ceased, and another began. "Now, Mr. Campion," it cried, "tell us what of the Pope? Do you renounce him?" Campion opened his eyes and looked around. "I am a Catholic," he said simply, and closed his eyes again for prayer, as the voice cried brutally, "In your Catholicism all treason is contained." Again a murmur from the crowd. Then a new voice from the black group of ministers called out, "Mr. Campion, Mr. Campion, leave that popish stuff, and say, 'Christ have mercy on me.'" Again the priest opened his eyes. "You and I are not one in religion, sir. Wherefore I pray you content yourself. I bar none of prayer, but I only desire them of the household of faith to pray with me, and in mine agony to say one creed." Again he closed his eyes. "Pater noster, qui es in caelis." "Pray in English! Pray in English!" shouted a voice from the ministers' group.
Once more the priest opened his eyes, and in spite of the badgering, his eyes shone with humour and his mouth broke into smiles, so that a great sob of pity and love broke from Anthony. "I will pray to God in a language that both he and I well understand." "Ask her Grace's forgiveness, Mr. Campion, and pray for her, if you be her true subject." "Wherein have I offended her? In this I am innocent. This is my last speech. In this give me credit. I have and do pray for her." "Ah ha! But which queen? For Elizabeth?" "Ay, for Elizabeth, your queen and my queen, unto whom I wish a long quiet reign with all prosperity." There was the crack of the whip, the scuffle of a horse's feet, a rippling movement over the crowd, and a great murmured roar, like the roar of the waves on a pebbly beach, as the horse's head began to move forward, and the priest's figure to sway and stagger on the jolting cart. Anthony shut his eyes, and the murmur and cries of the crowd grew louder and louder. Once more the deep, sweet voice rang out, loud and penetrating, "I die a true Catholic." Anthony kept his eyes closed and his head bent, as great sobs began to break up out of his heart. Ah, he was in his agony now. That sudden cry and silence from the crowd showed it. What was it he had asked? One creed? "I believe in God the Father Almighty." The soft, heavy murmur of the crowd rose and fell. Catholics were praying all around him, reckless with love and pity. "Jesu, Jesu, save him! Be to him a Jesus!" "Mary, pray! Mary, pray!" "Credo in Deum Patrem omnipotentem." "Passus sub Pontio Pilato." "Crucified, dead, and buried." "The forgiveness of sins, and the life everlasting."
Anthony dropped his face forward onto his horse's mane.
Chapter 6.
Part 2, Chapter 7 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A message from the city. Sir Francis Walsingham sat in his private room a month after Father Campion's death. He had settled down again now to his work, which had been so grievously interrupted by his mission to France in connection with a new treaty between that country and England in the previous year. The secret detective service that he had inaugurated in England, chiefly for the protection of the Queen's person, was a vast and complicated business, and the superintendence of this, in addition to the other affairs of his office, made him an exceedingly busy man. England was honeycombed with mines and countermines, both in the political and the religious world, and it needed all this man's brilliant and trained faculties to keep abreast with them. His spies and agents were everywhere, and not only in England. They circled round Mary of Scotland like flies round a wounded creature, seeking to settle and penetrate wherever an opening showed itself. These Scottish troubles would have been enough for any ordinary man, but Walsingham was indefatigable, and his agents were in every prison, lurking round corridors in private houses, found alike in thieves' kitchens and at gentlemen's tables. Just at present Walsingham was anxious to give all the attention he could to Scottish affairs. And on this wet, dreary Thursday morning in January, as he sat before his bureau, he was meditating how to deal with an affair that had come to him from the heart of London, and how, if possible, to shift the conduct of it on to other shoulders. He sat and drummed his fingers on the desk, and stared meditatively at the pigeonholes before him. His was an interesting face, with large, melancholy, and almost fanatical eyes, and a poet's mouth and forehead. but it was probably exactly his imaginative faculties that enabled him to picture public affairs from the points of view of the very various persons concerned in them, and thereby to cope with the complications arising out of these conflicting interests. He stroked his pointed beard once or twice, and then struck a handbell at his side, and a servant entered. "If Mr. Lackington is below," he said, "show him here immediately." And the servant went out. Lackington, sometime servant to Sir Nicholas Maxwell, had entered Sir Francis' service instead, at the same time that he had exchanged the Catholic for the Protestant religion, and he was now one of his most trusted agents. But he had been in so many matters connected with recusancy that a large number of the papists in London were beginning to know him by sight, and the affairs were becoming more and more scarce in which he could be employed among Catholics with any hope of success. It was his custom to call morning by morning at Sir Francis' office and receive his instructions, and just now he had returned from business in the country. Presently he entered, closing the door behind him, and bowed profoundly to his master. "I have a matter on hand, Lackington," said Sir Francis, without looking at him, and without any salutation beyond a glance and a nod as he entered. "A matter which I have not leisure to look into, as it is not, I think, anything more than mere religion, but which might, I think, repay you for your trouble, if you can manage it in any way. But it is a troublesome business. These are the facts. Number 3 Newman's Court, in the City, has been a suspected house for some while. I have had it watched, and there is no doubt that the papists use it. I thought at first that the Scots were mixed up with it, but that is not so. Yesterday a boy of 12 years old left the house in the afternoon, and was followed to a number of houses, of which I will give you the list presently, and was finally arrested in Paul's Churchyard and brought here. I frightened him with talk of the rack, and I think I have the truth out of him now. I have tested him in the usual ways, and all that I can find is that the house is used for mass now and then, and that he was going to the papists' houses yesterday to bid them come for next Sunday morning. But he was stopped too soon. He had not yet told the priest to come. Now, unless the priest is told to-night by one whom he trusts, there will be no mass on Sunday, and the nests of papists will escape us. It is of no use to send the boy, as he will betray all by his behaviour, even if we frighten him into saying what we wish to the priest. I suppose it is of no use your going to the priest and feigning to be a Catholic messenger, and I cannot at this moment see what is to be done. If there were anything beyond mere religion in this, I would spare no pains to hunt them out. But it is not worth my while. Yet there is the reward, and if you think that you can do anything, you can have it for your pains. I can spare you till Monday, and of course you shall have what men you will to surround the house and take them at mass, if you can but get the priest there." "Thank you, sir," said Lackington deferentially. "Have I your honour's leave to see the boy in your presence?" Walsingham struck the bell again. "Bring the lad that is locked in the steward's parlour," he said, when the servant appeared. "Sit down, Lackington, and examine him when he comes." And Sir Francis took down some papers from a pigeon-hole, sorted out one or two, and saying, "Here are his statements," handed them to the agent, who began to glance through them at once. Walsingham then turned to his table again and began to go on with his letters. In a moment or two the door opened, and a little lad of 12 years old came in, followed by the servant. "That will do," said Walsingham, without looking up. "You can leave him here." And the servant went out. The boy stood back against the wall by the door. His face was white and his eyes full of horror, and he looked in a dazed way at the two men. "What is your name, boy?" began Lackington, in a sharp, judicial tone. "John Belton," said the lad in a tremulous voice. "And are you a little papist?" asked the agent. "No, sir, a Protestant." "Then how is it that you go on errands for papists?"
"I'm a servant, sir," said the boy imploringly. Lackington turned the papers over for a moment or two.
"Now, you know," he began again in a threatening voice, "that this gentleman has power to put you on the rack. You know what that is?"
The boy nodded in mute, white-faced terror.
"Well, now, he will hear all you say, and will know whether you say the truth or not. Now, tell me if you still hold to what you said yesterday."
And then Lackington, with the aid of the papers, ran quickly over the story that Sir Francis had related.
"Now, do you mean to tell me, John Belton," he added, "that you, a Protestant, and a lad of 12, are employed in this work by papists to gather them for mass?"
The boy looked at him with the same earnest horror. "Yes, sir, yes, sir," he said, and there was a piteous sob in his voice. "Indeed, it is all true. But I do not often go on these messages for my master. Mr. Roger generally goes, but he is sick."
"Oh ho!" said Lackington. "You did not say that yesterday."
The boy was terrified. "No, sir," he cried out miserably. "The gentleman did not ask me."
"Well, who is Mr. Roger? What is he like?"
"He is my master's servant, sir, and he wears a patch over his eye, and stutters a little in his speech." These kinds of details were plainly beyond a frightened lad's power of invention, and Lackington was more satisfied.
"And what was the message that you were to give to the folk and the priest?"
"Please, sir, come, for all things are now ready." This was such a queer answer that Lackington gave an incredulous exclamation.
"It is probably true," said Sir Francis, without looking up from his letters. "I have come across the same kind of cipher at least once before." "Thank you, sir," said the agent. "And now, my boy, tell me this. How did you know what it meant?"
"Please, sir," said the lad, a little encouraged by the kinder tone, "I have noticed that twice before, when Mr. Roger could not go, and I was sent with the same message, all the folks and the priest came on the next Sunday, and I think that it means that all is safe, and that they can come."
"You are a sharp lad," said the spy approvingly. "I am satisfied with you."
"Then, sir, may I go home?" asked the boy, with a hopeful entreaty in his voice.
"Nay, nay," said the other, "I have not done with you yet. Answer me some more questions. Why did you not go to the priest first?"
"Because I was bidden to go to him last," said the boy. "If I had been to all the other houses by 5 o'clock last night, then I was to meet the priest at Papist Corner in Paul's Church. But if I had not done them, as I had not, then I was to see the priest to-night at the same place." Lackington mused a moment.
"What is the priest's name?" he asked.
"Please, sir, Mr. Arthur Oldham."
The agent gave a sudden start and a keen glance at the boy, and then smiled to himself. Then he meditated, and bit his nails once or twice. "And when was Mr. Roger taken ill?"
"He slipped down at the door of his lodging and hurt his foot at dinner time yesterday, and he could not walk."
"His lodging? Then he does not sleep in the house?"
"No, sir. He sleeps in Stafford Alley, round the corner."
"And where do you live?"
"Please, sir, I go home to my mother nearly every night, but not always."
"And where does your mother live?"
"Please, sir, at 4 Bell's Lane."
Lackington remained deep in thought, and looked at the boy steadily for a minute or two.
"Now, sir, may I go?" he asked eagerly.
Lackington paid no attention, and he repeated his question. The agent still did not seem to hear him, but turned to Sir Francis, who was still at his letters. "That is all, sir, for the present," he said. "May the boy be kept here till Monday?" The lad broke out into wailing, but Lackington turned on him a face so savage that his whimpers died away into horror-stricken silence. "As you will,"
said Sir Francis, pausing for a moment in his writing, and striking the bell again, and on the servant's appearance gave orders that John Belton should be taken again to the steward's parlour until further directions were received. The boy went sobbing out and down the passage again under the servant's charge, and the door closed. "And the mother?" asked Walsingham abruptly, pausing with pen upraised. "With your permission, sir, I will tell her that her boy is in trouble, and that if his master sends to inquire for him, she is to say he is sick upstairs." "And you will report to me on Monday?" "Yes, sir. By then I shall hope to have taken the crew." Sir Francis nodded his head sharply, and the pen began to fly over the paper again as Lackington slipped out. Anthony Norris was passing through the court of Lambeth House in the afternoon of the same day, when the porter came to him and said there was a child waiting in the lodge with a note for him, and would Master Norris kindly come to see her. He found a little girl on the bench by the gate, who stood up and curtsied as the grand gentleman came striding in, and handed him a note which he opened at once and read. "For the love of God," the note ran, "come and aid one who can be of service to a friend. Follow the little maid, Master Norris, and she will bring you to me. If you have any friends at Great Keynes, for the love you bear to them, come quickly." Anthony turned the note over. It was unsigned and undated. On his inquiry further from the little girl, she said she knew nothing about the writer, but that a gentleman had given her the note and told her to bring it to Master Anthony Norris at Lambeth House, and that she was to take him to a house that she knew in the city. She did not know the name of the house, she said. It was all very strange, thought Anthony, but evidently here was someone who knew about him. The reference to Great Keynes made him think uneasily of Isabel, and wonder whether any harm had happened to her, or whether any danger threatened. He stood musing with the note between his fingers, and then told the child to go straight down to Paul's Cross and await him there, and he would follow immediately. The child ran off, and Anthony went round to the stables to get his horse. He rode straight down to the city, and put up his horse in the bishop's stables, and then went round with his riding whip in his hand to Paul's Cross. It was a dull, miserable afternoon, beginning to close in with a fine rain falling, and very few people were about, and he found the child crouched up against the pulpit in an attempt to keep dry. "Come," he said kindly, "I'm ready. Show me the way." The child led him along by the cathedral, through the churchyard, and then by winding passages, where Anthony kept a good look out at the corners, for a stab in the back was no uncommon thing for a well-dressed gentleman off his guard. The houses overhead leaned so nearly together that the darkening sky disappeared altogether now and then. At one spot Anthony caught a glimpse high up of Bow church spire, and after a corner or two the child stopped before a doorway in a little flagged court. "It is here," she said, and before Anthony could stop her she had slipped away and disappeared through a passage. He looked at the house. It was a tumble-down place. The door was heavily studded with nails, and gave a most respectable air to the house. The leaded windows were just over his head and tightly closed. There was an air of mute discretion and silence about the place that roused a vague discomfort in Anthony's mind. He slipped his right hand into his belt, and satisfied himself that the hilt of his knife was within his reach. Overhead the hanging windows and eaves bulged out on all sides, but there was no one to be seen. It seemed a place that had slipped into a backwater of the humming stream of the city. The fine rain still falling added to the dismal aspect of the little court. He looked round once more, and then rapped sharply at the door to which the child had pointed. There was silence for at least a minute. Then, as he was about to knock again, there was a faint sound overhead, and he looked up in time to see a face swiftly withdrawn from one of the windows. Evidently an occupant of the house had been examining the visitor. Then shuffling footsteps came along a passage within, and a light shone under the door. There was a noise of bolts being withdrawn, and the rattle of a chain, and then the handle turned and the door opened slowly inwards, and an old woman stood there holding an oil lamp over her head. This was not very formidable, at any rate. "I have been bidden to come here," he said, "by a letter delivered to me an hour ago." "Ah?" said the old woman, and looked at him peeringly. "Then you are for Mr. Roger?" "I dare say," said Anthony, a little sharply. He was not accustomed to be treated like this. The old woman still looked at him suspiciously, and then, as Anthony made a movement of impatience, she stepped back. "Come in, sir," she said. He stepped in, and she closed and fastened the door again behind him, and then, holding the oil lamp high over her head, she advanced in her slippers towards the staircase, and Anthony followed. On the stairs she turned once to see if he was coming, and beckoned him on with a movement of her head. Anthony looked about him as he went up. There was nothing remarkable or suspicious about the house in any way. It was cleaner than he had been led to expect by its outward aspect, wainscoted to the ceiling with oak, and the stairs were strong and well made. It was plainly a very tolerably respectable place, and Anthony began to think from its appearance that he had been admitted at the back door of some well to do house off Cheapside. The banisters were carved with some distinction, and there were the rudimentary elements of linen pattern design on the panels that lined the opposite walls up to the height of the banisters. The woman went up and up slowly, panting a little. At each landing she turned and glanced back to see that her companion was following. All the doors that they passed were discreetly shut, and the house was perfectly dark except for the flickering light of the woman's lamp, and silent except for the noise of the footsteps and the rush of a mouse now and then behind the woodwork. At the third landing she stopped and came close up to Anthony. "That is the door," she whispered hoarsely, and pointed with her thumb towards a doorway that was opposite the staircase. "Ask for Mr. Roger." And then, without saying any more, she set the lamp down on the flat head of the top banister, and herself began to shuffle downstairs again into the dark house. Anthony stood still a moment, his heart beating a little. What was this strange errand? And Isabel? What had she to do with this house buried away in the courts of the great city? As he waited, he heard a door close somewhere behind him, and the shuffling footsteps had ceased. He touched the hilt of his knife once again to give himself courage, and then walked slowly across and rapped on the door. Instantly a voice full of trembling expectancy cried to him to come in. He turned the handle and stepped into the firelit room. It was extremely poorly furnished. A rickety table stood in the centre, with a book or two, and a basin with a plate. A saucepan hissed and bubbled on the fire. In the corner near the window stood a poor bed, and to this Anthony's attention was immediately directed by a voice that called out hoarsely: "Thank God, sir, thank God, sir, you have come. I feared you would not." Anthony stepped towards it, wondering and expectant, but reassured. Lying in the bed, with clothes drawn up to the chin, was the figure of a man. There was no light in the room save that given by the leaping flames on the hearth, and Anthony could only make out the face of a man with a patch over one eye. The man stretched a hand over the bedclothes as he came near, and Anthony took it, a little astonished, and received a strong, trembling grip of apparent excitement and relief. "Thank God, sir," the man said again, "but there is not too much time." "How can I serve you?" said Anthony, sitting on a chair near the bedside. "Your letter spoke of friends at Great Keynes. What did you mean by that?" "Is the door closed, sir?" asked the man anxiously, stuttering a little as he spoke. Anthony stepped up and closed it firmly, and then came back and sat down again. "Well then, sir, I believe you are a friend of the priest, Mr. Maxwell's." Anthony shook his head. "There's no priest of that name that I know." "Ah!" cried the man, and his voice shook. "Have I said too much? You are Mr. Anthony Norris of the Dower House, and of the Archbishop's household?" "I am," said Anthony, "but yet—" "Well, well," said the man, "I must go forward now. He whom you know as Mr. James Maxwell is a Catholic priest. known to many under the name of Mr. Arthur Oldham. He is in sore danger."
Anthony was silent through sheer astonishment. This, then, was the secret of the mystery that had hung round Mr. James so long. The few times he had met him in town since his return, it had been on the tip of his tongue to ask what he did there, and why Hubert was to be master of the Hall. But there was something in Mr. James' manner that made the asking of such a question appear an impossible liberty, and it had remained unasked.
"Well," said the man in bed, in anxious terror, "there is no mistake, is there?"
"I said nothing," said Anthony, "for astonishment. I had no idea that he was a priest. And how can I serve him?"
"He is in sore danger," said the man, and again there came the stutter. "Now I am a Catholic. You see how much I trust you, sir. I am the only one in this house. I was entrusted with a message to Mr. Maxwell, to put him on his guard against the danger that threatens him. I was to meet him this very evening at 5 of the clock, and this afternoon as I left my room I slipped, and so hurt my foot that I cannot put it to the ground. I dared not send a letter to Mr. Maxwell, for fear the child should be followed. I dared not send to another Catholic, nor indeed did I know where to find one whom Mr. Maxwell would know and trust, as he is new to us here. But I had heard him speak of his friend Mr. Anthony Norris, who was at Lambeth House, and I determined, sir, to send a child to you and ask you to do this service for your friend, for an officer of the Archbishop's household is beyond suspicion. Now, sir, will you do this service? If you do it not, I know not where to turn for help."
Anthony was silent. He felt a little uneasy. Supposing that there was sedition mixed up in this, how could he trust the man's story? How could he be certain, in fact, that he was a Catholic at all? He looked at him keenly in the firelight. The man's one eye shone in deep anxiety, and his forehead was wrinkled, and he passed his hand nervously over his mouth again and again. "How can I tell," said Anthony, "that all this is true?" The man, with an impatient movement, unfastened his shirt at the neck and drew up on a string that was round his neck a little leather case.
"There, sir," he stammered, drawing the string over his head. "Take that to the fire and see what it is."
Anthony took it curiously, and holding it close to the fire, drew off the little case. There was the wax medal stamped with the lamb, called Agnus Dei.
"There," cried the man from the bed. "Now I have put myself in your hands, and if more is wanted—"
And as Anthony came back, holding the medal, the man fumbled beneath the pillow and drew out a rosary.
"Now, sir, do you believe me?"
It was felony to possess these things, and Anthony had no more doubts. "Yes," he said, "and I ask your pardon," and he gave back the Agnus Dei. "But there is no sedition in this?"
"None, sir, I give you my word," said the man, apparently greatly relieved, and sinking back on his pillow. "I will tell you all, and you can judge for yourself. But you will promise to be secret."
And when Anthony had given his word, he went on.
"Mass was to have been said in Newman's Court on Sunday at number 3, but that cursed spy, Walsingham, hath had wind of it. His men have been lurking round there, and it is not safe. However, there is no need to say that to Mr. Maxwell.
He will understand enough if you will give him a message of half a dozen words from me, Mr. Roger. You can tell him that you saw me if you wish to. But sir, you give me your word to say no more to any one, not even to Mr. Maxwell himself, for it is in a public place. And then I will tell you the place and the message, but we must be swift, because the time is near. It is at 5 of the clock that he will look for a messenger." "I give you my word," said Anthony. "Well, sir, the place is Papist Corner in the Cathedral, and the words are these: 'Come, for all things are now ready.' You know, sir, that we Catholics go in fear of our lives, and like the poor hares have to double and turn if we would escape. If any overhears that message, he will never know it to be a warning. And it was for that I asked your word to say no more than your message, with just the word that you had seen me yourself. You may tell him, of course, sir, that Mr. Roger has a patch over his eye, and stuttered a little in his speech, and he will know it is from me then. Now, sir, will you tell me what the message is, and the place, to be sure that you know them? And then, sir, it will be time to go. And God bless you, sir, God bless you for your kindness to us poor Papists." The man seized Anthony's gloved hand and kissed it fervently once or twice. Anthony repeated his instructions carefully. He was more touched than he cared to show by the evident gratitude and relief of this poor terrified Catholic. "That is right, sir, that is right. And now, sir, if you please be gone at once, or the Father will have left the Cathedral. The child will be in the court below to show you the way out to the churchyard. God bless you, sir, and reward you for your kindness." And as Anthony went out of the room, he heard benedictions mingled with sobs following him. The woman was nowhere to be seen, so he took the oil lamp from the landing, and found his way downstairs again, unfastened the front door, and went out, leaving the lamp on the floor. The child was leaning against the wall opposite. He could just see the glimmer of her face in the heavy dusk. "Come, my child," he said, "show me the way to the churchyard." She came forward, and he began to follow her out of the little flagged court. He turned round as he left the court, and saw high up against the blackness overhead a square of window lighted with a glow from within, and simultaneously there came the sound of bolts being shut in the door that he had just left. Evidently the old woman had been on the watch, and was now barring the door behind him. It wanted courage to do as Anthony was doing, but he was not lacking in that. It was not a small matter to go to Papist Corner and give a warning to a Catholic priest. But firstly, James Maxwell was his friend, and in danger. Secondly, Anthony had no sympathy with religious persecution. And thirdly, as has been seen, the last year had made a really deep impression upon him. He was more favourably inclined to the Catholic cause than he had ever imagined to be possible. As he followed the child through the labyrinth of passages, passing every now and then the lighted front of a house, or a little group of idlers, for the rain had now ceased, who stared to see this gentleman in such company, his head was whirling with questions and conjectures. Was it not, after all, a dishonourable act to the Archbishop in whose service he was, thus to take the side of the Papists? But that it was too late to consider now. How strange that James Maxwell was a priest! That, of course, accounted at once for his long absence, no doubt, in the seminary abroad, and his ultimate return, and for Hubert's inheriting the estates. And then he passed on to reflect, as he had done 100 times before, on this wonderful religion that allured men from home and wealth and friends, and sent them rejoicing to penury, suspicion, hatred, peril, and death itself, for the kingdom of heaven's sake.
Suddenly he found himself in the open space opposite the cathedral. The child had again disappeared. It was less dark here; the leaden sky overhead still glimmered with a pale sunset light, and many house windows shone out from within. He passed round the south side of the cathedral and entered the western door. The building was full of deep gloom, only pricked here and there by an oil lamp or two that would presently be extinguished when the cathedral was closed. The air was full of a faint sound, made up from echoes of the outside world and the footsteps of a few people who still lingered in groups here and there in the aisles and talked among themselves. The columns rose up in slender bundles and faded into the pale gloom overhead. As he crossed the nave on the way to Papists' Corner, far away to the east rose the dark carving of the stalls against the glimmering stone beyond. It was like some vast hall of the dead. The noise of the footsteps seemed like an insolent intrusion on this temple of silence, and the religious stillness had an active and sombre character of its own, more eloquent and impressive than all the tumult that man could make. As Anthony came to Papists' Corner, he saw a very tall solitary figure passing slowly from east to west. It was too dark to distinguish faces, so he went towards it, so that at the next turn they would meet face to face. When he was within 2 or 3 steps, the man before him turned abruptly, and Anthony immediately put out his hand, smiling. "Mr. Arthur Oldham," he said. The man started and peered curiously through the gloom at him. "Why, Anthony!" he exclaimed, and took his hand. "What is your business here?" And they began slowly to walk westwards together. "I am come to meet Mr. Oldham," he said, "and to give him a message. And this is it: Come, for all things are now ready." "My dear boy," said James, stopping short, "you must forgive me; but what in the world do you mean by that?" "I come from Mr. Roger," said Anthony. "You need not be afraid. He has had an accident, and sent for me." "Mr. Roger?" said James interrogatively. "Yes," said Anthony. "He hath a patch over one eye, and stutters somewhat." James gave a sigh of relief. "My dear boy," he said, "I cannot thank you enough. You know what it means, then?" "Why, yes," said Anthony. "And you a Protestant, and in the Archbishop's household?" "Why, yes," said Anthony, "and a Christian, and your friend." "God bless you, Anthony," said the priest, and took his hand and pressed it. They were passing out now under the west door, and stood together for a moment looking at the lights down Ludgate Hill. The houses about Amen Court stood up against the sky to their right. "I must not stay," said Anthony. "I must fetch my horse and be back at Lambeth for evening prayers at 6. He's stabled at the palace here." "Well, well," said the priest, "I thank God that there are true hearts like yours. God bless you again, my dear boy, and make you one of us some day." Anthony smiled at him a little tremulously, for the gratitude and the blessing of this man was dear to him; and after another hand grasp, he turned away to the right, leaving the priest still half under the shadow of the door looking after him. He had done his errand promptly and discreetly. End of chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Massing House. Newman's Court lay dark and silent under the stars on Sunday morning a little after 4 o'clock. The gloomy weather of the last 3 or 4 days had passed off, in heavy battalions of sullen sunset clouds, on the preceding evening, and the air was full of frost. By midnight thin ice was lying everywhere; pendants of it were beginning to form on the overhanging eaves, and streaks of it between the cobblestones that paved the court. The great city lay in a frosty stillness as of death. The patrol passed along Cheapside, 40 yards away from the entrance of the court, a little after 3 o'clock, and a watchman had cried out, half an hour later, that it was a clear night, and then he too had gone his way. The court itself was a little rectangular enclosure with 2 entrances, one to the north, between the arch of a stable that gave on to Newman's Passage, which in its turn opened on to St. Giles' Lane that led to Cheapside; the other, at the further end of the long right hand side, led by a labyrinth of passages down in the direction of the wharfs to the west of London Bridge. There were 3 houses to the left of the entrance from Newman's Passage. The back of a warehouse faced them on the other long side, with the door beyond, and the other 2 sides were respectively formed by the archway of the stable with a loft over it, and a blank high wall at the opposite end. A few minutes after 4 o'clock the figure of a woman suddenly appeared soundlessly in the arch under the stables, and after standing there a moment, advanced along the front of the houses till she reached the 3rd door. She stood here a moment in silence, listening and looking towards the doorway opposite, and then rapped gently with her finger nail 11 or 12 times. Almost immediately the door opened, showing only darkness within. She stepped in and closed it silently behind her. Then the minutes slipped away again in undisturbed silence. At about 20 minutes to 5, the figure of a very tall man dressed as a layman slipped in through the door that led towards the river, and advanced to the door where he tapped in the same manner as the woman before him, and was admitted at once. After that people began to come more frequently, some hesitating and looking about them as they entered the court, some slipping straight through without a pause, and going to the door, which opened and shut noiselessly as each tapped and was admitted. Sometimes 2 or 3 would come together, sometimes singly; but by 5 o'clock about 20 or 30 persons had come and been engulfed by the blackness that showed each time the door opened, while no glimmer of light from any of the windows betrayed the presence of any living soul within. At 5 o'clock the stream stopped. The little court lay as silent under the stars again as an hour before. It was a night of breathless stillness. There was no dripping from the eaves, no sound of wheels or hoofs from the city; only once or twice came the long howl of a dog across the roofs. 10 minutes passed away. Then, without a sound, a face appeared like a pale floating patch in the dark door that opened on to the court. It remained hung like a mask in the darkness for at least a minute, and then a man stepped through on to the cobblestones. Something on his head glimmered sharply in the starlight, and there was the same sparkle at the end of a pole that he carried in his hand. He turned and nodded, and 3 or 4 men appeared behind him. Then out of the darkness of the archway at the other end of the court appeared a similar group. Once a man slipped on the frozen stones and cursed under his breath, and the leader turned on him with a fierce indrawing of his breath, but no word was spoken. Then through both entrances streamed dark figures, each with a steely glitter on his head and breast, and with something that shone in their hands, till the little court seemed half full of armed men. But the silence was still formidable in its depth. The 2 leaders came together to the door of the 3rd house, and their heads were together, and a few sibilant consonants escaped them. The breath of the men that stood out under the starlight went up like smoke in the air. It was now 5:15. 3 notes of a handbell sounded behind the house. And then, without any further attempt at silence, the men who had entered the court first advanced to the door and struck 3 or 4 thundering blows on it with a mace, and shouted in a resonant voice, "Open in the Queen's name!" The men relaxed their cautious attitudes, and some grounded their weapons; others began to talk in low voices. A small party advanced nearer their leaders with weapons, axes and halberds uplifted. By now the blows were thundering on the door, and the same shattering voice cried again and again, "Open in the Queen's name! Open in the Queen's name!" The middle house of the 3 was unoccupied. But the windows of the house next the stable, and the windows in the loft over the archway, where the stable boys slept, suddenly were illuminated; latches were lifted, the windows thrust open, and heads out of them. Then one or two more pursuivants came up the dark passage, bearing flaming torches with them. A figure appeared on the top of the blank wall at the end, and pointed and shouted. The stable boys in a moment more appeared in their archway, and one or two persons came out of the house next the stable, queerly habited in cloaks and hats over their night attire. The din was now tremendous; the questions and answers, shouted to and fro, were scarcely audible under the thunder that pealed from the battered door. A party had advanced to it, and were raining blows upon the lock and hinges. The court was full of a ruddy glare that blazed on the half armour and pikes of the men, and the bellowing and the crashes and the smoke together went up into the night air as from the infernal pit. It was a hellish transformation from the deathly stillness of a few minutes, a massacre of the sweet night silence. And yet the house where the little silent stream of dark figures had been swallowed up rose up high above the smoky cauldron, black, dark, and irresponsive. There rose a shrill howling from behind the house, and the figure on the top of the wall capered and gesticulated again. Then footsteps came running up the passage, and a pursuivant thrust his way through to the leaders, and in a moment or two, above the din, a sharp word was given, and 3 or 4 men hurried out through the doorway by which the man had come. Almost at the same moment the hinges of the door gave way, the whole crashed inwards, and the attacking party poured into the dark entrance hall beyond. By this time the noise had wakened many in the houses round, and lights were beginning to shine from the high windows invisible before, and a concourse of people to press in from all sides. The approaches had all been guarded, but at the crash of the door some of the sentries round the nearer corners hurried into the court, and the crowd poured after them, and by the time that the officers and men had disappeared into the house, their places had been filled by the spectators, and the little court was again full of a swaying, seething, shouting mass of men, with a few women with hoods and cloaks among them. Inquiries and information were yelled to and fro. It was a nest of papists. A wasp nest was being smoked out. What harm had they done? It was a murder. 2 women had had their throats cut. No, no, it was a papist den. A massing house. Well, God save her Grace, and rid her of her enemies. With these damned Spaniards everywhere, England was going to ruin. They had escaped at the back. No, they tried that way, but it was guarded. There were over 50 papists, some said, in that house. It was a plot. Mary was mixed up in it. The Queen was to be blown up with powder, like poor Darnley. The barrels were all stored there. No, 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 it was nothing but a massing house. Who was the priest? Well, they would see him at Tyburn on a hurdle, and serve him right with his treasonable mummery. No, no, they had had enough of blood. Campion had died like a man, and an Englishman too, praying for his queen. The incessant battle and roar went up. Meanwhile lights were beginning to shine everywhere in the dark house. A man with a torch was standing in a smoky glare, halfway up the stairs seen through the door, and the interior of the plain hall was illuminated. Then the leaded panes overhead were beginning to shine out. Steel caps moved to and fro, gigantic shadows wavered, the shadow of a halberd head went across a curtain at one of the lower windows. A crimson-faced man threw open a window and shouted instructions to the sentry left at the door, who in answer shook his head and pointed to the bellowing crowd. The man at the window made a furious gesture and disappeared. The illumination began to climb higher and higher as the searchers mounted from floor to floor. Thin smoke began to go up from 1 or 2 of the chimneys in the frosty air. They were lighting straw to bring down any fugitives concealed in the chimneys. Then the sound of heavy blows began to ring out. They were testing the walls everywhere for hiding holes. There was a sound of rending wood as the flooring was torn up. Then over the parapet against the stairs looked a steel-crowned face of a pursuivant. The crowd below yelled and pointed at first, thinking he was a fugitive, but he grinned down at them and disappeared. Then at last came an exultant shout, then a breathless silence. Then the crowd began to question and answer again.
They had caught the priest. No, the priest had escaped. Damn him. It was half a dozen women. No, no, they had the women 10 minutes ago in a room at the back. What fools these pursuivants were! They had found the chapel and the altar. What a show it would all make at the trial! Ah, it was the priest after all.
Those nearest to the door saw the man with the torch on the stairs stand back a little, and then a dismal little procession began to appear round the turn. First came a couple of armed men, looking behind them every now and then a group of half a dozen women whom they had found almost immediately, but had been keeping for the last few minutes in a room upstairs, then a couple more men. Then there was a little space, then more constables and more prisoners. Each male prisoner was guarded by 2 men. The women were in groups. All these came out to the court. The crowd began to sway back against the walls, pointing and crying out, and a lane with living walls was formed towards the archway that opened into Newman's Passage. When the last pursuivants who had brought up the rear had reached the door, an officer who had been leaning from a first floor window, with the pale face of Lackington peering over his shoulder, gave a sharp order, and the procession halted. The women, numbering 14 or 15, were placed in a group with some 8 men in a hollow square round them. Then came a dozen men, each with a pursuivant on either side. But plainly they were not all come. They were still waiting for something. The officer and Lackington disappeared from the window, and for a moment too the crowd was quiet. A murmur of excitement began to rise again as another group was seen descending the stairs within. The officer came first, looking back and talking as he came. Then followed 2 pursuivants with halberds, and immediately behind them, followed by yet 2 men, walked James Maxwell, in crimson vestments all disordered, with his hands behind him, and his comely head towering above the heads of the guard. The crowd surged forward, yelling, and the men at the door grounded their halberds sharply on the feet of the front row of spectators. As the priest reached the door, a shrill cry, either from a boy or a woman, pierced the roaring of the mob.
God bless you, Father!
And as he heard it, he turned and smiled serenely. His face was white, and there was a little trickle of blood run down across it from some wound in his head. The rest of the prisoners turned towards him as he came out, and again he smiled and nodded at them. And so the Catholics, with their priest, stood a moment in that deafening tumult of revilings, before the officer gave the word to advance. Then the procession set forward through the archway, the crowd pressing back before them, like the recoil of a wave, and surging after them again in the wake. High over the heads of all moved the steel halberds, shining like grim emblems of power. The torches tossed up and down and threw monstrous stalking shadows on the walls as they passed. The steel caps edged the procession like an impenetrable hedge, and last moved the crimson-clad priest, as if in some church function, but with a bristling barrier about him. Then came the mob, pouring along the narrow passages, jostling, cursing, reviling, swelled every moment by new arrivals dashing down the alleys and courts that gave on the thoroughfare. And so with tramp and ring of steel the pageant went forward on its way of sorrows. Before 6 o'clock Newman's Court was empty again, except for one armed figure that stood before the shattered door of number 3 to guard it. Inside, the house was dark again, except in one room high up where the altar had stood. Here the thick curtains against the glass had been torn down, and the window was illuminated. Every now and again the shadows on the ceiling stirred a little as if the candle was being moved, and once the window opened and a pale smooth face looked out for a moment, and then withdrew again. Then the light disappeared altogether, and presently shone out in another room on the same floor. Then again after half an hour or so it was darkened, and again reappeared on the floor below.
and so it went on from room to room until the noises of the waking city began, and the stars paled and expired. Over the smokeless town the sky began to glow clear and brilliant. The crowing of cocks awoke here and there, a church bell or two began to sound far away over the roofs. The pale blue overhead grew more and more luminous. The candle went out on the first floor. The steel-clad man stretched himself and looked at the growing dawn. A step was heard on the stairs, and Lackington came down, carrying a small valise apparently full to bursting. He looked paler than usual, and a little hollow-eyed for want of sleep. He came out and stood by the soldier, and looked about him. Everywhere the court showed signs of the night's tumult. Crumbled ice from broken icicles, and trampled frozen pools, lay powdered on the stones. Here and there on the walls were great smears of black from the torches, and even one or two torn bits of stuff and a crushed hat marked where the pressure had been fiercest. Most eloquent of all was the splintered door behind him, still held fast by one stout bolt, but leaning crookedly against the dinted wall of the interior. "A good night's work, friend," said Lackington to the man. "Another I've taken, and here," and he tapped his valise, "here I bear the best of the honey." The soldier looked heavily at the bag. He was tired too, and he did not care for this kind of work. "Well," said Lackington again, "I must be getting home safe. Keep the door. You shall be relieved in 1 hour." The soldier nodded at him, but still said nothing, and Lackington lifted the valise and went off too under the archway. That same morning Lady Maxwell, in her room in the hall at Great Keynes, awoke early before dawn with a start. She had had a dream, but could not remember what it was, except that her son James was in it, and seemed to be in trouble. He was calling on her to save him, she thought, and awoke at the sound of his voice. She often dreamt of him at this time, for the life of a seminary priest was laid with snares and dangers. But this dream seemed worse than all. She struck a light and looked timidly round the room. It seemed still ringing with his voice. A great tapestry in a frame hung over the mantelpiece. Actaeon, followed by his hounds. The hunter panted as he ran, and was looking back over his shoulder, and the long-jawed dog streamed behind him down a little hill. So strong was the dream upon the old lady that she felt restless, and presently got up and went to the window and opened a shutter to look out. A white statue or two beyond the terrace glimmered in the dusk, and the stars were bright in the clear frosty night overhead. She closed the shutter and went back again to bed, but could not sleep. Again and again, as she was dozing off, something would startle her wide awake again. Sometimes it was a glimpse of James' face. Sometimes he seemed to be hurrying away from her down an endless passage with closed doors. He was dressed in something crimson. She tried to cry out. Her voice would not rise above a whisper. Sometimes it was the dream of his voice, and once she started up, crying out, "I am coming, my son." Then at last she awoke again at the sound of footsteps coming along the corridor outside, and stared fearfully at the door to see what would enter. But it was only the maid come to call her mistress. Lady Maxwell watched her as she opened the shutters that now glimmered through their cracks, and let a great flood of light into the room from the clear shining morning outside. "It is a frosty morning, my lady," said the maid. "Send one of the men down to Mistress Torridon," said Lady Maxwell, "and ask her to come here as soon as it is convenient. Say I am well, but would like to see her when she can come." There was no priest in the house that Sunday, so there could be no mass, and on these occasions Mistress Margaret usually stayed at the Dower House until after dinner, but this morning she came up within half an hour of receiving the message. She did not pretend to despise her sister's terror, or call it superstitious. "Mary,"
she said, taking her sister's jewelled old fingers into her own two hands. "We must leave all this to the good God. It may mean much, or little, or nothing. He only knows. But at least we may pray. Let me tell Isabel, a child's prayers are mighty with him, and she has the soul of a little child still." So Isabel was told, and after church she came up to dine at the Hall and spend the day there; for Lady Maxwell was thoroughly nervous and upset. She trembled at the sound of footsteps, and cried out when one of the men came into the room suddenly. Isabel went again to evening prayer at 3 o'clock, but could not keep her thoughts off the strange nervous horror at the Hall, though it seemed to rest on no better foundation than the waking dreams of an old lady; and her mind strayed away continually from the darkening chapel in which she sat, so near where Sir Nicholas himself lay, to the upstairs parlour where the widow sat shaken and trembling at her own curious fancies about her dear son. Mr. Bodder's sermon came to an end at last, and Isabel was able to get away, and hurry back to the Hall. She found the old ladies as she had left them, in the little drawing room, Lady Maxwell sitting on the window seat near the harp, preoccupied and apparently listening for something she knew not what. Mistress Margaret was sitting in a tall padded porter's chair, reading aloud from an old English mystic; but her sister was paying no attention, and looking strangely at the girl as she came in. Isabel sat down near the fire and listened; and as she listened, the memory of that other day years ago came to her when she sat once before with these two ladies in the same room, and Mistress Margaret read to them, and a letter came from Sir Nicholas, and then the sudden clamour from the village. So now she sat with terror darkening over her, glancing now and again at that white expectant face, and herself listening for the first far away rumour of the dreadful interruption that she knew must come. "The goodness of God," read the old nun, "is the highest prayer, and it cometh down to the lowest part of our need. It quickeneth our soul, and bringeth it on life, and maketh it for to waxen in grace and virtue. It is nearest in nature, and readiest in grace; for it is the same grace that the soul seeketh, and ever shall seek, till we know verily that he hath us all in himself enclosed. For he hath no despite of that he hath made, nor hath he any disdain to serve us at the simplest office that to our body belongeth in nature, for love of the soul that he hath made to his own likeness. For as the body is clad in the clothes, and the flesh in the skin, and the bones in the flesh, and the heart in the whole, so are we, soul and body, clad in the goodness of God, and enclosed. Yea, and more homely; for all these may waste and wear away, but the goodness of God is ever whole, and more near to us, without any likeness. For truly our Lover desireth that our soul cleave to him with all its might, and that we be evermore cleaving to his goodness. For of all things that heart may think, this most pleaseth God, and soon speedeth us. For our soul is so specially loved of him that is highest, that it overpasseth the knowing of all creatures." "Hush!" said Lady Maxwell suddenly, on her feet, with a lifted hand. There was a breathless silence in the room. Isabel's heart beat thick and heavy, and her eyes grew large with expectancy. It was a windless, frosty night again, and the ivy outside on the wall, and the laurels in the garden seemed to be silently listening too. "Mary, Mary," began her sister, "you—" but the old lady lifted her hand a little higher, and silence fell again. Then, far away in the direction of the London road, came the clear beat of the hoofs of a galloping horse. Lady Maxwell bowed her head, and her hand slowly sank to her side. The other two stood up and remained still, while the beat of the hoofs grew and grew in intensity on the frozen road. "The front door," said Lady Maxwell. Mistress Margaret slipped from the room and went downstairs. Isabel took a step or two forward, but was checked by the old lady's uplifted hand again. And again there was a breathless silence, save for the beat of the hoofs, now close and imminent. A moment later the front door was opened, and a great flood of cold air swept up the passages. The portrait of Sir Nicholas, in the hall downstairs, lifted and rattled against the wall. Then came the clatter on the paved court, and the sound of a horse suddenly checked, with the slipping up of hoofs and the jingle and rattle of chains and stirrups. There were voices in the hall below, and a man's deep tones. Then came steps ascending. Lady Maxwell still stood perfectly rigid by the window, waiting, and Isabel stared with white face and great open eyes at the door. Outside, the flame of a lamp on the wall was blowing about furiously in the draught. Then a stranger stepped into the room, evidently a gentleman. He bowed to the two ladies, and stood, with the rime on his boots and a whip in his hand, a little exhausted and disordered by hard riding. "Lady Maxwell," he said. Lady Maxwell bowed a little. "I come with news of your son, madam, the priest. He is alive and well, but he is in trouble. He was taken this morning in his masked vestments, and is in the Marshalsea." Lady Maxwell's lips moved a little, but no sound came. "He was betrayed, madam, by a friend. He and 30 other Catholics were taken all together at mass." Then Lady Maxwell spoke, and her voice was dead and hard. "The friend, sir, what was his name?" "The traitor's name, madam, is Anthony Norris." The room turned suddenly dark to Isabel's eyes, and she put up her hand and tore at the collar round her throat. "Oh no, 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 no!" she cried, and tottered a step or two forward and stood swaying. Lady Maxwell looked from one to another with eyes that seemed to see nothing, and her lips stirred again. Mistress Margaret, who had followed the stranger up, and who stood now behind him at the door, came forward to Isabel with a little cry, with her hands trembling before her. But before she could reach her, Lady Maxwell herself came swiftly forward, her head thrown back, and her arms stretched out towards the girl, who still stood dazed and swaying more and more. "My poor, poor child," said Lady Maxwell, and caught her as she fell. Chapter 9 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Fulham to Greenwich. Anthony in London, strangely enough, heard nothing of the arrest on the Sunday, except a rumour at supper that some papists had been taken. It had sufficient effect on his mind to make him congratulate himself that he had been able to warn his friend last week. At dinner on Monday there were a few guests, and among them one Sir Richard Barkley, afterwards Lieutenant of the Tower. He sat at the Archbishop's table, but Anthony's place, on the steward's left hand, brought him very close to the end of the first table where Sir Richard sat. Dinner was halfway through, when Mr. Scott, who was talking to Anthony, was suddenly silent and lifted his hand as if to check the conversation a moment. "I saw them myself," said Sir Richard's voice just behind. "What is it?" whispered Anthony. "The Catholics," answered the steward. "They were taken in Newman's Court, off Cheapside," went on the voice, "nearly 30, with one of their priests, at mass, in his trinkets too. Oldham his name is." There was a sudden crash of a chair fallen backwards, and Anthony was standing by the officer. "I beg your pardon, Sir Richard Barkley," he said, and a dead silence fell in the hall. "But is that the name of the priest that was taken yesterday?" Sir Richard looked astonished at the apparent insolence of this young official. "Yes, sir,"
he said shortly. Then began Anthony, but stopped, bowed low to the Archbishop, and went straight out of the hall. Mr. Scott was waiting for him in the hall when he returned late that night. Anthony's face was white and distracted. He came in and stood by the fire, and stared at him with a dazed air. "You are to come to his Grace?" said the steward, looking at him in silence. Anthony nodded without speaking, and turned away. "Then you cannot tell me anything?" said Mr. Scott. The other shook his head impatiently, and walked towards the inner door. The Archbishop was sincerely shocked at the sight of his young officer, as he came in and stood before the table, staring with bewildered eyes, with his dress splashed and disordered, and his hands still holding the whip and gloves. He made him sit down at once, and after Anthony had drunk a glass of wine, he made him tell his story and what he had done that day. He had been to the Marshalsea. It was true Mr. Oldham was there, and had been examined. Mr. Young had conducted it. The house at Newman's Court was guarded, the house behind Bow Church was barred and shut up, and the people seemed gone away. He could not get a word through to Mr. Oldham, though he had tried heavy bribery, and that was all. Anthony spoke with the same dazed air, in short broken sentences, but became more himself as the wine and the fire warmed him, and by the time he had finished he had recovered himself enough to entreat the Archbishop to help him. "It is useless," said the old man. "What can I do? I have no power, and he is a popish priest. How can I interfere?" "My lord," cried Anthony desperately, flushed and entreating, "all has been done through treachery. Do you not see it? I have been a brainless fool. That man behind Bow Church was a spy. For Christ's sake, help us, my lord." Grindal looked into the lad's great bright eyes, sighed, and threw out his hands despairingly. "It is useless, indeed it is useless, Mr. Norris. But I will tell you all that I can do. I will give you to morrow a letter to Sir Francis Walsingham. I was with him abroad, as you know, in the popish times of Mary, and he is still in some sort a friend of mine; but you must remember that he is a strong Protestant, and I do not suppose that he will help you. Now go to bed, dear lad; you are worn out." Anthony knelt for the old man's blessing, and left the room. The interview next day was more formidable than he had expected. He was at the secretary's house by 10 o'clock, and waited below while the Archbishop's letter was taken up. The servant came back in a few minutes and asked him to follow; and in an agony of anxiety, but with a clear head again this morning, and every faculty tense, he went upstairs after him, and was ushered into the room where Walsingham sat at a table. There was silence as the two bowed, but Sir Francis did not offer to rise, but sat with the Archbishop's letter in his hand, glancing through it again as the other stood and waited. "I understand," said the secretary at last, and his voice was dry and unsympathetic, "I understand from his Grace's letter that you desire to aid a popish priest called Oldham or Maxwell, arrested at mass on Sunday morning in Newman's Court. If you will be so good as to tell me in what way you desire to aid him, I can be more plain in my answer. You do not desire, I hope, Mr. Norris, anything but justice and a fair trial for your friend?" Anthony cleared his throat before answering. "He is my friend, as you say, Sir Francis, and he hath been caught by foul means. I myself was used, as I have little doubt, in his capture. Surely there is no justice, sir, in betraying a man by means of his friend." And Anthony described the ruse that had brought it all about. Sir Francis listened to him coldly, but there came the faintest spark of amusement into his large sad eyes. "Surely, Mr. Norris," he said, "it was somewhat simple; and I have no doubt at all that it all is as you say, and that the poor stuttering cripple with a patch was as sound and had as good sight and power of speech as you and I. But the plan was, it seems, if you will forgive me, not so simple as yourself. It would be passing strange, surely, that the man, if a friend of the priest's, could find no Catholic to take his message, but not at all strange if he were his enemy. I do not think, sincerely, sir, that it would have deceived me. But that is not now the point. He is taken now, fairly or foully, and what was it you wished me to do?" "I hoped," said Anthony, in rising indignation at this insolence, "that you would help me in some way to undo this foul injustice. Surely, sir, it cannot be right to take advantage of such knavish tricks." "Good Mr. Norris," said the secretary, "we are not playing a game with rules that must not be broken, but we are trying to serve justice." His voice rose a little in sincere enthusiasm. "And to put down all false practices, whether in religion or state, against God or the prince. Surely the point for you and me is not, ought this gentleman to have been taken in the manner he was, but being taken, is he innocent or guilty? Then you will not help me?" "I will certainly not help you to defeat justice," said the other. "Mr. Norris, you are a young man, and while your friendship does your heart credit, your manner of forwarding its claims does not equally commend your head. I counsel you to be wary in your speech and actions, or they may bring you into trouble some day yourself. After all, as no doubt your friends have told you, you played what, as a minister of the Crown, I must call a knave's part in attempting to save this popish traitor, although by God's providence you were frustrated. But it is indeed going too far to beg me to assist you. I have never heard of such audacity." Anthony left the house in a fury. It was true, as the Archbishop had said, that Sir Francis Walsingham was a convinced Protestant, but he had expected to find in him some indignation at the methods by which the priest had been captured, and some desire to make compensation for it. He went again to the Marshalsea, and now heard that James had been removed to the Tower, with one or two of the Catholics who had been in trouble before. This was serious news, for to be transferred to the Tower was often but the prelude to torture or death. He went on there, however, and tried again to gain admittance, but it was refused, and the doorkeeper would not even consent to take a message in. Mr. Oldham, he said, was being straitly kept, and it would be as much as his place was worth to admit any communication to him without an order from the Council. When Anthony got back to Lambeth after this fruitless day, he found an imploring note from Isabel awaiting him, and one of the grooms from the Hall to take his answer back. "Write back at once, dear Anthony," she wrote, "and explain this terrible thing, for I know well that you could not do what has been told us of you. But tell us what has happened, that we may know what to think. Poor Lady Maxwell is in the distress you may imagine, not knowing what will come to Mr. James. She will come to London, I think, this week. Write at once now, my Anthony, and tell us all." Anthony scribbled a few lines, saying how he had been deceived, and asking her to explain the circumstances to Lady Maxwell, who no doubt would communicate them to her son as soon as was possible. He added that he had so far failed to get a message through the gaoler. He gave the note himself to the groom, telling him to deliver it straight into Isabel's hands, and then went to bed. In the morning he reported to the Archbishop what had taken place. "I feared it would be so," Grindal said. "There is nothing to be done but to commit your friend into God's hands, and leave him there." "My lord," said Anthony, "I cannot leave it like that. I will go and see my Lord Bishop to day, and then if he can do nothing to help, I will even see the Queen's Grace herself." Grindal threw up his hands with a gesture of dismay. "That will ruin all," he said. "An officer of mine could do nothing but anger her Grace." "I must do my best," said Anthony. "It was through my folly that he is in prison, and I could never rest if I left one single thing undone."
Just as Anthony was leaving the house, a servant in the royal livery dashed up to the gate, and the porter ran out after Anthony to call him back. The man delivered to him a letter which he opened then and there. It was from Mistress Corbet. "What can be done," the letter ran, "for poor Mr. James? I've heard a tale of you from a Catholic, which I know is a black lie. I am sure that even now you will be doing all you can to save your friend. I told the man that told me that he lied, and that I knew you for an honest gentleman. But come, dear Mr. Anthony, and we will do what we can between us. Her Grace noticed this morning that I had been weeping. I put her off with excuses that she knows to be excuses, and she is so curious that she will not rest till she knows the cause. Come after dinner to day. We are at Greenwich now, and we will see what may be done. It may even be needful for you to see her Grace yourself, and tell her the story. Your loving friend, Mary Corbet." Anthony gave a message to the royal groom to tell Mistress Corbet that he would do as she said, and then rode off immediately to the city. There was another disappointing delay, as the Bishop was at Fulham, and thither he rode directly through the frosty streets, under the keen morning sunshine, fretting at the further delay. He had often had occasion to see the Bishop before, and Aylmer had taken something of a liking to this staunch young churchman; and now, as the young man came hurrying across the grass under the elms, the Bishop, who was walking in his garden in his furs and flapped cap, noticed his anxious eyes and troubled face, and smiled at him kindly, wondering what he had come about. The two began to walk up and down together. The sunshine was beginning to melt the surface of the ground, and the birds were busy with breakfast hunting. "Look at that little fellow," cried the Bishop, pointing to a thrush on the lawn. "He knows his craft." The thrush had just rapped several times with his beak at a worm's earth, and was waiting with his head sideways watching. "Aha!" cried the Bishop again, "he has him." The thrush had seized the worm who had come up to investigate the noise, and was now staggering backwards, bracing himself and tugging at the poor worm, who in a moment more was dragged out and swallowed. "My lord," said Anthony, "I came to ask your pity for one who was betrayed by like treachery." The Bishop looked astonished, and asked for the story; but when he heard who it was that had been taken, and under what circumstances, the kindliness died out of his eyes. He shook his head severely when Anthony had done. "It is useless coming to me, sir," he said. "You know what I think. To be ordained beyond the seas, and to exercise priestly functions in England, is now a crime. It is useless to pretend anything else. It is revolt against the Queen's grace and the peace of the realm. And I must confess I am astonished at you, Mr. Norris, thinking that anything ought to be done to shield a criminal, and still more astonished that you should think I would aid you in that. I tell you plainly that I am glad that the fellow is caught, for that I think there will be presently one less firebrand in England. I know it is easy to cry out against persecution and injustice. That is ever the shallow cry of the mob. But this is not a religious persecution, as you yourself very well know. It is because the Roman Church interferes with the peace of the realm, and the Queen's authority, that its ordinances are forbidden. We do not seek to touch a man's private opinions. However, you know all that as well as I." Anthony was raging now with anger. "I am not so sure, my lord, as I was," he said. "I had hoped from your lordship, at any rate, to find sympathy for the base trick whereby my friend was snared; and I find it now hard to trust the judgment of any who do not feel as I do about it." "That is insolence, Mr. Norris," said Aylmer, stopping in his walk and turning upon him his cold half shut eyes, "and I will not suffer it." "Then, my lord, I had better be gone to her Grace at once." "To her Grace!" exclaimed the Bishop. "Appello Caesarum," said Anthony, and was gone again. As Anthony came into the courtyard of Greenwich Palace an hour or two later, he found it humming with movement and noise.
Cooks were going to and fro with dishes as dinner was only just ending; servants in the royal livery were dashing across with messages; a few great hounds for the afternoon's baiting were in a group near one of the gateways, snuffing the smell of cookery and howling hungrily now and again. Anthony stopped one of the men and sent him with a message to Mistress Corbet, and the servant presently returned, saying that the court was just rising from dinner, and Mistress Corbet would see him in a parlour directly if the gentleman would kindly follow him. A groom took his horse off to the stable, and Anthony himself followed the servant to a little oak parlour looking on to a lawn with a yew hedge and a dial. He felt as one moving in a dream, bewildered by the rush of interviews, and oppressed by the awful burden that he bore at his heart. Nothing any longer seemed strange, and he scarcely gave a thought to what it meant when he heard the sound of trumpets in the court, as the Queen left the hall. In 5 minutes more Mistress Corbet burst into the room, and her anxious look broke into tenderness at the sight of the misery on the lad's face. "Oh, Master Anthony," she cried, seizing his hand, "thank God you are here! And now what is to be done for him?" They sat down together in the window seat. Mary was dressed in an elaborate rose coloured costume, but her pretty lips were pale, and her eyes looked distressed and heavy. "I have hardly slept," she said, "since Saturday night. Tell me all that you know." Anthony told her the whole story mechanically and miserably. "Ah," she said, "that was how it was. I understand it now. And what can we do? You know, of course, that he has been questioned in the Tower." Anthony turned suddenly white and sick. "Not not the he began falteringly. She nodded at him mutely, with large eyes and compressed lips. "Oh, my God!" said Anthony; and then again, "Oh, God!" She took up one of his brown young hands and pressed it gently between her white slender ones. "I know," she said, "I know. He is a gallant gentleman." Anthony stood up, shaking, and sat down again. The horror had goaded him into clearer consciousness. "Ah, what can we do?" he said brokenly. "Let me see the Queen. She will be merciful." "You must trust to me in this," said Mary. "I know her; and I know that to go to her now would be madness. She is in a fury with Pinart to day at something that has passed about the Duke. You know Monsieur is here. She kissed him the other day, and the Lord only knows whether she will marry him or not. You must wait a day or two, and be ready when I tell you." "But," stammered Anthony, "every hour we wait he suffers." "Oh, you cannot tell that," said Mary. "They give them a long rest sometimes; and it was only yesterday that he was questioned." Anthony sat silently staring out on the fresh lawn. There was still a patch of frost under the shadow of the hedge, he noticed. "Wait here a moment," said Mary, looking at him, and she got up and went out. Anthony still sat staring and thinking of the horror. Presently Mary was at his side again with a tall Venetian wine glass brimming with white wine. "Here," she said, "drink this." And then, "Have you dined to day?" "There was not time," said Anthony. She frowned at him almost fiercely. "And you come here fasting," she said, "to face the Queen? You foolish boy, you know nothing. Wait here," she added imperiously, and again she left the room. Anthony still stared out of doors, twisting the empty glass in his hand, until again came her step and the rustle of her dress. She took the glass from him and put it down. A servant had followed her back into the room in a minute or two with a dish of meat and some bread. He set it on the table and went out. "Now," said Mary, "sit down and eat before you speak another word." And Anthony obeyed. The servant presently returned with some fruit, and again left them. All the while Anthony was eating, Mary sat by him and told him how she had heard the whole story from another Catholic at court, and how the Queen had questioned her closely the night before as to what the marks of tears meant on her cheeks. "It was when I heard of the racking," explained Mary. "I could not help it. I went up to my room and cried and cried.
but I would not tell her Grace that. It would have been of no use. So I said I had a headache, but I said it in such a way as to prepare her for more. She has not questioned me again to day. She is too full of anger, and of the bear baiting; but she will, she will. She never forgets. And then, Mr. Anthony, it must be you to tell her. You are a pleasant faced young man, sir, and she likes such as that. And you must be both forward and modest with her. She loves boldness, but hates rudeness. That is why Chris is so beloved by her. He is a fool, but he is a handsome fool, and a forward fool, and withal a tender fool, and sighs and cries, and calls her his goddess, and says how he takes to his bed when she is not there, which of course is true. The other day he came to her, white faced, sobbing, like a frightened child, about the ring she had given Monsieur le Petit Grenouille. And oh, she was so tender with him. And so, Mr. Anthony, you must not be just forward with her, and frown at her, and call her Jezebel and tyrant, as you would like to do; but you must call her Cleopatra and Diana as well. Forward and backward all in one. That is the way she loves to be wooed. She is a woman, remember that." "I must just let my heart speak," said Anthony. "I cannot twist and turn." "Yes, yes," said Mary, "that is what I mean. But mind that it is your heart." They went on talking a little longer, when suddenly the trumpets pealed out again. Mary rose with a look of consternation. "I must fly," she said. "Her Grace will be starting for the pit directly, and I must be there. Do you follow, Mr. Anthony. I will speak to a servant in the court about you." And in a moment she was gone. When Anthony had finished the fruit and wine, he felt considerably refreshed, and after waiting a few minutes, went out into the court again, which he found almost deserted, except for a servant or two. One of these came up to him, and said respectfully that Mistress Corbet had left instructions that Mr. Norris was to be taken to the bear pit. So Anthony followed him through the palace to the back. It was a startlingly beautiful sight that his eyes fell upon when he came up the wooden stairs on to the stage that ran around the arena where the sport was just beginning. It was an amphitheatre, perhaps 40 yards across, and the seats around it were filled with the most brilliant costumes, many of which blazed with jewels. Hanging over the top of the palisade were rich stuffs and tapestries. The Queen herself, no doubt with Alençon, was seated somewhere to the right, as Anthony could see by the canopy, with the arms of England and France embroidered upon its front; but he was too near to her to be able to catch even a glimpse of her face or figure. The awning overhead was furled, as the day was so fine, and the winter sunshine poured down on the dresses and jewels. All the court was there, and Anthony recognised many great nobles here and there in the specially reserved seats. A ceaseless clangour of trumpets and cymbals filled the air, and drowned not only the conversation but the terrific noise from the arena, where half a dozen great dogs, furious with hunger and excited as much by the crowds and the brazen music overhead as by the presence of their fierce adversary, were baiting a huge bear chained to a ring in the centre of the sand. Anthony's heart sank a little as he noticed the ladies of the court applauding and laughing at the abominable scene below, no doubt in imitation of their mistress, who loved this fierce sport; and as he thought of the kind of heart to which he would have to appeal presently. So through the winter afternoon the bouts went on. The band answered with harsh chords the death of the dogs one by one, and welcomed the collapse of the bear with a strident bellowing passage on the great horns and drums. And by the time it was over, and the spectators rose to their feet, Anthony's hopes were lower than ever. Can there be any compassion left, he wondered, in a woman to whom such an afternoon was nothing more than a charming entertainment? By the time he was able to get out of his seat and return to the courtyard, the procession had again disappeared, but he was escorted by the same servant to the parlour again, where Mistress Corbet presently rustled in. "You must stay to night. she said, "as late as possible. I wish you could sleep here; but we are so crowded with these Frenchmen and Hollanders that there is not a bed empty. The Queen is in better humour, and if the play goes well, it may be that a word said, even to night, might reach her heart. I will tell you when it is over. You must be present. I will send you supper here directly." Anthony inquired as to his dress. "Nay, nay," said Mistress Corbet, "that will do very well. It is sober and quiet, and a little splashed. It will appear that you came in such haste that you could not change it. Her Grace likes to see a man hot and in a hurry sometimes, and not always like a peacock in the shade. And, Master Anthony, it suits you very well." He asked what time the play would be over, and that his horse might be saddled ready for him when he should want it, and Mary promised to see to it. He felt much more himself as he supped alone in the parlour. The bewilderment had passed, the courage and spirit of Mary had infected his own, and the stirring strange life of the palace had distracted him from that dreadful brooding into which he had at first sunk. When he had finished supper, he sat in the window seat, pondering and praying too, that the fierce heart of the Queen might be melted, and that God would give him words to say. There was much else too that he thought over as he sat and watched the illuminated windows round the little lawn on which his own looked, and heard the distant clash of music from the hall where the Queen was supping in state. He thought of Mary, and of her gay and tender nature, and of his own boyish love for her. That indeed had gone, or rather had been transfigured into a brotherly honour and respect. Both she and he was beginning to feel, had a more majestic task before them than marrying and giving in marriage. The religion which made this woman what she was, pure and upright in a luxurious and treacherous court, tender among hard hearts, sympathetic in the midst of selfish lives, this religion was beginning to draw this young man with almost irresistible power. Mary herself was doing her part bravely, witnessing in a Protestant court to the power of the Catholic faith in her own life. And he, what was he doing? These last 3 days were working miracles in him. The way he had been received by Walsingham and Aylmer, their apparent inability to see his point of view on this foul bit of treachery, the whole method of the government of the day, and above all the picture that was floating now before his eyes over the dark lawn, of the little cell in the Tower, and the silent wrenched figure lying upon the straw, the gallant gentleman, as Mary had called him, who had reckoned all this price up before he embarked on the life of a priest, and was even now paying it, gladly and thankfully, no doubt. All this deepened the previous impressions that Anthony's mind had received, and as he sat here amid the stir of the royal palace, again and again a vision moved before him of himself as a Catholic, and perhaps but Isabel, what of Isabel? And at the thought of her he rose and walked to and fro. Presently the servant came again to take Anthony to the presence chamber where the play was to take place. "I understand, sir, from Mistress Corbet," said the man, closing the door of the parlour a moment, "that you are come about Mr. Maxwell. I am a Catholic too, sir, and may I say, sir, God bless and prosper you in this. I beg your pardon, sir. Will you follow me?" The room was full at the lower end where Anthony had to stand, as he was not in court dress, and he could see really nothing of the play, and hear very little either. The children of Paul's were acting some classical play which he did not know. All he could do was to catch a glimpse now and again of the protruding stage, with the curtains at the back, and the glitter of the armour that the boys wore, and hear the songs that were accompanied by a little string band, and the clash of the brass at the more martial moments. The Queen and the Duke, he could see, sat together immediately opposite the stage, on raised seats under a canopy. A group of halberdiers guarded them, and another small company of them was ranged at the sides of the stage. Anthony could see little more than this, and could hear only isolated sentences here and there, so broken was the peace by the talking and laughing around him. But he did not like to move, as Mistress Corbet had told him to be present, so he stood there listening to the undertone talk about him, and watching the faces. What he did see of the play did not rouse him to any great enthusiasm. His heart was too heavy with his errand, and it seemed to him that the occasional glimpses he caught of the stage showed him a very tiresome hero, dressed in velvet doublet and hose and steel cap, strangely unconvincing, who spoke his lines pompously, and was as unsatisfactory as the slender shrill voiced boy who, representing a woman of marvellous beauty and allurement, was supposed to fire the conqueror's blood with passion. At last it ended, and an orator in apparel of cloth of gold spoke a kind of special epilogue in rhyming metre in praise of the Virgin Queen, and then retired bowing. Immediately there was a general movement. The brass instruments began to blare out, and an usher at the door desired those who were blocking the way to step aside to make way for the Queen's procession, which would shortly pass out. Anthony himself went outside with one or two more, and then stood aside waiting. There was a pause, and then a hush, and the sound of a high rating woman's voice, followed by a murmur of laughter. In a moment more the door was flung open again, and to Anthony's surprise Mistress Corbet came rustling out, as the people stepped back to make room. Her eyes fell on Anthony near the door, and she beckoned him to follow, and he went down the corridor after her, followed her silently along a passage or two, wondering why she did not speak, and then came after her into the same little oak parlour where he had supped. A servant followed them immediately with lighted candles, which he set down and retired. Anthony looked at Mistress Corbet, and saw all across her pale cheek the fiery mark of the 5 fingers of a hand, and saw too that her eyes were full of tears, and that her breath came unevenly. "It is no use to-night," she said with a sob in her voice. "Her Grace is angry with me." "And began Anthony in amazement. "And she struck me," said Mary, struggling bravely to smile. "It was all my fault." And a bright tear or two ran down on to her delicate lace. "I was sitting near her Grace, and I could not keep my mind off poor James Maxwell, and I suppose I looked grave, because when the play was over she beckoned me up, and asked how I liked it, and why I looked so solemn; for she would know. Was it for Scipio Africanus, or some other man? And I was silent. And Alençon, that little frog man, burst out laughing, and said to her Grace something shameful, in French. But I understood, and gave him a look, and her Grace saw it, and struck me here, before all the court, and bade me begone." "Oh, it is shameful!" said Anthony furiously, his own eyes bright too at the sight of this gallant girl and her humiliation. "You cannot stay here, Mistress Corbet. This is the second time at least, is it not?"
"Ah, but I must stay," she said, "or who will speak for the Catholics? But now it is useless to think of seeing her Grace to-night. Yet to-morrow, maybe, she will be sorry; she often is, and will want to make amends; and then will be our time. So you must be here to-morrow, by dinner time at least."
"Oh, Mistress Corbet," said the boy, "I wish I could do something."
"You dear lad," said Mary, and then indeed the tears ran down.
Anthony rode back to Lambeth under the stars, anxious and dispirited, and all night long dreamed of pageants and progresses that blocked the street down which he must ride to rescue James. The brazen trumpets rang out whenever he called for help or tried to explain his errand, and Elizabeth rode by, bowing and smiling to all save him. The next day he was at Greenwich again by dinner time, and again dined by himself in the oak parlour, waited upon by the Catholic servant. He was just finishing his meal when in sailed Mary, beaming. "I told you so," she said delightedly. "The Queen is sorry. She pinched my ear just now, and smiled at me, and bade me come to her in her private parlour in half an hour, and I shall put my petition then. So be ready, Master Anthony, be ready, and of a good courage; for please God we shall save him yet." Anthony looked at her, white and scared. "What shall I say?" he said. "Speak from your heart, sir, as you did to me yesterday. Be bold, yet not overbold. Tell her plainly that he is your friend, and that it was through your action he was betrayed. Say that you love the man. She likes loyalty. Say he is a fine upstanding fellow, over 6 feet in height, with a good leg. She likes a good leg. Say that he has not a wife, and will never have one. Wives and husbands like her not, in spite of le petit grenouille. And look straight in her face, Master Anthony, as you looked in mine yesterday when I was a cry baby. She likes men to do that. And then look away as if dazzled by her radiancy. She likes that even more." Anthony looked so bewildered by these instructions that Mary laughed in his face. "Here then, poor lad," she said, "I will tell you in a word. Tell the truth, and be a man. A man! She likes that best of all; though she likes sheep too, such as Chris Hatton, and frogs like the Duke, and apes like the little Spaniard, and chattering dancing monkeys like the Frenchman, and devils like Walsingham. But do you be a man, and risk it. I know you can manage that." And Mary smiled at him so cheerfully that Anthony felt heartened. "There," she said, "now you look like one. But you must have some more wine first. I will send it in as I go. And now I must go. Wait here for the message." She gave him her hand, and he kissed it, and she went out, nodding and smiling over her shoulder. Anthony sat miserably on the window seat. Oh, so much depended on him now. The Queen was in a good humour, and such a chance might never occur again. And meantime James Maxwell waited in the Tower. The minutes passed. Steps came and went in the passage outside, and Anthony's heart leaped into his mouth at each sound. Once the door opened, and Anthony sprang to his feet trembling. But it was only the servant with the wine. Anthony took it, a fiery Italian wine, and drew a long draught that sent his blood coursing through his veins, and set his heart a beating strongly again. And even as he set the cup down, the door was open again, and a bowing page was there. "May it please you, sir, the Queen's Grace has sent me for you." Anthony got up, swallowed in his throat once or twice, and motioned to go. The boy went out, and Anthony followed. They went down a corridor or two, passing a sentry who let the well known page and the gentleman pass without challenging, ascended a twisted oak staircase, went along a gallery with stained glass of heraldic emblems in the windows, and paused before a door. The page, before knocking, turned and looked meaningly at Anthony, who stood with every pulse in his body racing. Then the boy knocked, opened the door. Anthony entered, and the door closed behind him. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The appeal to Caesar. The room was full of sunshine that poured in through two tall windows opposite, upon a motionless figure that sat in a high carved chair by the table, and watched the door. This figure dominated the whole room. The lad, as he dropped on his knees, was conscious of eyes watching him from behind the chair, of tapestried walls, and a lute that lay on the table; but all those things were but trifling accessories to that scarlet central figure with a burnished halo of auburn hair round a shadowed face. There was complete silence for a minute or two.
A hound bayed in the court outside, and there came a far-away bang of a door somewhere in the palace. There was a rustle of silk that set every nerve of his body thrilling, and then a clear, hard, penetrating voice spoke two words. "Well, sir?" Anthony drew a breath and swallowed in his throat. "Your Grace," he said, and lifted his eyes for a moment and dropped them again. But in the glimpse every detail stamped itself clear on his imagination. There she sat in vivid scarlet and cloth of gold, radiating light, with high puffed sleeves, an immense ruff fringed with lace. The narrow eyes were fixed on him, and as he now waited again he knew that they were running up and down his figure, his dark splashed hose and his tumbled doublet and ruff. "You come strangely dressed." Anthony drew a quick breath again. "My heart is sick," he said. There was another slight movement. "Well, sir," the voice said again, "you have not told us why you are here." "For justice from my Queen," he said, and stopped. "And for mercy from a woman," he added, scarcely knowing what he said. Again Elizabeth stirred in her chair. "You taught him that, you wicked girl," she said. "No, madam," came Mary's voice from behind, subdued and entreating. "It is his heart that speaks." "Enough, sir," said Elizabeth. "Now tell us plainly what you want of us." Then Anthony thought it time to be bold. He made a great effort, and the sense of constraint relaxed a little. "I have been, your Grace, to Sir Francis Walsingham and my Lord Bishop of London, and I can get neither justice nor mercy from either, and so I come to your Grace, who are their mistress, to teach them manners." "Stay," said Elizabeth, "that is insolence to my ministers." "So my lord said," answered Anthony frankly, looking into that hard, clear face that was beginning to be lined with age; and he saw that Elizabeth smiled, and that the face behind the chair nodded at him encouragingly. "Well, insolence, go on." "It is on behalf of one who has been pronounced a felon and a traitor by your Grace's laws that I am pleading, but one who is a very gallant Christian gentleman as well." "Your friend lacks not courage," interrupted Elizabeth to Mary. "No, your Grace," said the other, "that has never been considered his failing." Anthony waited, and then the voice spoke again harshly. "Go on with the tale, sir. I cannot be here all day." "He is a popish priest, your Majesty, and he was taken at mass in his vestments, and is now in the Tower, and he hath been questioned on the rack. And, madam, it is piteous to think of it. He is but a young man still, but passing strong and tall." "What has this to do with me, sir?" interrupted the Queen harshly. "I cannot pardon every proper young priest in the kingdom. What else is there to be said for him?" "He was taken through the foul treachery of a spy who imposed upon me, his friend, and caused me, all unknowing, to say the very words that brought him into the net." And then more and more Anthony began to lose his self-consciousness, and poured out the story from the beginning, telling how he had been brought up in the same village with James Maxwell, and what a loyal gentleman he was; and then the story of the trick by which he had been deceived. As he spoke his whole appearance seemed to change. Instead of the shy and rather clumsy manner with which he had begun, he was now natural and free. He moved his hands in slight gestures; his blue eyes looked the Queen fairly in the face; he moved a little forward on his knees as he pleaded; and he spoke with a passion that astonished both Mary and himself afterwards, when he thought of it. In spite of his short and broken sentences, he was conscious all the while of an intense external strain and pressure, as if he were pleading for his life, and the time was short. Elizabeth relaxed her rigid attitude, and leaned her chin on her hand and her elbow on the table, and watched him, her thin lips parted, the pearl rope and crown on her head, and the pearl pendants in her ears moving slightly as she nodded at points in his story. "Ah, your Grace,"
he cried, lifting his open hands towards her a little. "You have a woman's heart; all your people say so. You cannot allow this man to be so trapped to his death. Treachery never helped a cause yet. If your men cannot catch these priests fairly, then, a God's name, let them not catch them at all. But to use a friend and make a Judas of him, to make the very lips that have spoken friendly speak traitorously, to bait the trap like that, it is devilish. Let him go, let him go, madam. One priest more or less cannot overthrow the realm; but one more foul crime done in the name of justice can bring God's wrath down on the nation. I hold that a trick like that is far worse than all the disobedience in the world. Nay, how can we cry out against the Jesuits and the plotters, if we do worse ourselves? Madam, madam, let him go. Oh, I know I cannot speak as well in this good cause as some can in a bad cause; but let the cause speak for itself. I cannot speak, I know." "Nay, nay," said Elizabeth softly, "you wrong yourself. You have an honest face, sir, and that is the best recommendation to me. And so, Minnie," she went on, turning to Mary, "this was your petition, was it? And this your advocate? Well, you have not chosen badly. Now you speak yourself." Mary stood a moment silent, and then with a swift movement came round the arm of the Queen's chair and threw herself on her knees, with her hands upon the Queen's left hand as it lay upon the carved boss; and her voice was as Anthony had never yet heard it, vibrant and full of tears. "Oh, madam, madam, this poor lad cannot speak as he says, and yet his sad, honest face, as your Grace said, is more eloquent than all words. And think of the silence of the little cell upstairs in the tower, where a gallant gentleman lies, all rent and torn with the rack, and how he listens for the footsteps outside of the tormentors who come to drag him down again, all aching and heavy with pain, down to that fierce engine in the dark. And think of his gallant heart, your Grace, how brave it is, and how he will not yield nor let one name escape him. Ah, not because he loves not your Grace, nor desires to serve you, but because he serves your Grace best by serving and loving his God first of all. And think how he cannot help a sob now and again, and whispers the name of his Saviour, as the pulleys begin to wrench and twist, and do not forget his mother, your Grace, down in the country, how she sits and listens and prays for her dear son, and cannot sleep, and dreams of him when at last she sleeps, and wakes screaming and crying at the thought of the boy she bore and nursed in the hands of those harsh devils. And you can stop it all, your Grace, with one little word, and make that mother's heart bless your name and pray for you night and morning till she dies, and let that gallant son go free, and save his racked body before it be torn asunder. And you can make this honest lad's heart happy again with the thought that he has saved his friend instead of slaying him. Look you, madam, he has come confessing his fault, saying bravely to your Grace that he did try to do his friend a service in spite of the laws, for that he held love to be the highest law. And how many happy souls you can make with a word, because you are a queen. What is it to be a queen, to be able to do all that? Oh, madam, be pitiful then, and show mercy, as one day you hope to find it." Mary spoke with an intense feeling. Her voice was one long straining sob of appeal, and as she ended, her tears were beginning to rain down on the hand she held between her own. She lifted it to her streaming face and kissed it again and again, and then dropped her forehead upon it, and so rested in dead silence. Elizabeth swallowed in her throat once or twice, and then spoke, and her voice was a little choked. "Well, well, you silly girl, you plead too well." Anthony irresistibly threw his hands out as he knelt. "Oh, God bless your Grace," he said, and then gave a sob or two himself. "There, there, you are a pair of children," she said, for Mary was kissing her hand again and again. "And you are a pretty pair too," she added. Now that is enough. Stand up." Anthony rose to his feet again and stood there, and Mary went round again behind the chair. Now, you have put me in a sore strait," said Elizabeth. "Between you, I scarcely know how to keep my word. They call me fickle enough already. But Frank Walsingham shall do it for me. He is certainly at the back of it all, and he shall manage it. It shall be done at once. Call a page, Minnie." Mary Corbet went to the back of the room into the shadow, opened a door that Anthony had not noticed, and beckoned sharply. In a moment or two a page was bowing before Elizabeth. "Is Sir Francis Walsingham in the palace?" she asked. "Then bring him here," she ended, as the boy bowed again. "And you two," she went on, "shall hear that I keep my word." She pointed towards the door whence the page had come. "Stand there," she said, "and leave the door ajar." Mary gave Anthony her hand and a radiant smile as they went together. "Aha!" said Elizabeth, "not in my presence." Anthony flushed with fury in spite of his joy. They went in through the door, and found themselves in a tiny panelled room with a little slit of a window. It was used to place a sentry or a page within it. There were a couple of chairs, and the two sat down to wait. "Oh, thank God," whispered Anthony. Again the harsh voice rang out from the open door. Now, no love making within there." Mary smiled and laid her finger on her lips. Then there came the ripple of a lute from the outer room, played not unskilfully. Mary smiled again and nodded at Anthony. Then a metallic voice, but clear enough and tuneful, began to sing a verse of the little love song of Harrington's, "Whence comes my love?" It suddenly ceased in the middle of the line, and the voice cried to some one to come in. Anthony could hear the door open and close again, and a movement or two, which doubtless represented Walsingham's obeisance. Then the Queen's voice began again, low, thin and distinct. The two in the inner room listened breathlessly. "I wish a prisoner in the Tower to be released, Sir Francis, without any talk or to do, and I desire you to do it for me." There was silence, and then Walsingham's deep tone. "Your Grace has but to command." "His name is James Maxwell, and he is a popish priest." A longer silence followed. "I do not know if your Grace knows all the circumstances." "I do, sir, or I should not interfere." "The feeling of the people was very strong." "Well, and what of that?" "It will be a risk of your Grace's favour with them." "Have I not said that my name was not to appear in the matter? And do you think I fear my people's wrath?" There was silence again. "Well, Sir Francis, why do you not speak?" "I have nothing to say, your Grace." "Then it will be done?" "I do not see at present how it can be done, but doubtless there is a way." "Then you will find it, sir, immediately," rang out the Queen's metallic tones. Mary turned and nodded solemnly at Anthony with pursed lips. "He was questioned on the rack 2 days ago, your Grace." "Have I not said I know all the circumstances? Do you wish me to say it again?" The Queen was plainly getting angry. "I ask your pardon, madam, but I only meant that he could not travel probably yet a while. He was on the rack for 4 hours, I understand." Anthony felt that strange sickness rise again, but Mary laid her cool hand on his, and smiled at him. "Well, well," rasped out Elizabeth, "I do not ask impossibilities." "They would cease to be so, madam, if you did." Mary within the little room put her lips to Anthony's ear. "Butter," she whispered. "Well, sir," went on the Queen, "you shall see that he has a physician, and leave to travel as soon as he will." "It shall be done, your Grace." "Very well, see to it." "I beg your Grace's pardon, but what—" "Well, what is it now?" "I would wish to know your Grace's pleasure as to the future for Mr. Maxwell. Is no pledge of good behaviour to be exacted from him?"
Of course he says mass again at his peril. Either he must take the oath at once, or he shall be allowed 48 hours' safe conduct with his papers for the Continent. Your Grace, indeed I must remonstrate." Then the Queen's wrath burst out. They heard a swift movement and the rap of her high heels as she sprang to her feet. "By God's Son," she screamed, "am I Queen or not? I have had enough of your counsel. You presume, sir." Her ringed hand came heavily down on the table, and they heard the lute leap and fall again. "You presume on your position, sir. I made you, and I can unmake you, and by God I will, if I have another word of your counselling. Begone, and see that it be done. I will not bid twice." There was silence again, and they heard the outer door open and close. Anthony's heart was beating wildly. He had sprung to his feet in a trembling excitement, as the Queen had sprung to hers. The mere ring of that furious royal voice, even without the sight of her pale wrathful face and blazing eyes that Walsingham looked upon as he backed out from the presence, was enough to make this lad's whole frame shiver. Mary apparently was accustomed to this, for she looked up at Anthony, laughing silently, and shrugged her shoulders. Then they heard the Queen's silk draperies rustle, and her pearls chink together as she sank down again and took up her lute and struck the strings. Then the metallic voice began again, with a little tremor in it, like the ground swell after a storm, and she sang the verse through in which she had been interrupted. "Why thus, my love, so kind bespeak? Sweet eye, sweet lip, sweet blushing cheek, yet not a heart to save my pain. O Venus, take thy gifts again. Make not so fair to cause our moan, or make a heart that's like your own." The lute rippled away into silence. Mary rose quietly to her feet and nodded to Anthony. "Come back, you two," cried the Queen. Mary stepped straight through, the lad behind her. "Well," said the Queen, turning to them and showing her black teeth in a smile, "have I kept my word?" "Ah, your Grace," said Mary, curtseying to the ground, "you have made some simple loving hearts very happy to-day. I do not mean Sir Francis." The Queen laughed. "Come here, child," she said, holding out her glittering hand. "Down here." And Mary sank down on the Queen's footstool and leaned against her knee like a child, smiling up into her face, while Elizabeth put her hand under her chin and kissed her twice on the forehead. "There, there," she said caressingly, "have I made amends? Am I a hard mistress?" And she threw her left hand round the girl's neck and began to play with the diamond pendant in her ear, and to stroke the smooth curve of her cheek with her flashing fingers. Anthony, a little on one side, stood watching and wondering at this silky tigress who raged so fiercely just now. Elizabeth looked up in a moment and saw him. "Why, here is the tall lad here still," she said, "eyeing us as if we were monsters. Have you never yet seen two maidens loving one another, that you stare so with your great eyes? Aha, Minnie, he would like to be sitting where I am. Is it not so, sir?" "I would sooner stand where I am, madam," said Anthony by a sudden inspiration, "and look upon your Grace." "Why, he is a courtier already," said the Queen. "You have been giving him lessons, Minnie, you sly girl." "A loyal heart makes the best courtier, madam," said Mary, taking the Queen's hand delicately in her own. "And next to looking upon my Grace, Mr. Norris," said Elizabeth, "what do you best love?" "Listening to your Grace," said Anthony promptly. Mary turned and flashed all her teeth upon him in a smile, and her eyes danced in her head. Elizabeth laughed outright. "He is an apt pupil," she said to Mary. "You mean the lute, sir?" she added. "I mean your Grace's voice, madam. I had forgotten the lute." "Ah, a little clumsy," said the Queen. "Not so true a thrust as the others."
"It was not for lack of good will," said poor Anthony, blushing a little. He felt in a kind of dream, fencing in language with this strange mighty creature in scarlet and pearls, who sat up in her chair and darted remarks at him as with a rapier. "Aha!" said the Queen, "he is blushing. Look, Minnie." Mary looked at him deliberately. Anthony became scarlet at once, and tried a desperate escape. "It is your livery, madam," he said. Mary clapped her hands and glanced at the Queen. "Yes, Minnie, he does his mistress credit." "Yes, your Grace, but he can do other things besides talk," explained Mary. Anthony felt like a horse being shown off by a skilful dealer; but he was more at his ease too, after his blush. "Extend your mercy, madam," he said, "and bid Mistress Corbet hold her tongue and spare my shame." "Silence, sir," said the Queen. "Go on, Minnie. What else can he do?" "Ah, your Grace, he can hawk. Oh, you should see his peregrine, named after your Majesty. That shows his loyal heart." "I am not sure of the compliment," said the Queen. "Hawks are fierce creatures." "It was not for her fierceness," put in Anthony, "that I named her after your Grace." "Why then, Mr. Norris?" "For that she soars so high above all other creatures," said the lad, "and that she never stoops but to conquer." Mary gave a sudden triumphant laugh, and glanced up, and Elizabeth tapped her on the cheek sharply. "Be still, bad girl," she said. "You must not prompt during the lesson." And so the talk went on. Anthony really acquitted himself with great credit, considering the extreme strangeness of his position; but such an intense weight had been lifted off his mind by the Queen's pardon of James Maxwell, that his nature was alight with a kind of intoxication. All his sharpness, such as it was, rose to the surface; and Mary too was amazed at some of his replies. Elizabeth took it as a matter of course. She was accustomed to this kind of word fencing. She did not do it very well herself; her royalty gave her many advantages which she often availed herself of, and her address was not to be compared for a moment with that of some of her courtiers and ladies; but still she was amused by this slender honest lad who stood there before her in his graceful splashed dress, and blushed and laughed and parried and delivered his point with force, even if not with any extraordinary skill. But at last she began to show signs of weariness, and Mary managed to convey to Anthony that it was time to be off; so he began to make his adieus. "Well," said Elizabeth, "let us see you at supper to night, and in the parlours afterwards. Ah!" she cried suddenly, "neither of you must say a word as to how your friend was released. It must remain the act of the Council. My name must not appear. Walsingham will see to that, and you must see to it too." They both promised sincerely. "Well then, lad," said Elizabeth, and stretched out her hand, and Mary rose and stood by her. Anthony came up and knelt on the cushion, and received the slender scented ringed hand on his own, and kissed it ardently in his gratitude. As he released it, it cuffed him gently on the cheek. "There, there," said Elizabeth, "Minnie has taught you too much, it seems." Anthony backed out of the presence, smiling, and his last glimpse was once more of the great scarlet clad figure with the slender waist and the priceless pearls, and the haze of muslin behind that crowned auburn head, and the pale oval face smiling at him with narrow eyes, and all in a glory of sunshine. He did not see Mary Corbet again until evening, as she was with the Queen all the afternoon. Anthony would have wished to return to Lambeth, but it was impossible, after the command to remain to supper; so he wandered down along the river bank, rejoicing in the success of his petition, and wondering whether James had heard of his release yet. Of course it was just a fly in the ointment that his own agency in the matter could never be known. It would have been at least some sort of compensation for his innocent share in the whole matter of the arrest. However, he was too happy to feel the sting of it. He felt, of course, greatly drawn to the Queen for her ready clemency; and yet there was something repellent about her too in spite of it. He felt in his heart that it was just a caprice, like her blows and caresses. And then the assumption of youth sat very ill upon this lean middle-aged woman. He would have preferred less lute playing and sprightly innuendo, and more tenderness and gravity. Mary had arranged that a proper court suit should be at his disposal for supper, and a room to himself; so after he had returned at sunset he changed his clothes: the white silk suit with the high hosen, the embroidered doublet with great puffed and slashed sleeves, the short green lined cloak, the white cap and feather, and the slender sword with the jewelled hilt, all became him very well; and he found too that Mary had provided him with two great emerald brooches of her own, that he pinned on, one at the fastening of the crisp ruff, and the other on his cap. He went on to the private chapel for the evening prayer at 6:30, which was read by one of the chaplains; but there were very few persons present, and none of any distinction. Religion, except as a department of politics, was no integral part of court life. The Queen only occasionally attended evening prayer on week days, and just now she was too busy with the affair of the Duke of Alençon to spend unnecessary time in that manner. When the evening prayer was over, he followed the little company into the long gallery that led towards the hall, through which the Queen's procession would pass to supper, and there he attached himself to a group of gentlemen, some of whom he had met at Lambeth. While they were talking, the clang of trumpets suddenly broke out from the direction of the Queen's apartments, and all threw themselves on their knees and remained there. The doors were flung open by servants stationed behind them, and the wands advanced leading the procession; then came the trumpeters blowing mightily, with a drum or two beating the step; and then in endless profusion servants and guards, gentlemen pensioners magnificently habited, for they were continually about the Queen's person; and at last, after an official or two bearing swords, came the Queen and Alençon together. She in a superb purple toilette, with brocaded underskirt and high-heeled twinkling shoes, and breathing out essences as she swept by smiling; and he, a pathetic little brown man, pock marked, with an ill-shapen nose and a head too large for his undersized body, in a rich velvet suit sparkling all over with diamonds. As they passed Anthony, he heard the Duke making some French compliment in his croaking harsh voice. Behind came the crowd of ladies, nodding, chattering, rustling; and Anthony had a swift glance of pleasure from Mistress Corbet as she went by, talking at the top of her voice. The company followed on to the hall, behind the distant trumpeters, and Anthony found himself still with his friends somewhere at the lower end, away from the Queen's table, who sat with Alençon at her side on a dais, with the great folks about her. All through supper the most astonishing noise went on; every one was talking loudly; the servants ran to and fro over the paved floor; there was a loud clatter over the plates of 400 persons; and to crown all, a band in the musicians' gallery overhead made brazen music all supper time. Anthony had enough entertainment himself in looking about the great banqueting hall, so magnificently adorned with tapestries and armour and antlers from the park, and above all by the blaze of gold and silver plate, both on the tables and on the sideboards; and by watching the army of liveried servants running to and fro incessantly, and the glowing colours of the dresses of the guests. Supper was over at last, and a Latin grace was exquisitely sung in 4 parts by boys and men stationed in the musicians' gallery; and then the Queen's procession went out with the same ceremony as that with which it had entered. Anthony followed behind, as he had been bidden by the Queen, to the private parlours afterwards; but he presently found his way barred by a page at the foot of the stairs leading to the Queen's apartments. It was in vain that he pleaded his invitation; it was useless, as the young gentleman had not been informed of it. Anthony asked if he might see Mistress Corbet. No, that too was impossible; she was gone upstairs with the Queen's Grace, and might not be disturbed. Anthony, in despair, not however unmixed with relief at escaping a further ordeal, was about to turn away, leaving the officious young gentleman swaggering on the stairs like a peacock, when down came Mistress Corbet herself, sailing down in her splendour to see what was become of the gentlemen of the Archbishop's house. "Why, here you are!" she cried from the landing as she came down, "and why have you not obeyed the Queen's command?"
"This young gentleman," said Anthony, indicating the astonished page, "would not let me proceed." "It is unusual, Mistress Corbet," said the boy, "for her Grace's guests to come without my having received instructions, unless they are great folk." Mistress Corbet came down the last 6 steps like a stooping hawk, her wings bulged behind her, and she caught the boy one clean light cuff on the side of the head. "You imp!" she said, "daring to doubt the word of this gentleman, and the Queen's Grace's own special guest." The boy tried still to stand on his dignity and bar the way; but it was difficult to be dignified with a ringing head and a scarlet ear. "Stand aside," said Mary, stamping her little buckled foot, "this instant, unless you would be dragged by your red ear before the Queen's Grace. Come, Master Anthony." So the two went upstairs together, and the lad called up after them bitterly: "I beg your pardon, Mistress, I did not recognize he was your gallant." "You shall pay for that," hissed Mary over the banisters. They went along a passage or two, and the sound of a voice singing to a virginal began to ring nearer as they went, followed by a burst of applause. "Lady Leicester," whispered Mary, and then she opened the door and they went in. There were 3 rooms opening on one another with wide entrances, so that really one long room was the result. They were all 3 fairly full. That into which they entered, the first in the row, was occupied by some gentlemen pensioners and ladies talking and laughing, some playing shove groat, and some of them still applauding the song that had just ended. The middle room was much the same, and the third, which was a step higher than the others, was that in which was the Queen, with Lady Leicester and a few more. Lady Leicester had just finished a song, and was laying her virginal down. There was a great fire burning in the middle room, with seats about it, and here Mary Corbet brought Anthony. Those near him eyed him a little, but his companion was sufficient warrant of his respectability, and they soon got into talk, which was suddenly interrupted by the Queen's voice from the next room. "Minnie, Minnie, if you can spare a moment from your lad, come and help us at a dance." The Queen was plainly in a high good humour, and Mary got up and went into the Queen's room. Those round the fire stood up and pushed the seats back, and the game ceased in the third room, as her Grace needed spectators and applause. Then there arose the rippling of lutes from the ladies in the next room, in slow swaying measure, with the gentle tap of a drum now and again, and the pavane began, a stately dignified dance, and among all the ladies moved the great Queen herself, swaying and bending with much grace and dignity. It was the strangest thing for Anthony to find himself here, a raven among all these peacocks and birds of paradise; and he wondered at himself, and at the strange humour of Providence, as he watched the shimmer of the dresses and the sparkle of the shoes and jewels, and the soft clouds of muslin and lace that shivered and rustled as the ladies stepped. The firelight shone through the wide doorway on this glowing movement, and groups of candles in sconces within the room increased and steadied the soft intensity of the light. The soft tingling instruments, with the slow tap tap marking the measure like a step, seemed a translation into chord and melody of this stately tender exercise. And so this glorious flower bed, loaded too with the wealth of essences in the dresses and the sweet washed gloves, swayed under the wind of the music, bending and rising together in slow waves and ripples. Then it ceased, and the silence was broken by a quick storm of applause, while the dancers waited for the lutes. Then all the instruments broke out together in a quick triple time, the stringed instruments supplying a hasty throbbing accompaniment, while the shrill flutes began to whistle and the drums to gallop. There was yet a pause in the dance, till the Queen made the first movement, and then the whole whirled off on the wings of a coranto. It was bewildering to Anthony, who had never even dreamed of such a dance before. He watched first the lower line of the shoes, and the whole floor, in reality above and in the mirror of the polished boards below, seemed scintillating in lines of diamond light; the heavy underskirts of brocade, puffed satin and cloth of gold, with glimpses of foamy lace beneath;
whirled and tossed above these flashing vibrations. Then he looked at the higher strata, and there was a tossing sea of faces and white throats, borne up, as it seemed, now revealed, now hidden, on clouds of undulating muslin and lace, with sparkles of precious stones set in ruff and wings on high piled hair. He watched fascinated the faces as they appeared and vanished. There was every imaginable expression, the serious looks of one who took dancing as a solemn task, and marked her position and considered her steps; the wild gaiety of another, all white teeth and dimples and eyes, intoxicated by movement and music and colour, as men are by wine, and guided and sustained by the furious genius of the dance, rather than by intention of any kind. There was the courtly self restraint of one tall beauty who danced as a pleasant duty and loved it, but never lost control of her own bending slender grace. Ah, and there was the oval face crowned with auburn hair and pearls, the lower lip drawn up under the black teeth with an effort, till it appeared to snarl, and the ropes of pearls leaping wildly on her lean purple stomacher, and over all the grave oak walls and the bright sconces and the taper flames blown about by the eddying gusts from the whirlpool beneath. As Anthony went down the square winding staircase an hour later, when the evening was over, and the keen winter air poured up to meet him, his brain was throbbing with the madness of dance and music and whirling colour. Here, it seemed to him, lay the secret of life. For a few minutes his old day dreams came back, but in more intoxicating dress. The figure of Mary Corbet in her rose coloured silk and her clouds of black hair, and her jewels, and her laughing eyes and scarlet mouth, and her violet fragrance, and her fire, this dominated the boy. As he walked towards the stables across the starlit court, she seemed to move before him, to hold out her hands to him, to call him her own dear lad, to invite him out of the drab coloured life that lay on all sides, behind and before, up into a mystic region of jewelled romance, where she and he would live and be one in the endless music of rippling strings and shrill flutes and the maddening tap of a little hidden drum. But the familiar touch of his own sober suit, and the creaking saddle as he rode home to Lambeth, and the icy wind that sang in the river sedges, and the wholesome smell of the horse, and the touch of the coarse hair at the shoulder, talked and breathed the old Puritan common sense back to him again. That warm painted melodious world he had left was gaudy nonsense, and dancing was not the same as living, and Mary Corbet was not just a rainbow on the foam that would die when the sun went in, but both she and he together were human souls, redeemed by the death of the Saviour, with his work to do, and no time or energy for folly. And James Maxwell in the Tower, thank God, however, not for long. James Maxwell, with his wrenched joints and forehead and lips wet with agony, was in the right; and that lean, bitter, furious woman in the purple and pearls, who supped to the blare of trumpets and danced to the ripple of lutes, wholly and utterly and eternally in the wrong. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11, of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Station of the Cross. Philosophers tell us that the value of existence lies not in the objects perceived, but in the powers of perception. The tragedy of a child over a broken doll is not less poignant than the anguish of a worshipper over a broken idol, or of a king over a ruined realm. Thus the conflict of Isabel during those past autumn and winter months was no less august than the pain of the priest on the rack, or the struggle of his innocent betrayer to rescue him, or the misery of Lady Maxwell over the sorrows that came to her in such different ways through her two sons.
Isabel's soul was tender above most souls, and the powers of feeling pain and of sustaining it were also respectively both acute and strong. The sense of pressure, or rather of disruption, became intolerable. She was indeed a soul on the rack. If she had been less conscientious, she would have silenced the voice of divine love that seemed to call to her from the Catholic Church. If she had been less natural and feminine, she would have trampled out of her soul the appeal of the human love of Hubert. As it was, she was wrenched both ways. Now the cords at one end or the other would relax a little, and the corresponding relief was almost a shock. But when she tried to stir and taste the freedom of decision that now seemed in her reach, they would tighten again with a snap, and she would find herself back on the torture. To herself she seemed powerless. It appeared to her, when she reflected on it consciously, that it was merely a question as to which part of her soul would tear first, as to which ultimately retained her. She began to be terrified at solitude. The thought of the coming night, with its long hours of questioning and torment until the dawn, haunted her during the day. She would read in her room, or remain at her prayers, in the hopes of distracting herself from the struggle until sleep seemed the supreme necessity. Then, when she lay down, sleep would flap its wings in mockery and flit away, leaving her wide awake, staring at the darkness of the room or of her own eyelids, until the windows began to glimmer and the cocks to crow from farm buildings. In spite of her first resolve to fight the battle alone, she soon found herself obliged to tell Mistress Margaret all that was possible. But she felt that to express her sheer need of Hubert, as she thought it, was beyond her altogether. How could a nun understand? "My darling," said the old lady, "it would not be Calvary without the darkness, and you cannot have Christ without Calvary. Remember that the light of the world makes darkness his secret place. And so you see that if you were able to feel that any human soul really understood, it would mean that the darkness was over. I have suffered that night twice myself. The third time, I think, will be in the valley of death." Isabel only half understood her, but it was something to know that others had tasted the cup too, and that what was so bitter was not necessarily poisonous. At another time, as the two were walking together under the pines one evening, and the girl had again tried to show to the nun the burning desolation of her soul, Mistress Margaret had suddenly turned. "Listen, dear child," she said, "I will tell you a secret. Over there," and she pointed out to where the sunset glowed behind the tree trunks and the slope beyond, "over there in West Grinstead rests our dear Lord in the Blessed Sacrament. His body lies lonely, neglected and forgotten by all but half a dozen souls, while 20 years ago all England reverenced it. Behold and see if there be any sorrow." And then the nun stopped as she saw Isabel's amazed eyes staring at her. But it haunted the girl, and comforted her now and then. Yet in the fierceness of her pain she asked herself again and again, was it true? Was it true? Was she sacrificing her life for a dream, a fairy story? Or was it true that there the body that had hung on the cross 1500 years ago now rested alone, hidden in a silver pyx, within locked doors for fear of the Jews? Oh, dear Lord, was it true? Hubert had kept his word, and left the place almost immediately after his last interview, and was to return at Easter for his final answer. Christmas had come and gone, and it seemed to her as if even the tenderest mysteries of the Christian religion had no touch with her now.
She walked once more in the realm of grace, as in the realm of nature, an exile from its spirit. All her sensitive powers seemed so absorbed in interior pain that there was nothing in her to respond to or appreciate the most keen external impressions. As she awoke and looked up on Christmas morning early, and saw the frosted panes and the snow lying like wool on the crossbars, and heard the Christmas bells peal out in the listening air; as she came downstairs, and the old pleasant acrid smell of the evergreens met her, and she saw the red berries over each picture, and the red heart of the wood fire; nay, as she knelt at the chancel rails, and tried in her heart to adore the rosy child in the manger, and received the sacred symbols of his flesh and blood, and entreated him to remember his loving kindness that brought him down from heaven, yet the whole was far less real, less intimate to her, than the sound of Hubert's voice as he had said good bye 2 months ago; less real than one of those darting pangs of thought that fell on her heart all day like a shower of arrows. And then, when the sensitive strings of her soul were stretched to anguish, a hand dashed across them, striking a wailing discord, and they did not break. The news of Anthony's treachery, and still more his silence, performed the incredible, and doubled her pain without breaking her heart. On the Tuesday morning early, Lady Maxwell had sent her note by a courier, bidding him return at once with the answer. The evening had come, and he had not appeared. The night passed, and the morning came, and it was not till noon that the man at last arrived, saying he had seen Mr. Norris on the previous evening, and that he had read the note through there and then, and had said there was no answer. Surely there could be but one explanation of that no answer was possible. It could not be said that Isabel actively considered the question and chose to doubt Anthony rather than to trust him. She was so nearly passive now, with the struggle she had gone through, that this blow came on her with the overwhelming effect of a hypnotic suggestion. Her will did not really accept it, any more than her intellect really weighed it; but she succumbed to it, and did not even write again, nor question the man further. Had she done this, she might perhaps have found out the truth, that the man, a stupid rustic with enough shrewdness to lie, but not enough to lie cleverly, had had his foolish head turned by the buzz of London town, and the splendour of Lambeth stables, and the friendliness of the grooms there, and had got heavily drunk on leaving Anthony; that the answer which he had put into his hat had very naturally fallen out and been lost; and that when at last he returned to the country, already 8 hours after his time, and found the note was missing, he had stalwartly lied, hoping that the note was unimportant, and that things would adjust themselves or be forgotten before a day of reckoning should arrive. And so Isabel's power of resistance collapsed under this last blow, and her soul lay still at last, almost too much tormented to feel. Her last hope was gone. Anthony had betrayed his friend. The week crept by, and Saturday came. She went out soon after dinner to see a sick body or two in an outlying hamlet, for she had never forgotten Mrs. Dent's charge, and with the present minister's approval still visited the sick 1 or 2 days a week at least. Then towards sunset she came homewards over some high ground on the outskirts of Ashdown Forest. The snow that had fallen before Christmas had melted a week or two ago, and the frost had broken up. It was a heavy leaden evening, with an angry glow shining, as through the chinks of a wall, from the west towards which she was going. The village lay before her in the gloom, and lights were beginning to glimmer here and there. She contrasted, in a lifeless way, that pleasant group of warm houses, with their suggestions of love and homeliness, with her own desolate self. She passed up through the village towards the Hall, whither she was going to report on the invalids to Lady Maxwell; and in the appearance of the houses on either side she thought there was an unaccustomed air. Several doors stood wide open, with the brightness shining out into the twilight, as if the inhabitants had suddenly deserted their homes. Others were still dark and cold, although the evening was drawing on. There was not a moving creature to be seen. She passed up, wondering a little, through the gatehouse, and turned into the gravel sweep, and there stopped short at the sight of a great crowd of men and women and children, assembled in dead silence. Some one was standing at the entrance steps, with his head bent as if he were talking to those nearest him in a low voice. As she came up there ran a whisper of her name. The people drew back to let her through, and she passed, sick with suspense, to the man on the steps, whom she now recognized as Mr. James' body servant. His face looked odd and drawn, she thought. "What is it?" she asked in a sharp whisper. "Mr. James is here, madam. He is with Lady Maxwell in the cloister wing. Will you please to go up?" "Mr. James? It is no news about Mr. Anthony or Mr. Hubert?" "No, madam." The man hesitated. "Mr. James has been racked, madam." The man's voice broke in a great sob as he ended. "Ah!" She reeled against the post. A man behind caught her and steadied her, and there was a quick breath of pity from the crowd. "Ah, poor thing!" said a woman's voice behind her. "I beg your pardon, madam," said the servant. "I should not have And he is upstairs?" "He and my lady are together, madam." She looked at him a moment, dazed with the horror of it, and then going past him pushed open the door and went through into the inner hall. Here again she stopped suddenly. It was half full of people, silent and expectant, the men, the grooms, the maidservants, and even 2 or 3 farm men. She heard the rustle of her name from the white faces that looked at her from the gloom, but none moved, and she crossed the hall alone and turned down the lower corridor that led to the cloister wing. At the foot of the staircase she stopped again. Her heart drummed in her ears as she listened intently with parted lips. There was a profound silence. The lamp on the stairs had not been lighted, and the terrace window only let in a pale glimmer. It was horrible to her, this secret presence of incarnate pain that brooded somewhere in the house, this silence of living anguish worse than death 1,000 times. Where was he? What would it look like? Even a scream somewhere would have relieved her, and snapped the tension of the listening stillness that lay on her like a shocking nightmare. This lobby with its well known doors, the banister on which her fingers rested, the well of the staircase up which she stared with dilated eyes, all was familiar; and yet somewhere in the shadows overhead lurked this formidable presence of pain, mute, anguished, terrifying. She longed to run back, to shriek for help, but she dared not, and stood panting. She went up a couple of steps, stopped, listened to the sick thumping of her heart, took another step and stopped again, and so, listening, peering, hesitating, came to the head of the stairs. Ah, there was the door, with a line of light beneath it. It was there that the horror dwelt. She stared at the thin bright line, waited and listened again for even a moan or a sigh from within, but none came. Then, with a great effort, she stepped forward and tapped. There was no answer; but as she listened she heard from within the gentle tinkle of some liquid running into a bowl, rhythmically and with pauses. Then again she tapped, nervously and rapidly, and there was a murmur from the room. She opened the door softly, pushed it, and took a step into the room, half closing it behind her. There were 2 candles burning on a table in the middle of the room, and on the near side of it was a group of 3 persons. Isabel had seen in one of Mistress Margaret's prayer books an engraving of an old Flemish Pietà, a group of the Blessed Mother holding in her arms the body of her crucified Son, with the Magdalene on one side supporting one of the dead Saviour's hands. Isabel now caught her breath in a sudden gasp, for here was the scene reproduced before her. Lady Maxwell was on a low seat bending forwards. The white cap and ruff seemed like a veil thrown all about her head and beneath her chin. She was holding in her arms the body of her Son, who seemed to have fainted as he sat beside her. His head had fallen back against her breast, and his pointed beard and dark hair, and her black dress beyond, emphasised the deathly whiteness of his face, on which the candlelight fell. His mouth was open like a dead man's. Mistress Margaret was kneeling by his left hand, holding it over a basin and delicately sponging it, and the whole air was fragrant and aromatic, with some ointment in the water. A long bandage or 2 lay on the ground beside the basin. The evening light over the opposite roofs through the window beyond mingled with the light of the tapers, throwing a strange radiance over the group. The table on which the tapers stood looked to Isabel like a stripped altar. She stood by the door, her lips parted, motionless, looking with great eyes from face to face. It was as if the door had given access to another world, where the Passion of Christ was being re-enacted. Then she sank on her knees, still watching. There was no sound but the faint ripple of the water into the basin, and the quiet breathing of the 3. Lady Maxwell now and then lifted a handkerchief in silence and passed it across her son's face. Isabel, still staring with great wide eyes, began to sigh gently to herself. "Anthony, Anthony, Anthony," she whispered. "Oh, no, no, no," she whispered again under her breath. "No, Anthony, you could not, you could not." Then from the man there came 1 or 2 long sighs, ending in a moan that quavered into silence. He stirred slightly in his mother's arms, and then in a piteous high voice came the words, "Jesu, Jesu, esto mihi Jesus." Consciousness was coming back. He fancied himself still on the rack. Lady Maxwell said nothing, but gathered him a little closer and bent her face lower over him. Then again came a long, sobbing, indrawn breath. James struggled for a moment, then opened his eyes and saw his mother's face. Mistress Margaret had finished with the water, and was now swiftly manipulating a long strip of white linen. Isabel, still sunk on her knees, watched the bandage winding in and out around his wrist and between his thumb and forefinger. Then he turned his head sharply towards her with a gasp as if in pain, and his eyes fell on Isabel. "Mistress Isabel," he said, and his voice was broken and untuneful. Mistress Margaret turned and smiled at her, and at the sight the intolerable compression on the girl's heart relaxed. "Come, child," she said, "come and help me with his hand. No, no, lie still," she added, for James was making a movement as if to rise. James smiled at her as she came forward, and she saw that his face had a strange look, as if after a long illness. "You see, Mistress Isabel," he said in the same cracked voice, and with an infinitely pathetic courtesy, "I may not rise." Isabel's eyes filled with sudden tears. His attempt at his old manner was more touching than all else, and she came and knelt beside the old nun. "Hold the fingers," she said, and the familiar old voice brought the girl a stage nearer her normal consciousness again. Isabel took the priest's fingers and saw that they were limp and swollen. The sleeve fell back a little as Mistress Margaret manipulated the bandage, and the girl saw that the forearm looked shapeless and discoloured. She glanced up in swift terror at his face, but he was looking at his mother, whose eyes were bent on his. Isabel looked quickly down again. "There," said Mistress Margaret, tying the last knot, "it is done." Mr. James looked his thanks over his shoulder at her, as she nodded and smiled before turning to leave the room. Isabel sat slowly down and watched them. "This is but a flying visit, Mistress Isabel," said James. "I must leave to morrow again." He had sat up now, and settled himself in his seat, though his mother's arm was still round him. The voice and the pitiful attempt were terrible to Isabel. Slowly the consciousness was filtering into her mind of what all this implied, what it must have been that had turned this tall, self-contained man into this weak creature who lay in his mother's arms and fainted at a touch and sobbed. She could say nothing, but could only look and breathe and look. Then it suddenly came to her mind that Lady Maxwell had not spoken a word. She looked at her, that old wrinkled face with its white crown of hair and lace had a new and tremendous dignity. There was no anxiety in it, scarcely even grief, but only a still and awful anguish, towering above ordinary griefs like a mountain above the world. And there was the supreme peace, too, that can only accompany a supreme emotion. She seemed conscious of nothing but her son. Isabel could not answer James, and he seemed not to expect it. He had turned back to his mother again, and they were looking at one another. Then in a moment Mistress Margaret came back with a glass that she put to James' lips, and he drank it without a word. She stood looking at the group an instant or two, and then turned to Isabel. "Come downstairs with me, my darling. There is nothing more that we can do." They went out of the room together. The mother and son had not stirred again, and Mistress Margaret slipped her arm quickly round the girl's waist as they went downstairs. In the cloister beneath was a pleasant little oak parlour, looking out on to the garden and the long south side of the house. Mistress Margaret took the little hand lamp that burned in the cloister itself as they passed along silently together, and guided the girl through into the parlour on the left-hand side. There was a tall chair standing before the hearth, and as Mistress Margaret sat down, drawing the girl with her, Isabel sank down on the footstool at her feet and hid her face on the old nun's knees. There was silence for a minute or two. Mistress Margaret set down the lamp on the table beside her, and passed her hands caressingly over the girl's hands and hair, but said nothing, until Isabel's whole body heaved up convulsively once or twice, before she burst into a torrent of weeping. "My darling," said the old lady in a quiet, steady voice, "we should thank God instead of grieving. To think that this house should have given two confessors to the Church, father and son. Yes, yes, dear child, I know what you are thinking of. The two dear lads we both love. Well, well, we do not know. We must trust them both to God. It may not be true of Anthony. And even if it be true, well, he must have thought he was serving his Queen. And for Hubert—" Isabel lifted her face and looked with a dreadful questioning stare. "Dear child," said the nun, "do not look like that. Nothing is so bad as not trusting God." "Anthony, Anthony," whispered the girl. "James told us the same story as the gentleman on Sunday," went on the nun, "but he said no hard word, and he does not condemn. I know his heart. He does not know why he is released, nor by whose order; but an order came to let him go, and his papers with it, and he must be out of England by Monday morning, so he leaves here to morrow in the litter in which he came. He is to say mass to morrow, if he is able." "Mass here? said the girl in the same sharp whisper, and her sobbing ceased abruptly. "Yes, dear, if he is able to stand and use his hands enough. They have settled it upstairs." Isabel continued to look up in her face wildly. "Ah," said the old nun again, "you must not look like that. Remember that he thinks those wounds the most precious things in the world. Yes, and his mother too." "I must be at mass," said Isabel. "God means it." "Now, now," said Mistress Margaret soothingly, "you do not know what you are saying." "I mean it," said Isabel with sharp emphasis. "God means it." Mistress Margaret took the girl's face between her hands and looked steadily down into her wet eyes. Isabel returned the look as steadily. "Yes, yes," she said, "as God sees us." Then she broke into talk, at first broken and incoherent in language, but definite and orderly in ideas, and in her interpretations of these last months. Kneeling beside her, with her hands clasped on the nun's knee, Isabel told her all her struggles, disentangling at last in a way that she had never been able to do before, all the complicated strands of self-will and guidance and blindness that had so knotted and twisted themselves into her life. The nun was amazed at the spiritual instinct of this Puritan child, who ranged her motives so unerringly, dismissing this as of self, marking this as of God's inspiration, accepting this and rejecting that element of the circumstances of her life, steering confidently between the shoals of scrupulous judgment and conscience on the one side, and the hidden rocks of presumption and despair on the other. These very dangers that had baffled and perplexed her so long, and tracing out through them all the clear, deep, safe channel of God's intention, who had allowed her to emerge at last from the tortuous and baffling intricacies of character and circumstance into the wide open sea of his own sovereign will. It seemed to the nun, as Isabel talked, as if it needed just a final touch of supreme tragedy to loosen and resolve all the complications, and that this had been supplied by the vision upstairs. There she had seen a triumphant trophy of another's sorrow and conquest. There was hardly an element in her own troubles that was not present in that human Pietà upstairs. Treachery, loneliness, sympathy, bereavement, and above all the supreme sacrificial act of human love subordinated to divine. Human love purified and transfigured and rendered invincible and immortal by the very immolation of it at the feet of God. All this that the Son and Mother in their welcome of pain had accomplished in the crucifixion of one and the heart-piercing of the other. This was light opened to the perplexed, tormented soul of the girl. A radiance poured out of the darkness of their sorrow and made her way plain before her face. "My Isabel," said the old nun, when the girl had finished and was hiding her face again, "this is of God. Glory to his name. I must ask James' leave, and then you must sleep here tonight for the mass tomorrow." The chapel at Maxwell Hall was in the cloister wing, but a stranger visiting the house would never have suspected it. Opening out of Lady Maxwell's new sitting room was a little lobby or landing about 4 yards square, lighted from above. At the further end of it was the door into her bedroom. This lobby was scarcely more than a broad passage, and would attract no attention from any passing through it. The only piece of furniture in it was a great tall old chest, as high as a table, that stood against the inner wall, beyond which was the long gallery that looked down upon the cloister garden. The lobby appeared to be practically as broad as the 2 rooms on either side of it, but this was effected by the outer wall being made to bulge a little, and the inner wall being thinner than inside the 2 living rooms. The deception was further increased by the 2 living rooms being first wainscoted and then hung with thick tapestry, while the lobby was bare. A curious person who should look in the chest would find there only an old dress and a few pieces of stuff. This lobby, however, was the chapel, and through the chest was the entrance to one of the priests' hiding holes, where also the altar stone and the ornaments and the vestments were kept. The bottom of the chest was in reality hinged in such a way that it would fall, on the proper pressure being applied in two places at once, sufficiently to allow the side of the chest against the wall to be pushed aside, which in turn gave entrance to a little space some 2 yards long by a yard wide, and here were kept all the necessaries for divine worship, with room besides for a couple of men at least to be hidden away. There was also a way from this hole on to the roof, but it was a difficult and dangerous way, and was only to be used in case of extreme necessity. It was in this lobby that Isabel found herself the next morning, kneeling and waiting for mass. She had been awakened by Mistress Margaret shortly before 4 o'clock, and told in a whisper to dress herself in the dark, for it was impossible under the circumstances to tell whether the house was not watched, and a light seen from the outside might conceivably cause trouble and disturbance. So she had dressed herself and come down from her room along the passages, so familiar during the day, so sombre and suggestive now in the black morning, with but one shaded light placed at the angles. Other figures were stealing along too, but she could not tell who they were in the gloom. Then she had come through the little sitting room where the scene of last night had taken place, and into the lobby beyond. But the whole place was transformed. Over the old chest now hung a picture that usually was in Lady Maxwell's room, of the Blessed Mother and her Holy Child, in a great carved frame of some black wood. The chest had become an altar. Isabel could see the slight elevation in the middle of the long white linen cloth, where the altar stone lay, and upon that again, at the left corner, a pile of linen and silk. Upon the altar at the back stood 2 slender silver candlesticks with burning tapers in them, and a silver crucifix between them. The carved wooden panels, representing the sacrifice of Isaac on the one half and the offering of Melchizedek on the other, served instead of an embroidered altar frontal. Against the side wall stood a little white covered folding table with the cruets and other necessaries upon it. There were 2 or 3 benches across the rest of the lobby, and at these were kneeling a dozen or more persons, motionless, their faces downcast. There was a little wind such as blows before the dawn, moaning gently outside, and within was a slight draught that made the taper flames lean over now and then. Isabel took her place beside Mistress Margaret at the front bench, and as she knelt forward she noticed a space left beyond her for Lady Maxwell. A moment later there came slow and painful steps through the sitting room, and Lady Maxwell came in very slowly, with her son leaning on her arm and on a stick. There was a silence so profound that it seemed to Isabel as if all had stopped breathing. She could only hear the slow plunging pulse of her own heart. James took his mother across the altar to her place, and left her there, bowing to her, and then went up to the altar to vest. As he reached it and paused, a servant slipped out and received the stick from him. The priest made the sign of the cross, and took up the amice from the vestments that lay folded on the altar. He was already in his cassock. Isabel watched each movement with a deep agonizing interest. He was so frail and broken, so bent in his figure, so slow and feeble in his movements. He made an attempt to raise the amice, but could not, and turned slightly, and the man from behind stepped up again and lifted it for him. Then he helped him with each of the vestments, lifted the alb over his head, and tenderly drew the bandaged hands through the sleeves, knit the girdle round him, gave him the stole to kiss, and then placed it over his neck and crossed the ends beneath the girdle and adjusted the amice. Then he placed the maniple on his left arm, but so tenderly, and lastly lifted the great red chasuble and dropped it over his head and straightened it, and there stood the priest as he had stood last Sunday, in crimson vestments again, but bowed and thin-faced now. Then he began the preparation with the servant who knelt beside him in his ordinary livery as server, and Isabel heard the murmur of the Latin words for the first time. Then he stepped up to the altar, bent slowly and kissed it, and the mass began. Isabel had a missal lent to her by Mistress Margaret, but she hardly looked at it, so intent was she on that crimson figure and his strange movements and his low broken voice. It was unlike anything that she had ever imagined worship to be. Public worship to her had meant hitherto one of two things: either sitting under a minister and having the word applied to her soul in the sacrament of the pulpit, or else the saying of prayers by the minister aloud and distinctly and with expression, so that the intellect could follow the words and assent with a hearty Amen. The minister was a minister to man of the word of God, an interpreter of his gospel to man. But here was a worship unlike all this in almost every detail. The priest was addressing God, not man. Therefore he did so in a low voice and in a tongue, as Campion had said on the scaffold, that they both understood. It was comparatively unimportant whether man followed it word for word, for, and here the second radical difference lay, the point of the worship for the people lay not in an intellectual apprehension of the words, but in a voluntary assent to and participation in the supreme act to which the words were indeed necessary but subordinate. It was the thing that was done, not the words that were said, that was mighty with God. Here, as these Catholics round Isabel at any rate understood it, and as she too began to perceive it too, though dimly and obscurely, was the sublime mystery of the cross presented to God. And as he looked down well pleased into the silence and darkness of Calvary, and saw there the act accomplished by which the world was redeemed, so here this handful of disciples believed. He looked down into the silence and twilight of this little lobby, and saw that same mystery accomplished at the hands of one who, in virtue of his participation in the priesthood of the Son of God, was empowered to pronounce these heart-shaking words, by which the body that hung on Calvary and the blood that dripped from it there were again spread before his eyes under the forms of bread and wine. Much of this faith, of course, was still dark to Isabel, but yet she understood enough, and when the murmur of the priest died to a throbbing silence, and the worshippers sank in yet more profound adoration, and then with terrible effort and a quick gasp or two of pain, those wrenched, bandaged hands rose trembling in the air with something that glimmered white between them, the Puritan girl too drooped her head and lifted up her heart, and entreated the Most High and Most Merciful to look down on the mystery of redemption accomplished on earth, and for the sake of the well-beloved to send down his grace on the Catholic Church, to strengthen and save the living, to give rest and peace to the dead, and especially to remember her dear brother Anthony, and Hubert whom she loved, and Mistress Margaret, and Lady Maxwell, and this faithful household, and the poor battered man before her, who not only as a priest was made like to the eternal priest, but as a victim too had hung upon a prostrate cross, fastened by hands and feet, thus bearing on his body for all to see the marks of the Lord Jesus. Lady Maxwell and Mistress Margaret both rose and stepped forward after the priest's communion, and received from those wounded hands the broken body of the Lord. And then the mass was presently over, and the server stepped forward again to assist the priest to unvest, himself lifting each vestment off, for Father Maxwell was terribly exhausted by now, and laying it on the altar. Then he helped him to a little footstool in front of him for him to kneel and make his thanksgiving. Isabel looked with an odd wonder at the server. He was the man that she knew so well, who opened the door for her and waited at table. But now a strange dignity rested on him as he moved confidently and reverently about the awful altar, and touched the vestments that even to her Puritan eyes shone with new sanctity. It startled her to think of the hidden Catholic life of this house, of these servants who loved and were familiar with mysteries that she had been taught to dread and distrust, but before which she too now was to bow her being in faith and adoration. After a minute or two Mistress Margaret touched Isabel on the arm, and beckoned her to come up to the altar, which she began immediately to strip of its ornaments and cloth, having first lit another candle on one of the benches. Isabel helped her in this with a trembling dread, as all the others except Lady Maxwell and her son were now gone out silently; and presently the picture was down and leaning against the wall, the ornaments and sacred vessels packed away in their box, with the vestments and linen in another. Then together they lifted off the heavy altar stone. Mistress Margaret next laid back the lid of the chest and put her hands within, and presently Isabel saw the back of the chest fall back, apparently into the wall. Mistress Margaret then beckoned to Isabel to climb into the chest and go through. She did so without much difficulty, and found herself in the little room behind. There was a stool or two and some shelves against the wall, with a plate or two upon them and one or two tools. She received the boxes handed through, and followed Mistress Margaret's instructions as to where to place them; and when all was done, she slipped back again through the chest and into the lobby. The priest and his mother were still in their places, motionless. Mistress Margaret closed the chest inside and out, beckoned Isabel into the sitting room, and closed the door behind them. Then she threw her arms round the girl and kissed her again and again. "My own darling," said the nun, with tears in her eyes, "God bless you. Your first mass! Oh, I have prayed for this, and you know all our secrets now. Now go to your room and to bed again. It is only a little after 5. You shall see him, James, before he goes. God bless you, my dear." She watched Isabel down the passage, and then turned back again to where the other two were still kneeling, to make her own thanksgiving. Isabel went to her room as one in a dream. She was soon in bed again, but could not sleep. The vision of that strange worship she had assisted at, the pictorial details of it, the glow of the 2 candles on the shoulders of the crimson chasuble, as the priest bent to kiss the altar or to adore, the bowed head of the server at his side, the picture overhead with the mother and her downcast eyes, and the radiant child stepping from her knees to bless the world, all this burned on the darkness. With the least effort of imagination, too, she could recall the steady murmur of the unfamiliar words, hear the rustle of the silken vestment, the stirrings and breathings of the worshippers in the little room. Then in endless course the intellectual side of it all began to present itself. She had assisted at what the government called a crime. It was for that collection of strange, but surely at least innocent things, actions, words, material objects, that men and women of the same flesh and blood as herself were ready to die, and for which others equally of one nature with herself were ready to put them to death. It was the mass she had seen. She repeated the word to herself, so sinister, so suggestive, so mighty. Then she began to think again, if indeed it is possible to say that she had ever ceased to think of him, of Anthony, who would be so much horrified if he knew, of Hubert, who had renounced this wonderful worship, and all, she feared, for love of her, and above all of her father, who had regarded it with such repugnance. Yes, thought Isabel, but he knows all now. Then she thought of Mistress Margaret again. After all, the nun had a spiritual life which in intensity and purity surpassed any she had ever experienced or even imagined. And yet the heart of it all was the mass. She thought of the old wrinkled quiet face when she came back to breakfast at the Dower House. She had soon learnt to read from that face whether mass had been said that morning or not at the Hall, and Mistress Margaret was only one of thousands to whom this little set of actions half seen, and words half heard, wrought and said by a man in a curious dress, were more precious than all meditation and prayer put together. Could the vast superstructure of prayer and effort and aspiration rest upon a piece of empty folly, such as children or savages might invent? Then very naturally, as she began now to get quieter and less excited, she passed on to the spiritual side of it. Had that indeed happened that Mistress Margaret believed, that the very body and blood of her own dear Saviour Jesus Christ had, in virtue of his own clear promise, become present there under the hands of his priest? Was it indeed, this half-hour action, the most august mystery of time, the Lamb eternally slain, presenting himself and his death before the throne in a tremendous and bloodless sacrifice, so august that the very angels can only worship it afar off, and cannot perform it? Or was it all a merely childish piece of blasphemous mummery, as she had been brought up to believe? And then this Puritan girl, who was beginning to taste the joys of release from her misery now that she had taken this step, and united a whole-hearted offering of herself to the perfect offering of her Lord, now her soul made its first trembling movement towards a real external authority. "I believe," she rehearsed to herself, "not because my spiritual experience tells me that the mass is true, for it does not; not because the Bible says so, because it is possible to interpret that in more than one way; but because that society which I now propose to treat as divine, the representative of the incarnate Word, nay, his very mystical body, tells me so, and I rely upon that, and rest in her arms which are the arms of the everlasting, and hang upon her lips through which the infallible Word speaks." And so Isabel, in a timid peace at last, from her first act of Catholic faith, fell asleep. She awoke to find the winter sun streaming into her room, and Mistress Margaret by her bedside. "Dear child," said the old lady, "I would not wake you earlier, you have had such a short night; but James leaves in an hour's time, and it is just 9 o'clock, and I know you wish to see him." When she came down half an hour later, she found Mistress Margaret waiting for her outside Lady Maxwell's room. "He is in there," she said. "I will tell Mary." And she slipped in. Isabel outside heard the murmur of voices, and in a moment more was beckoned in by the nun. James Maxwell was sitting back in a great chair, looking exhausted and white. His mother, with something of the same look of supreme suffering and triumph, was standing behind his chair. She smiled gravely and sweetly at Isabel, as if to encourage her, and went out at the further door, followed by her sister. "Mistress Isabel," said the priest, without any introductory words, in his broken voice, and motioning her to a seat, "I cannot tell you what joy it was to see you at mass.
Is it too much to hope that you will seek admission presently to the Catholic Church?" Isabel sat with downcast eyes. His tone was a little startling to her. It was as courteous as ever, but less courtly. There was just the faintest ring in it, in spite of its weakness, as of one who spoke with authority. "I thank you, Mr. James," she said. "I wished to hear more, at any rate." "Yes, Mistress Isabel, and I thank God for it. Mr. Barnes will be the proper person. My mother will let him know; and I have no doubt that he will receive you by Easter, and that you can make your first communion on that day." She bowed her head, wondering a little at his assurance. "You will forgive me, I know, if I seem discourteous," went on the priest, "but I trust you understand the terms on which you come. You come as a little child to learn. Is it not so? Simply that?" She bowed her head again. "Then I need not keep you. If you will kneel, I will give you my blessing." She knelt down at once before him, and he blessed her, lifting his wrenched hand with difficulty, and letting it sink quickly down again. By an impulse she could not resist, she leaned forward on her knees, and took it gently into her two soft hands and kissed it. "Oh, forgive him, Mr. Maxwell. I am sure he did not know." And then her tears poured down. "My child," said his voice tenderly, "in any case I not only forgive him, but I thank him. How could I not? He has brought me love tokens from my Lord." She kissed his hand again, and stood up. Her eyes were blinded with tears, but they were not all for grief. Then Mistress Margaret came in from the inner room, and led the girl out, and the mother came in once more to her son for the 10 minutes before he was to leave her. CHAPTER 12.
Part 2, Chapter 12 of By What Authority, by Robert Hugh Benson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A strife of tongues. Anthony now settled down rather drearily to the study of religious controversy. The continual contrasts that seemed forced upon him by the rival systems of England and Rome, so far as England might be said to have a coherent system at this time, all tended to show him that there were these two sharply divided schemes, each claiming to represent Christ's institution, and each exclusive of the other. Was it of Christ's institution that his church should be a department of the national life, and that the civil prince should be its final arbiter and ruler, however little he might interfere in its ordinary administration? This was Elizabeth's idea. Or was the church, as Mr. Buxton had explained it, a huge unnational society, dependent, it must of course be, to some extent on local circumstances, but essentially unrestricted by limit of nationality or of racial tendencies? This was the claim of Rome. Of course, an immense number of other arguments circled round this; in fact, most of the arguments that are familiar to controversialists at the present day. But the centre of all, to Anthony's mind, as indeed it was to the mind of the civil and religious authorities of the time, was the question of supremacy, Elizabeth or Gregory. He read a certain number of books, and it will be remembered that he had followed with a good deal of intelligence Campion's arguments. Anthony was no theologian, and therefore missed perhaps the deep, subtle arguments, but he had a normal mind, and was able to appreciate and remember some salient points. For example, he was impressed greatly by the negative character of Protestantism in such books as Nichol's Pilgrimage. In this work a man was held up as a type to be imitated, whose whole religion, to all appearances, consisted of holding the Pope to be Antichrist. and his church the synagogue of Satan; of disliking the doctrines of merit and of justification by works; of denying the real presence, and of holding nothing but what could be proved to his own satisfaction by the Scriptures. Then he read as much as he could of the great Jewel controversy. This Bishop of Salisbury, who had, however, recanted his Protestant opinions under Mary and resumed them under Elizabeth, had published in 1562 his Apology of the Church of England, a work of vast research and learning. Mr. Harding, who had also the advantage of having been on both sides, had answered it; and then the battle was arrayed. It was, of course, mostly above Anthony's head, but he gained from what he was able to read of it a very fair estimate of the conflicting theses, though he probably could not have stated them intelligently. He also made acquaintance with another writer against Jewel, Rastall, and with one or two of Mr. Willett's books, the author of Synopsis Papismi and Tetrastylon Papisticum. Even more than by paper controversy, however, he was influenced by history that was so rapidly forming before his eyes. The fact and the significance of the supremacy of the Queen in religion was impressed upon him more vividly by her suspension of Grindal than by all the books he ever read. Here was the first ecclesiastic of the realm, a devout, humble and earnest man, restrained from exercising his great qualities as ruler and shepherd of his people by a woman whose religious character certainly commanded no one's respect, even if her moral life were free from scandal; and that not because the Archbishop had been guilty of any crime or heresy, or was obviously unfitted for his post, but because his conscientious judgment on a point of church discipline and liberty differed from hers. And this state of things was made possible, not by an usurpation of power, but by the deliberately ordered system of the Church of England. Anthony had at least sufficient penetration to see that this, as a fundamental principle of religion, however obscured it might be by subsequent developments, was yet fraught with dangers compared with which those of papal interference were comparatively trifling; dangers, that is, not so much to earthly peace and prosperity as to the whole spiritual nature of the nation's Christianity. Yet another argument had begun to suggest itself, bearing upon the same point, of the relative advantages and dangers of nationalism. When he had first entered the Archbishop's service, he had been inspired by the thought that the Church would share in the rising splendour of England. Now he began to wonder whether she could have strength to resist the rising worldliness that was bound to accompany it. It is scarcely likely that men on fire with success, whether military or commercial, will be patient of the restraints of religion. If the Church is independent of the nation, she can protest and denounce freely; if she is knit closely to the nation, such rebuke is almost impossible. A conversation that Anthony had on this subject at the beginning of February helped somewhat to clear up this point. He was astonished after dinner one day to hear that Mr. Henry Buxton was at the porter's lodge desiring to see him, and on going out he found that it was indeed his old acquaintance, the prisoner. "Good day, Master Norris," said the gentleman, with his eyes twinkling. "You see the mouse has escaped, and has come to call upon the cat." Anthony inquired further as to the details of his release. "Well, you see," said Mr. Buxton, "they grew a-weary of me. I talked so loud at them all, for one thing; and then, you see, I was neither priest, nor agent, nor conspirator, and only a plain country gentleman; so they took some £100 or £2 off me, to make me plainer still, and let me go. Now, Mr. Norris, will you come and dine with me, and resume our conversation that was so rudely interrupted by my journey last time? But then, you see, her Majesty would take no denial." "I have just dined," said Anthony, "but—" "Well, I will not ask you to see me dine again as you did last time. But will you then sup with me? I am at the Running Horse, Fleet Street, until to-morrow." Anthony accepted gladly, for he had been greatly taken with Mr. Buxton, and at 6 o'clock that evening presented himself at the Running Horse, and was shown up to a private parlour. He found Mr. Buxton in the highest good humour. He was even now on his way from Wisbeach home again to Tunbridge, and was only staying in London to finish a little business he had. Before supper was over, Anthony had laid his difficulties before him. "My dear friend," said the other, and his manner became at once sober and tender, "I thank you deeply for your confidence. After being thought midway between a knave and a fool for over a year, it is a comfort to be treated as an honest gentleman again. I hold very strongly with what you say. It is that, under God, that has kept me steady. As I said to you last time, Christ's kingdom is not of this world. Can you imagine, for example, St. Peter preaching religious obedience to Nero to be a Christian's duty? I do not say, God forbid, that her Grace is a Nero, or even a Poppea, but there's no particular reason why some successor of hers should not be. However, Nero or not, the principle is the same. I do not deny that a national church may be immensely powerful, may convert thousands, may number zealous and holy men among her ministers and adherents, but yet her foundation is insecure. What when the tempest of God's searching judgments begins to blow? Or, to put it plainer, in a parable, you have seen, I doubt not, a gallant and his mistress together. So long as she is being wooed by him, she can command. He sighs and yearns and runs on errands. In short, she rules him. But when they are wedded, ah me, it is she, if he turns out a brute, that is, she that stands while my lord plucks off his boots, she who runs to fetch the tobacco pipe and lights it and kneels by him. Now I hold that to wed the body spiritual to the body civil is to wed a delicate dame to a brute. He may dress her well, give her jewels, clap her kindly on the head, but she is under him, and no free woman. Ah!" And then Mr. Buxton's eyes began to shine, as Anthony remembered they had done before, and his voice to grow solemn. "And when the spouse is the bride of Christ, purchased by his death, what then would be the sin to wed her to a carnal nation, who shall favour her, it may be, while she looks young and fair, but when his mood changes, or her appearance, then she is his slave and his drudge. His will and his whims are her laws. As he changes, so must she. She has to do his foul work, as she had to do for King Henry, as she is doing it now for Queen Bess, and as she will always have to do, God help her, so long as she is wedded to the nation, instead of being free as the handmaiden and spouse of Christ alone. My faith would be lost, Mr. Norris, and my heart broken quite, if I were forced to think the Church of England to be the Church of Christ." They talked late that evening in the private baize-curtained parlour on the third floor. Anthony produced his difficulties one by one, and Mr. Buxton did his best to deal with them. For example, Anthony remarked on the fact that there had been no breach of succession as to the edifices and endowments of the church, that the sees had been canonically filled, and even the benefices, and that therefore, like it or not, the Church of England now was identical with the pre-Reformation Church. "Distinguo," said his friend. "Of course she is the successor in one sense. What you say is very true. It is impossible to put your finger all along the line of separation. It is a serrated line. The affairs of a church and a nation are so vast that it is sure to be so. Although, if you insist, I will point to the Supremacy Act of 1559 and the Uniformity Act of the same year as very clear evidences of a breach with the ancient order. In the former, the governance is shifted from its original owner, the Vicar of Christ, and placed on Elizabeth. It was that the Carthusian Fathers and Sir Thomas More and many others died sooner than allow. and the latter act sweeps away all the ancient forms of worship in favour of a modern one. But I am not careful to insist upon those points, if you deny or disprove them, though I do not envy any who attempts that. Yet even then my principle remains that all that to which the Church of England has succeeded is the edifices and the endowments, but that her spirit is wholly new. If a highwayman knocks me down to-morrow, strips me, clothes himself with my clothes, and rides my horse, he is certainly my successor in one sense. Yet he will be rash if he presents himself to my wife and sons, though I have none, by the way, as the proper owner of my house and name." "But there is no knocking down in the question," said Anthony. "The bishops and clergy, or the greater part of them, consented to the change." Mr. Buxton smiled. "Very well," he said. "Yet the case is not greatly different if the gentleman threatens me with torture instead, if I do not voluntarily give him my clothes and my horse. If I were weak and yielded to him, yes, and made promises of all kinds in my cowardice, yet he would be no nearer being the true successor of my name and fortune. And if you read her Grace's acts, and King Henry's too, you will find that that was precisely what took place. My dear sir," Mr. Buxton went on, "if you will pardon my saying it, I am astounded at the effrontery of your authorities, who claim that there was no breach. Your Puritans are wiser. They at least frankly say that the old was anti-Christian; that is, holiness, God forgive me for saying it, was a usurper, and that the new Genevan theology is the old gospel brought to light again. That I can understand, and indeed most of your churchmen think so too, and that there was a new beginning made with Protestantism. But when her Grace calls herself a Catholic, and tells the poor Frenchman that it is the old religion here still, and your bishops, or one or two of them rather, like Cheyney, I suppose, say so too, then I am rendered dumb, if that were possible. If it is the same, then why, a God's name, were the altars dragged down, and the screens burned, and the vestments and the images and the stoups and the pictures and the ornaments all swept out? Why, a God's name, was the old mass blotted out, and this new mingle-mangle brought in, if it be all one? And for the last time, a God's name, why is it death to say mass now, if it be all one? Go, go, such talk is foolishness, and worse." Mr. Buxton was silent for a moment as Anthony eyed him, and then burst out again. "Ah, but worse than all are the folks that stand with one leg on either stool. We are the old Church, say they, standing with the Protestant leg in the air. Therefore let us have the money and the buildings; they are our right. And then when a poor Catholic says, then let us have the old mass, and the old penance, and the old images. Nay, 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 they say, lifting up the Catholic leg and standing on the other. Those are popery, and we are Protestants. We have made away with all such mummery and muniments of superstition. And so they go see-sawing to and fro. When you run at one leg, they rest them on the other, and you know not where to take them." And so the talk went on. When the evening was over, and Anthony was rising to return to Lambeth, Mr. Buxton put his hand on his arm. "Good Mr. Norris," he said, "you have been very patient with me. I have clacked this night like an old wife, and you have borne with me. And now I ask your pardon again. But I do pray God that he may show you light, and bring you to the true Church, for there is no rest elsewhere." Anthony thanked him for his good wishes. "Indeed," he said, too, "I am grateful for all that you have said. You have shown me light, I think, on some things, and I ask your prayers." "I go to Stanfield to-morrow," said Mr. Buxton. "It is a pleasant house.
though its master says so, not far from Sir Philip Sidney's. If you would but come and see me there." "I am getting greatly perplexed," said Anthony, "and I think that, in good faith, I cannot stay long with the Archbishop; and if I leave him, how gladly will I come to you for a few days; but it must not be till then." "Ah! if you would but make the spiritual exercises in my house. I will provide a conductor, and there is nothing that would resolve your doubts so quickly." Anthony was interested in this, and asked further details as to what these were. "It is too late," said Mr. Buxton, "to tell you to-night. I will write from Stanfield." Mr. Buxton came downstairs with Anthony to see him on to his horse, and they parted with much good will, and Anthony rode home with a heavy and perplexed heart to Lambeth. He spent a few days more pondering, and then determined to lay his difficulties before the Archbishop, and resign his position if Grindal thought it well. He asked for an interview, and the Archbishop appointed an hour in the afternoon at which he would see him in Cranmer's parlour, the room above the vestry, which formed part of the tower that Archbishop Cranmer had added to Lambeth House. Anthony, walking up and down in the little tiled cloisters by the creek, a few minutes before the hour fixed, heard organ music rolling out of the chapel windows, and went in to see who was playing. He came in through the vestry, and looking to the west end gallery, saw there the back of old Dr. Tallis, seated at the little positive organ that the late Archbishop had left in his chapel, and which the present Archbishop had gladly retained; for he was a great patron of music, and befriended many musicians when they needed help, Dr. Tallis as well as Bird, Morley and Tye. There were a few persons in the chapel listening, the Reverend Mr. Wilson, one of the chaplains, being among them, and Anthony thought that he could not do better than sit here a little and quiet his thoughts, which were nervous and distracted at the prospect of his coming interview. He heard voices from overhead which showed that the Archbishop was engaged, so he spoke to an usher stationed in the vestry, telling him that he was ready as soon as the Archbishop could receive him, and that he would wait in the chapel, and then made his way down to one of the return stalls at the west end against the screen, and took his seat there. This February afternoon was growing dark, and the only lights in the chapel were those in the organ loft; but there was still enough daylight outside to make the windows visible, those famous windows of Morton's, which, like those in King's Chapel, Cambridge, combined and interpreted the Old and New Testaments by an ingenious system of types and antitypes, in the manner of the Biblia Pauperum. There was then only a single subject in each light, and Anthony let his eyes wander musingly to and fro in the east window, from the central figure of the Crucified to the types on either side, especially to a touching group of the unconscious Isaac carrying the wood for his own death, as Christ his cross. Beneath, instead of the old stately altar glowing with stuffs and precious metals and jewels which had once been the heart of this beautiful shrine, there stood now a plain solid wooden table that the Archbishop used for the communion. Anthony looked at it and sighed a little to himself. Did the altar and the table then mean the same thing? Meanwhile the glorious music was rolling overhead in the high vaulted roof. The old man was extemporizing, but his manner was evident even in that. There was a simple solemn phrase that formed his theme, and round this, adorning and enriching it, moved the grave chords. On and on travelled the melody like the flow of a broad river, now sliding steadily through a smiling land of simple harmonies, where dwelt a people of plain tastes and solid virtues; now passing over shallows where the sun glanced and played in the brown water among the stones, as light arpeggio chords rippled up and vanished round about the melody; now entering a land of mighty stones and caverns, where the echoes rang hollow and resonant, as the counterpoint began to rumble and trip like boulders far down out of sight in subaqueous gloom; now rolling out again and widening fuller and deeper as it went, moving in great masses towards the edge of the cataract that lies like a line across the landscape. It is inevitable now, the crash must come; a chord or two pausing, and then the crash, stupendous and sonorous.
Then on again through elaborate cities where the wits and courtiers dwell, and stately palaces slide past upon the banks, and barges move upon its breast, on to the sea, that final full close that embraces and engulfs all music, all effort, all doubts and questionings, whether in art or theology, all life of intellect, heart or will, that fathomless eternal deep from which all comes and to which all returns, that men call the love of God. Anthony stirred in his seat. He had been here 10 minutes, proposing to take his restless thoughts in hand and quiet them, and lo, it had been done for him by the master who sat overhead. Here he, for the moment, remained, ready for anything, glad to take up the wood and bear it to the mount of sacrifice, content to be carried on in that river of God's will to the repose of God's heart, content to dwell meantime in the echoing caverns of doubt, in the glancing shadows and lights of an active life, in his own simple sunlit life in the country, or even to plunge over the cataract down into the fierce tormented pools in the dark; for after all the sea lay beyond, and he who commits himself to the river is bound to reach it. He heard a step, and the usher stood by him. "His Grace is ready, Master Norris." Anthony rose and followed him. The Archbishop received him with the greatest kindness. As Anthony came in, he half rose, peering with his half blind eyes, and smiling and holding out his hands. "Come, Master Norris," he said, "you are always welcome. Sit down." And he placed him in a chair at the table close by his own. "Now what is it?" he said kindly, for the old man's heart was a little anxious at this formal interview that had been requested by this favourite young officer of his. Then Anthony, without any reserve, told him all, tracing out the long tale of doubt by landmarks that he remembered, mentioning the effect produced on his mind by the Queen's suspension of the Archbishop, especially dwelling on the arrest, the examination and the death of Campion, that had made such a profound impression upon him; upon his own reading and trains of thought, and the conversations with Mr. Buxton, though of course he did not mention his name. He ended by saying that he had little doubt that sooner or later he would be compelled to leave the communion of the Church of England for that of Rome, and by placing his resignation in the Archbishop's hands, with many expressions of gratitude for the unceasing kindness and consideration that he had always received at his hands. There was silence when he had finished. A sliding panel in the wall near the chapel had been pushed back, and the mellow music of Dr. Tallis pealed softly in, giving a sweet and melodious background, scarcely perceived consciously by either of them, and yet probably mellowing and softening their modes of expression during the whole of the interview. "Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop at last, "I first thank you for the generous confidence you have shown towards me, and I shall put myself under a further obligation to you by accepting your resignation; and this I do for both our sakes: for yours, because, as you confess, this action of the Queen's, I neither condemn nor excuse it myself. This action has influenced your thoughts; therefore you had best be removed from it to a place where you can judge more quietly. And I accept it for my own sake too, for several reasons that I need not trouble you with. But in doing this, I desire you, Mr. Norris, to continue to draw your salary until midsummer. Nay, you must let me have my say. You are at liberty to withdraw as soon as you have wound up your arrangements with Mr. Somerdine. He will now, as yeoman of the horse, have your duties as well as his own, for I do not intend to have another gentleman of the horse. As regards an increase of salary for him, that can wait until I see him myself. In any case, Mr. Norris, I think you had better withdraw before Mid-Lent Sunday. And now for your trouble. I know very well that I cannot be of much service to you. I am no controversialist, but I must bear my witness. This Papist with whom you have had talk seems a very plausible fellow. His arguments sound very plain and good, and yet I think you could prove anything by them. They seem to me like that open-work embroidery such as you see on communion linen sometimes, in which the pattern is formed by withdrawing certain threads. He has cleverly omitted just those points that would ruin his argument, and he has made a pretty design. But any skilful advocate could make any other design by the same methods. He has not thought fit to deal with such words of our Saviour as what he says on tradition, with what the Scriptures say against the worshipping of angels, with what St. Paul says in his epistle to the Colossians in the 2nd chapter, concerning all those carnal ordinances which were done away by Christ, but which have been restored by the Pope in his despite. He does not deal with those terrible words concerning the man of sin and the mystery of iniquity. In fact, he takes just one word that Christ let fall about his kingdom, and builds this great edifice upon it. You might retort to him in 1,000 ways, such as these. Bishop Jewell in his book, as you know, deals with these questions and many more, far more fully than it is possible for you and me even to dream of doing. Nay, Mr. Norris, the only argument I can lay before you is this: there are difficulties and troubles everywhere; that there are such in the Church of England who would care to deny; that there are equally such, ay, and far more, in the Church of Rome who would care to deny either. Meanwhile, the providence of God has set you here and not there. Whatever your difficulties are here are not of your choosing; but if you fly there, and I pray God you will not, there they will be. Be content, Master Norris. Indeed, you have a goodly heritage. Be content with it, lest losing that you lose all." Anthony was greatly touched by this moderate and courteous line that the Archbishop was taking. He knew well in his heart that the Church of Rome was in the eyes of this old man a false and deceitful body, for whom there was really nothing to be said. Grindal, in his travels abroad during the Marian troubles, had been deeply attracted by the Genevan theology, with whose professors he had never wholly lost touch, and Anthony guessed what an effort it was costing him, and what a strain it was on his conscience, thus to combine courtesy with faithfulness to what he believed to be true. Grindal apparently feared he had sacrificed his convictions, for he presently added: "You know, Mr. Norris, that I think very much worse of papistry than I have expressed; but I have refrained because I think that would not help you, and I desire to do that more than to relieve myself." Anthony thanked him for his gentleness, saying that he quite understood his motives in speaking as he had done, and was deeply obliged to him for it. The Archbishop, however, as indeed were most of the English divines of the time, was far more deeply versed in destructive than constructive theology, and to Anthony's regret was presently beginning in that direction. "It is beyond my imagination, Mr. Norris," he said, "that any who have known the simple gospel should return to the darkness. See here," he went on, rising and fumbling among his books, "I have somewhere here what they call an indulgence." He searched for a few minutes, and presently shook out of the leaves of Jewell's book a paper which he peered at, and then pushed over to Anthony. It was a little rectangular paper some 4 or 5 inches long, bearing a figure of Christ wounded, with his hands bound together before him, and the cross with the superscription rising behind. In compartments on either side were instruments of the Passion, the spear and the reed with the sponge, with other figures and emblems. Anthony spelt out the inscription. "Read it aloud, Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop. "To them," read Anthony, "that before this image of pity devoutly say 5 paternosters, 5 aves and a credo, piteously beholding these arms of Christ's passion, are granted 32,755 years of pardon? Now, Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop, "have you considered that it is to that kind of religion that you are attracted? I will not comment on it. There is no need." "Your Grace," said Anthony slowly, laying the paper down, "I need not say, I think, that this kind of thing is deeply distasteful to me too. Your Grace cannot dislike it more than I do. But then I do not understand it. I do not know what indulgences mean. I only know that were they as mad and foolish as we Protestants think them, no truthful or good man could remain a Papist for a day. But then there are many thoughtful and good men Papists; and I conclude from that what we think the indulgences to be cannot be what they really are. There must be some other explanation. And again, my lord, may I add this? If I were a Turk, I should find many things in the Christian religion quite as repellent to me. For example, how can it be just, I should ask, that the death of an innocent man, such as Christ was, should be my salvation? How again is it just that faith should save? Surely one who has sinned greatly ought to do something towards his forgiveness, and not merely trust to another. But you, my lord, would tell me that there are explanations of these difficulties, and of many more too, of which I should gradually understand more and more after I was a Christian. Or again it appears to me even now, Christian as I am, judging as a plain man, that predestination contradicts free will, and no explanation can make them both reasonable. Yet, by the grace of God, I believe all these doctrines, and many more, not because I understand them, for I do not, but because I believe that they are part of the revelation of God. It is just so too with the Roman Catholic Church. I must not take this or that doctrine by itself, but I must make up my mind whether or no it is the one only Catholic Church, and then I shall believe all that she teaches, because she teaches it, and not because I understand it. You must forgive my dullness, my lord, but I am but a layman, and can only say what I think in simple words. But we must judge of a Christian body by what that body teaches," said the Archbishop. "On what other grounds are you drawn to the Papists except by what they teach?" "Yes, your Grace," said Anthony, "I do judge of the general body of doctrine, and of the effect upon the soul as a whole. But that is not the same as taking each small part and making all hang upon that." "Well, Mr. Norris," said the Archbishop, "I do not think we can talk much more now. It is new to me that these difficulties are upon you. But I entreat you to talk to me again, as often as you will, and to others also. Dr. Redmayn, Mr. Chambers, and others will be happy if they can be of any service to you in these matters. For few things indeed would grieve me more than that you should turn Papist." Anthony thanked the Archbishop very cordially for his kindness, and after receiving his blessing, left his presence. He had 2 or 3 more talks with him before he left, but his difficulties were in no way resolved. The Archbishop had an essentially Puritan mind, and could not enter into Anthony's point of view at all. It may be roughly said that from Grindal's standpoint all turned on the position and responsibility of the individual towards the body to which he belonged, and that Anthony rather looked at the corporate side first, and the individual second. Grindal considered, for example, the details of the Catholic religion in reference to the individual, asking whether he could accept this or that. Anthony's tendency was rather to consider the general question first, and to take the difficulties in his stride afterwards. Anthony also had interviews with the archdeacon and chaplain whom Grindal had recommended, but these were of even less service to him, as Dr. Redmayn was so frankly contemptuous, and Mr. Chambers so ignorant of the Romish religion, that Anthony felt he could not trust their judgment at all. In the meanwhile, during this last fortnight of Anthony's Lambeth life, he received a letter from Mr. Buxton, explaining what were the spiritual exercises to which he had referred, and entreating Anthony to come and stay with him at Stanfield. "Now come, dear Mr. Norris," he wrote, "as soon as you leave the Archbishop's service. I will place 3 or 4 rooms at your disposal, if you wish for quiet, for I have more rooms than I know what to do with. And you shall make the exercises, if you will, with some good priest. They are a wonderful method of meditation and prayer, designed by Ignatius Loyola, one day doubtless to be declared saint, for the bringing about a resolution of all doubts and scruples, and so clearing the eye of the soul that she discerns God's will, and so strengthening her that she gladly embraces it. And that surely is what you need just now in your perplexity." The letter went on to describe briefly the method followed, and ended by entreating him again to come and see him. Anthony answered this by telling him of his resignation of his post at Lambeth, and accepting his invitation; and he arranged to spend the last 3 weeks before Easter at Stanfield, and to go down there immediately upon leaving Lambeth. He determined not to go to Great Keynes first, or to see Isabel, lest his resolution should be weakened. Already, he thought, his motives were sufficiently mixed and perverted, without his further aggravating their earthly constituents. He wrote to his sister, however, telling her of his decision to leave Lambeth, and adding that he was going to stay with a friend until Easter, when he hoped to return to the Dower House and take up his abode there for the present. He received what he thought a very strange letter in return, written apparently under excitement strongly restrained. He read in it a very real affection for himself, but a certain reserve in it too, and even something of compassion; and there was a sentence in it that above all others astonished him. "J.M. has been here, and is now gone to Douay. Oh, dear brother, some time no doubt you will tell us all. I feel so certain that there is much to explain." Had she then guessed his part in the priest's release? Anthony wondered; but at any rate he knew, after his promise to the Queen, that he must not give her any clue. He was also surprised to hear that James had been to Great Keynes. He had inquired for him at the Tower on the Monday after his visit to Greenwich, and had heard that Mr. Maxwell was already gone out of England. He had not then troubled to write again, as he had no doubt but that his message to Lady Maxwell, which he had sent in his note to Isabel, had reached her, and that certainly she, and probably James too, now knew that he had been an entirely unconscious and innocent instrument in the priest's arrest. But that note, as has been seen, never reached its destination. Lady Maxwell did not care to write to the betrayer of her son, and Isabel on the one hand hoped and believed now that there was some explanation, but on the other did not wish to ask for it again, since her first request had been met by silence. As the last days of his life at Lambeth were coming to an end, Anthony began to send off his belongings on pack horses to Great Keynes; and by the time that the Saturday before Mid-Lent Sunday arrived, on which he was to leave, all had gone except his own couple of horses and the bags containing his personal luggage. His last interview with the Archbishop affected him very greatly. He found the old man waiting for him, walking up and down Cranmer's parlour in an empty part of the room, where there was no danger of his falling. He peered anxiously at Anthony as he entered. "Mr. Norris," he said, "you are greatly on my mind. I fear I have not done my duty to you. My God has taken away the great charge he called me to years ago, to see if I were fit or not for the smaller charge of mine own household, and not even that have I ruled well." Anthony was deeply moved. "My lord," he said, "if I may speak plainly to you, I would say that to my mind the strongest argument for the Church of England is that she brings forth piety and goodness,
such as I have seen here. If it were not for that, I should no longer be perplexed." Grindal held up a deprecating hand. "Do not speak so, Mr. Norris; that grieves me. However, I beseech you to forgive me for all my remissness towards you; and I wish to tell you that, whatever happens, you shall never cease to have an old man's prayers. You have been a good and courteous servant to me always. More than that, you have been my loving friend, I might almost say my son; and that, in a world that has cast me off and forgotten me, I shall not easily forget. God bless you, my dear son, and give you his light and grace." When Anthony rode out of the gateway half an hour later, with his servant and luggage behind him, it was only with the greatest difficulty that he could keep from tears as he thought of the blind old man living in loneliness and undeserved disgrace, whom he was leaving behind him. CHAPTER 13